for the most exciting day of the week?
It's Stampeders Game Day on QR Calgary 770.
Our CFL Hall of Famer Mark Steven is back with all the action, while Greg Peterson provides instant analysis. Jock Wilson and Dave McIver round out the team, providing in-depth coverage of the game.
QR Calgary is also proud to welcome back our title sponsor, your Alberta Ford dealers.
Our 90-minute pregame starts right now on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
So far, so good for the Calgary Stampeders. An impressive 2-0 start to kick off the 2025 season. It was a big win last week in Toronto, kick-started by the first ever pick six by Stampeder corner Adrian Green.
He's going to come to the line of scrimmage, carrying himself. He heads to the end zone, knocked out. He's in the end zone. Touchdown, Stampeder. The clock shows a 000 as the Stampeders got it out and take the ball game. There is your ball game here at BMO Field in Toronto tonight. The final score, Calgary 29 and Toronto 19. Stampeders are 2-0.
We just kept telling each other, man, we got to stay together no matter what. It's not pretty. It's never pretty. There's always going to be ups and downs in the game. So we just stayed together. No one was pointing fingers. No one was blaming anyone. And we just have fun out there.
Just happy to see everybody contributing. You know, it's different weeks. It's going to take different guys. So, I mean, that's what's going to make a good team. So we got to keep building on this.
Yeah, I mean, the D really held us in for the first half. It was a rough half of the offense, but the D made the play, scored, and then rallied in the second half. I thought the offense got back in gear. And I thought our special teams, again, even though Renee missed a couple kick stuff in the wind, it was great coverage, and guys just took turns, different guys from last week too, which I think is important. I think is if you're going to be a good team, everybody's got to take advantage of their opportunity when they get. So Phil Potts played great on that. Adrian Green had another couple picks. He's playing well, so it's just an overall a good win.
It was a good win, but unfortunately, it was also a costly win for the Red and White. 4 very serious injuries to 4 very important players. Team captain Reggie Bagleton, starting center Bryce Bell, middle linebacker Markel Lee, and long snapper Aaron Crawford, all on the injury list.
You do have a little mourning period when you know that guys potentially could be done for the year. That's always tough. It is next man up. I think we've got some depth right now. It's another man's opportunity. I mean, a lot of times, sometimes it takes unfortunate injuries for that next guy to get the opportunity to show us what he can do. But never nice to lose some of your best guys. They're going to rally and hopefully get healthy soon and see what happens.
Potentially done for the year. You never like to hear that from the coach. Bagleton had surgery on his broken leg on Thursday. Lee had surgery yesterday on his pec. And Crawford is also on the 6-game injured list with a bad knee. All 3 players will be out long term. Hello again, everybody, and welcome to Stampeder Football for the Alberta Ford dealers. I'm Jock Wilson alongside of Lisa Hillary. Lisa will be back on the sidelines this afternoon as Dave McIver is playing hooky. He's playing golf in this weather. That's his problem. Lisa Hillary, though, you're looking like you're ready for the sidelines. That's quite an outfit you got on there.
I am good to go. I am layered up. I got the moon boots on. I got the fishing gear, the rain gear. Yeah, I'm good to go. I'm excited about this.
Sponsored by Helly Hansen. That is fishing gear.
You said it, not
best.
me. If I could get a sponsorship with Helly Hansen, that would just be awesome.
You got long johns on, too?
Yep.
Good for you.
I have hot shots in my pocket, too,
my
friend.
That's very, very smart. Very smart. It's... Yeah, the injuries are going to be a factor in this game just to see how the team responds. But obviously, this is a weather game, too. And you're going to be busy on the sidelines because you're going to be providing some great insight for us, I think, just with how the players are going to react to this weather.
Yeah, I was a few minutes late getting here. We were speaking with the head meteorologist for the league, and she said there are some outages in the northwest area. But in terms of calling it, I mean, it really, really would have to be, lightning strikes and some severe in terms of just like air quality. We're not seeing that, which is good news.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because the Calgary FC, our soccer team in the city that plays obviously in the deep south at Atco Field at Spruce Meadows, they were scheduled to play a game this afternoon. Due to the weather, though, the kickoff for that match has been postponed until further notice. So they thought weather was an issue. We're going to see what this brand new field is like, how the drainage is there. It looks good right now. You're going to be down on that sidelines and give us an update a little bit later on. But fortunately, there is no electricity in the air. Electricity is what obviously could hamper this game.
Yeah, and I think that speaking with Vernon yesterday, he said, listen, I'm no stranger to this. I played in Oregon, so he is used to this. So it's all about hanging on to the football, as you know, Jock. But
ball security is certainly going to be the issue. And you know who I really feel bad for? I feel bad for Jay McNeil. I feel bad for the Calgary Stampeder organization. Mm-hmm. There is no energy here today. There is throw your budget out of whack.
Aside from the fact that, of course, we do need the rain in this area with what is going on, in this part of the world with the fires and everything. So it is a blessing. But, yeah, absolutely hurts an organization for sure. But, hey, they'll be tuning into to the game on QR. That's good for us.
And that is good for us. And hopefully that's what you're doing. You're sitting at home maybe listening to the broadcast. We're going to warm you up for the Stampeders and the Ottawa Redblacks. A lot of storylines to get to this game today. A very busy pregame show coming your way. We're going to talk to the coach. Greg Peterson will have his keys to the game for the Alberta Ford dealers. When we come back, it's a look at the other side. Darius Pickett is going to join us. 4th year in the Canadian Football League, 2nd with the Redblacks. He is the Sam linebacker / defensive back. Played his college ball at UCLA. Darius Pickett on the other side as you're listening to the Stampeder pregame show. Thanks so much for listening to QR Calgary on 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Summer is now officially here, and let's get those plans rolling on how you want your backyard to come together. And that includes maybe a brand new hot tub to enjoy all summer long. Yeah, it's Marilyn Kay for QR Calgary with you this afternoon. We're at World of Spas for the extended Father's Day sale. If you thought you missed out last weekend, do not fear. It is still happening down here. A chance for you to save big on hot tubs, saunas, cold plunge tubs, swim spas, massage chairs. World of Spas really does have it all. They've got Calgary's largest selection of hot tubs to choose from as well. Whatever size, whatever budget you've got going on, World of Spas are going to work with you and get you exactly what you need. Now, just think about this. You can come down here today. If you're sick and tired of being at home in the rain already, if you're venturing out, come on by, get yourself into the tub, and you can probably have it ready to go here. As soon as this rain passes, you're going to be enjoying the rest of the summer in your brand new hot tub from World of Spas. Come by the QR table when you get into the store today as well, and we're going to give you a chance to win some tickets to the next Stampeders home game. It's the extended Father's Day sale at World of Spas. We're just 3 blocks east of Chinook Center.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations. Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
It has been a good start for the Calgary Stampeders this season, 2-0 to kick off 2025. It has been a tough start for the Ottawa Redblacks. They are 0-2, and heading into their 3rd game of the season, they're going to be going with their 3rd different starting quarterback in this game. Of course, Drew Brown opened the season, suffered a hip pointer injury. He was replaced last week by Matt Schultz, the former Calgary Stampeder quarterback. Matt threw 3 interceptions last week. So today, the Ottawa Red Blacks are going with Dustin Crum, a quarterback that has beaten the Calgary Stampeders in the past. Remember, the Calgary Stampeders lost both times to the Ottawa Red Blacks last season. They lost in Ottawa 33-6. Here at McMahon Stadium, it was much closer, 31-29. But the Stampeders lost thanks to a 51-yard field goal by Lewis Ward on the final play of the game. Welcome back to the pregame show. I'm Jock Wilson in the Billy Powers broadcast booth alongside of Lisa Hillary. She's on the sidelines for us today. Time right now to check in with the other side. Darius Pickett, the Sam linebacker / defensive back for the Ottawa Red Blacks, in conversation with our Hall of Fame voice of the Stampeders, Mark Stephen.
Well, Darius, a bit of a slow start for the Red Blacks, obviously not where you exactly expected to be. What are some things that, you've identified and things you're going to work on this weekend?
Definitely got to eliminate the penalties. I think the penalties has been an Achilles heel for us going through the first 2 games. And then defense, eliminating explosive plays, got to be a little bit more explosive in the return game and get back to scoring some more points as well.
How about the team? You had a tremendous start a year ago, kind of a rougher second half there. I don't know if some of that second half issues carried on to this year, or just sort of what's your take on that?
Just slow start, that's all. First 2 games, just got to watch those and learn from them and get better moving forward. I think that this has been a good week of practice, so I think it's going to be a real good game. I think a good game plan is in store for this weekend.
Well, let's discuss the team you'll be getting after. Calgary's off to a pretty good 2-0 start, and you spent a lot of your career chasing Vernon Adams around. Just some thoughts on what you've seen from Calgary.
A team that's confident. They've shown a lot of confidence the first 2 games. I know VA is always a dynamic quarterback with his ability to run a ball and throw the deep ball. I think he throws the deep ball really well and is able to extend plays with his legs and create separation for receivers down the field.
Well, one of those challenges will be a teammate of yours last year, Dominique Rhymes. I'm sure he's a good friend, but how are you going to tackle him, and any special plans for him?
Just got to make sure that you understand where he's at and what he's doing. I think some of the formations that they run kind of tell what he's going to do during the play, whether it's I know they use him as a blocking guy in the run game, they use him for the deep ball explosive. He is a special talent as well.
So, Darius, don't want to put words in your mouth here, but would it be fair to say slow start for the Red Blacks, but panic or a sense of worry hasn't set in?
Yeah, no sense of worry. I mean, you can look at just the course of a CFL season. It's a long season, too. Hamilton's 0-2. Toronto's 0-2. You're looking at teams that have a number of different talent, looking at those teams. But because that's hard to figure it out. I think that it's early. You got to get on it early, though.
All right, there you have it. Darius Pickett in conversation with Mark Stephen on the other side here on the Stampeder pregame show. Welcome back. I'm Jock Wilson with Lisa Hillary, live in the press box here at McMahon Stadium. It's wet, it's soggy, it's nasty. Doesn't look like the wind is blowing too bad right now. That is certainly a good thing. Lisa Hillary, your family actually has some connections to football in Ottawa. We talked about it last time you were with us. Your dad was the president of the Ottawa Football Club. That was back when they were the Renegades, not the Red Blacks.
Yeah.
But, obviously, you grew up in the Ottawa area. So what do you think of this Ottawa team this year? Last year they made the playoffs. They were great at home, but it is a tough start, as Mark was mentioning.
Yeah, alluding to what you said off the top. Again, just catching up, running into some old faces down there in the press box and the media meal. It's like big hugs. I haven't seen a lot of these guys in 20 years. Jeff Avery, of course, a former player, and now he does the radio, of course, with AJ on the Ottawa side. And yeah, just great to run in, and just some fond memories of working with those guys over the year. But yeah, missed opportunities, turnovers, and undisciplined discipline play is what the Ottawa Renegades are going to be looking to rectify today at McMahon Stadium. They've allowed a league-high, Jock, 70 points through the first 2 weeks of the season. Safe to say things haven't gone well under first-time defensive coordinator Will Fields, a name well known here in Calgary.
It's interesting. Maybe I shouldn't have brought up the Renegades because you referenced the Renegades, and they are the Red Blacks now.
So we should. Blacks. See, Rough Riders.
But hey, your dad was the president of the Renegades.
I say it downstairs too. My bad, guys. My bad.
It is all good. And this is a team that I think will live and die with their number one quarterback. And Drew Brown, we thought was going to maybe be healthy enough to play in this game, a hip pointer. I think they're just being a little overly cautious with him right now. But he's their franchise, so you have to be. But
what Calgary has to be very careful of, and you hear this a lot in sports, is about playing down to the competition. Yep. Just because you look at that record, and Dominic Rhymes and I spoke about this yesterday after the walkthrough. It's a dangerous game to play when you say, you know what? Look at them on paper. They haven't played well. They got their third-string quarterback. Don't do that. That's a dangerous game to play. Ottawa's looking to come into this game on the road and beat Calgary and make a statement, especially with, as you say, guys like Barron, of course, used to be there. Now he's here. Will Fields used to be here. Now he's there. So there's not just players, there's coaches that this is a statement game for as well.
And they've got weapons. They did go out and sign Geno Lewis. And Dustin Crum scares me a little bit because I do think the running game is going to be so important in this one for the Stampeders and for Ottawa, because the team that hangs on to the ball, number one, and the team that establishes the run is in my opinion, probably going to win this game.
Yeah, exactly. Limit those turnovers, hang on to the football, whether you're Calgary or Ottawa for sure.
Hey, when the Calgary Stampeders are on the road this season, we are on the road. At least the pregame show is on the road at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. Stampeders next road game. Well, it's a while away, because after this game today, the Calgary Stampeders will get the bye week, and then they get ready for the big Stampede Bowl, which is Thursday, July the 3rd, with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in town. They unveiled the Stampede Bowl trophy earlier this week. Jay McNeil, the president of the Calgary Stampeders, he's going to join me on the halftime show a little bit later on. Quick look at the Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. The kickoff is going to happen just after 2 o'clock this afternoon, so we are roughly 88 minutes away from that opening kickoff. Shane Holmes, once again partnering with Kids Up Front for another great season of Stampeder football through its Yards for Kids program. For every Stampeder offensive yard this season, Shane Holmes will donate $1 to Kids Up Front. So far, 2 games in, the Stampeder offense and Shane Holmes has raised $799 for Kids Up Front. Hey, if it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes, Calgary's favorite home builder. When we come back on the pregame show, it's time to go around the CFL for the Furness family. What a crazy, crazy ending to that game last night in Toronto, as the Argos are now 0-3. Ryan Dinwiddie not too happy with his team's performance. There is a game tonight where Nathan Rourke is not going to be the starting quarterback, and the Edmonton Elks, wow, that team is off to another very tough start to kick off the 2025 season. Around the CFL for the Furness family, up next on the pregame show, as you have found your home for Stampeder football, QR Calgary, and online at qrcalgary.com.
June is Discover Days at Volvo Calgary. Right now, enjoy reduced lease rates and save up to $7,000, including eligible government incentives. Discover luxury, innovation, and the award-winning safety Volvo is known for. Volvo's quality of products, the Volvo commitment to safety and innovation, and customer service excellence has become a generational tradition in Calgary. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or start your journey online at volvocarscalgary.com. Don't miss Discover Days, on now.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? That wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth & Home, we call those healthy concerns, because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And welcome back to Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football here on QR Calgary. We are live from a wet and soggy McMahon Stadium, warming you up for the Stamps and the Ottawa Red Blacks. I'm Jock Wilson alongside of Lisa Hillary in the Billy Powers broadcast booth. Week number 3 of the Canadian Football League season kicked off on Thursday night as we go around the CFL for the Furness family. It was not the home opener that the Edmonton Elks were looking for, as they were hammered by the best team in the league, the Montreal Alouettes, 38-28.
Yeah, we just, the explosions hurt us in the first half. Those big penalties, big shots. We got in a hole. The guys kept fighting. But we just couldn't get out of our own way.
The first half, we went down, we got a field goal, which I thought we started well. But then after that, we just really didn't convert on our second downs, which is unfortunate, right? I mean, we were in some decent situations, some slightly longer, about 2nd 7, 2nd 8. But again, good teams got to convert there. So that's what we got to do moving forward. I thought we were able to do that in the second half. But yeah, we sputtered a little bit in the first half, but we were able to turn it around the second.
Yeah, we got to play better in the first half. We just kept shooting ourselves in the foot. Just a lot of mental mistakes, assignments, just things like that. I feel like we have a good team. We just got to go out there and execute and really focus on doing our job and knowing our assignments.
Audio from Mark Killam, the head coach, Trey Ford, the starting quarterback, and Jake Serezna on the defensive line. And Mark, I must admit, I was expecting bigger and better things from the Edmonton Elks this season, but that's not looking like a team that is cohesive right yet.
Nope, still trying to get Trey Ford working out well and playing well. He was erratic, I would say, in the game. He did some good things, did some other things that certainly caused their offense to sputter. I will say this, in their defense, Montreal's going to beat a lot of teams. They look tremendous in all areas. But no, the Elks, they've got the reputation and the baggage of slow starts the last few years. I get it. It's not Mark Killam's responsibility the last few years, but it's his responsibility to fix it and get it going, because already you're starting to hear the same old Elks talk.
I'm not even sure I should call them the Elks anymore, because all of the Elks branding seems to be gone. It seems to be just the double E that they are going with, Mark. And, hey, I know the longtime fans weren't happy with the name change. I don't think that has anything to do with why this team has gone into the toilet. However, it is interesting, Larry Thompson, the new owner, he is trying to get away from the Elks brand without a doubt.
Well, that's just it. The stadium featured very little of the Elks branding. It didn't feature any Eskimos branding, so they're kind of softly pushing the Elks to the side and reconnecting. Will they be the Eskimos again? I don't know, but it's clear they're moving away from the Elks brand because it's not very visible anymore. And, I don't know if it was a right move or the wrong move, but it certainly has riled up a lot of people in Edmonton. And at the end of the day, the Edmonton Eskimos, Elks, whatever they are, have to satisfy their fans.
Yeah, Mark, that's a very, very proud football organization. Oh, yeah. And, obviously the Oilers, and those are their two teams, and they live and die by those teams. So you've got to be very careful when you start messing with branding.
And that's the other thing, to go back to the Eskimos, may be the popular thing to do, may be well received, but it's going to cost hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to redo it. You got to change just about everything.
Let them worry about that.
Well, I wonder if the league has the appetite. I kind of think, and again, this is my own opinion, I think Larry Thompson would love to, but I'm not sure the league would want to go. But
frankly, while all that is going on, they better get the on-field product straightened out. Doesn't matter what brand they're playing under, they got to get it straightened out.
Great point. And Montreal, let's be honest, I do think Montreal's the best team in the league right now.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
all eyes are pointing to them, winning it all. We'll see. It's still very early in the season, but yeah, they made it. It was too little, too late for Edmonton. But yeah, that's a very, very good Montreal team.
It's a very good defense. Davis Alexander got a little banged up in that game. We'll see what his injury status is for the next week. But he's putting up Bo Levi Mitchell type numbers for the starting of his career, and Jeff Garcia, and so we'll see how that one plays out. I think the game that everybody is talking about, though, Mark Stephen, is the one that we saw last night. I must admit, I was going to be going to join my wife, and when Toronto scored to tie it up and got the 2-point convert, I told my wife, yeah, I'm going to be about 20 minutes because I'm going to watch overtime. Well, that didn't happen.
Oh, you weren't alone in thinking the exact same thing. I did too. I said to my wife too, I said, hey, why don't we just sit here and watch the overtime? And she said, okay. And there was no overtime, because that was a sensational ending. But so many storylines once the game was over of what happened. Ryan Dinwiddie, the coach of the Argos, kind of went nuclear on a lot of things. And, let's also talk about Saskatchewan. Yeah, it's exciting. They won. Congrats, guys. But you know what Corey Mace needs to do the first meeting they're back in Regina? Dump a bucket of cold water on their head, because you aren't going to win with 18 penalties.
Yeah.
They were awful last night in the penalty area. That won't happen again very often, but just a crazy story. And wild, only in the CFL ending. It was dramatic, really exciting.
You're right about discipline. That's a good football club in Saskatchewan, but that's a team that's going to have to get their discipline under control.
Well, how many times does a team win taking 18 penalties? Once last night, I think that's the list. Yeah,
that is a great point. Anyway, Saskatchewan is now 3-0. Calgary looking to join them at 3-0 today. The Toronto Argonauts, the defending Grey Cup champions. I'm not even sure if Chad Kelly can make a difference. I thought Nick Arbuckle played okay last night. Ryan Dinwiddie, did he have reason to blow up on his team? Because you got a situation where that team did make a good effort, a good push, to try to send that game to overtime. I get it. If maybe you want to fire your special teams coordinator, because that should not happen.
Yeah.
With 9 seconds left.
All I can say is we've sort of been assuming the Argos' slow start is because of the quarterbacking issue. That plays a big role, but clearly there's something else going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
For him to blow up at his team like that, he basically all but fired the special teams coach in the post-game news conference, threatened that heads are going to roll. Well, now he's got to roll some heads, I guess. He went off on his guard, say there's one guard that's only 280 pounds. Well, two things. That narrows it down to two guys, so we got a 50-50 chance of figuring out who he is. And you know what? If there's a 280-pound player that isn't in the shape you need and he's on the field, you had 3 weeks of training camp and 3 weeks of games to figure that out. So, Ryan Dinwiddie might have pointed some of those fingers back at himself, but it was pretty wild. He was just shouting at his post-game news conference because he was furious with the way they lost it. I don't blame him in some ways.
Coaches gone wild, without a doubt. More on the Stampeders and the Ottawa Redblacks in just a second, but we should maybe look ahead to the game tonight. The BC Lions, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. This is the rematch. Of course, Winnipeg won the home opener, their home opener last week. It was their first game of the season. BC, after winning their first game of the season, did not look good in Winnipeg last week. And you got a situation in BC where Jeremiah Mazzoli is going to get the start in this game as we get the update from head coach Buck Pierce on Nathan Rourke.
Nathan's going to dress, but we're going to play Jeremiah. Okay. He's preparing, just like everybody. He's moving around, he's preparing, he's, working hard. But we're going to go ahead and move forward with Jeremiah.
It's exciting. It's exciting for sure. We've all kind of just been working our tail off since we've played these guys last. So, we've had a great week of preparation and just excited to go show it off.
I think it's kind of similar to what we're going to see today, Mark. The fact that, if this was a playoff game, I would think Nathan Rourke might be playing. But if Drew Brown was heading into a playoff game, he might be playing for the Ottawa Redblacks today, too. But Nathan Rourke is your franchise. You got to be careful.
That's the issue. You got to, work around him and his needs and look at the long term, the big picture.
Yeah, exactly right. Should we write off the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, or is this team going to be the top team in the West again this year?
I wouldn't write them off, but I'm not sure I'd call them the top team either. But let's see how it plays out. But, Zach Collaros getting back into it and see what they do. But obviously, I'm not prepared to, write them off, but I'm not prepared to give them first spot either.
You're not prepared to say they're the best team in the West. And I agree with that. I think right now Saskatchewan probably has that pedestal, but we're only two and a half weeks into the season. Okay, Mark, what are you expecting today? It's been a tough week for the Calgary Stampeders, injury-wise, and of course, this is going to be a weather game, so this is going to be a very interesting outcome here today. What are you expecting today?
Well, you're right. I mean, boy, oh boy, it played a pretty heavy toll that win in Toronto last week with all of the injuries, so it's going to be up to guys like Eric Brooks, Jason McGugan, who was just signed. He was let go in training camp. They have to step up, and Roberts has had some experience in the middle, but he's going to have to rally and be the guy, although I know him and Micah Tights are going to switch that spot a little bit. This game, first of all, congratulations to the fans who do make it here. Doesn't mean that anybody that isn't here isn't a Stampeder fan, but you have to be a special brand to come to this game. I expect the ground game to be really impactful. The number one stand back for Ottawa, Mills for Calgary, I think are kind of on the same footing, but I would say that the Stampeders are a little deeper in the ground game, and that may be the deciding factor.
Yeah, Jalen Philpott, too, had a breakout game, as we know. We talked to him at the walkthrough yesterday. And we also talked with head coach Dave Dickinson about, Reggie being out, right? But, yes, we're going to miss his on-field presence. But let's not forget, he's going to be around, as Dave said. Of course, guys on the field make the biggest difference. But to have him in the locker room, he had the surgery. Mark, I think it was day before yesterday, the leg surgery. It doesn't look good. I mean, if they could, make a real push at the end and he comes back in the playoffs, that would be, I think, the best case scenario. Yep. But again, just listening to Dave yesterday and seeing the body language, super disappointing, but he is going to be around. So I think he'll be a leader, of course, just in the locker room, but really like what Philpott's done, and hopefully he could do the same with this kind of weather. Yeah, no question. He is the leader. He's been the leader for the last several years. And as I say, it's not quite the same when he's not in uniform, but he'll still be around and help where he can. I don't know if he's going to be here today or not. I'm not exactly sure about his recovery, but there we go.
He did tweet this morning about that game last night, so that's a positive.
He tweet. He maybe can't walk. He didn't go in for surgery.
He didn't hurt his fingers.
Yeah, he didn't go in for surgery for his thumb, but anyway, there you go.
All right, Mark, we'll let you get ready for play-by-play action just after 2 o'clock. He is Mark Stephen, the voice, the Hall of Fame voice of the Calgary Stampeders. I'm Jock Wilson alongside of Lisa Hillary. That was Around the CFL for Furnace Family. Done right, day or night, furnacefamily.com. When we come back, we're going to check in with Greg Peterson. Petesy, he's been part of our Stampeder broadcast for nearly 3 decades. He knows his stuff. We're going to take a look at the Cooperators injury report as well. Wish we didn't have to, but that is a big story heading into this game. Just a quick reminder as well, tune into the CFL Insider every Tuesday night, every Thursday night, on Sports Talk with Jock. The CFL Insider brought to you by Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak. As a matter of fact, on Tuesday night, it's not going to be Sports Talk with Jock. It's going to be Sports Talk with Lisa Hillary, so you get to talk to Suits.
Super excited. Going to talk to Suits and got some other special surprise guests coming up on Tuesday as well.
Good stuff. Greg Peterson right up next. This is Calgary Stampeder Radio. QR Calgary, 107.3 The Edge. You're listening to the pregame show.
Remember last summer's heat wave that had you wishing for refreshing air conditioning? Let Furnace Family by Atco Home Services keep you cool this summer. Trust our expert techs and honest pricing to keep your home chilling when the summer is scorching. Ask about our best-selling Lennox models that offer optimal efficiency and cool, quiet comfort. Take advantage of Lennox's rebates up to $2,000 only for a limited time. You can count on Furnace Family by Atco Home Services to do the job right and have your AC unit up and running in no time. The summer rush is coming. Don't wait. Visit furnacefamily.com to secure your spot today.
Time and effort, sweat and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
It's your last chance to get in and go at the giant Country Hills Toyota. The Get In and Go event ends June 30th, and your Toyota Giant has pulled out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. But you better hurry. The Get In and Go event will soon be gone, only until June 30th at the giant Country Hills Toyota.
QR Calgary is the proud radio home of your Calgary Stampeders.
And has been for over 3 decades.
Stampeders football brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And welcome back to your Alberta Ford dealers pregame show on QR Calgary. I'm Jock Wilson alongside of Lisa Hillary in the Billy Powers broadcast booth as we bring in our longtime outstanding color analyst, Greg Peterson, a Grey Cup champion, a longtime member of the Calgary Stampeder family, part of the Calgary Stampeder alumni as well. Okay, Greg, be honest with me. as a player, did you like playing in weather like this?
Hated it. Worst. I would rather play in snow. I don't mind if it's windy. I don't even mind if it's cold. The worst is rain. And it's even worse if you have rain and wind. Oh, so we got the two conditions that make it.
It's rain, wind, and cold.
Yeah, rain, wind, and cold. So no, it's ugly out there, and I kind of feel sorry for the Stampede organization. But as a player, I played in many games that were not ideal, and you just have to adjust. And once the game gets going, you kind of forget about it, and you just get into the element, and you got those juices flowing again where you just want to win. So I'm sure that the players will get that type of feeling tonight.
Yeah, temperature right now -3 with the wind, and we're looking at about 43 mile-per-hour gusts in terms of that wind. So we'll see what it's like an hour from now.
So what do you do to stay dry, to stay warm? Because there's not heaters down there. Like, are you, like Lisa's wearing long johns? I'm not, because I'm in the press box. She's going to be on the sidelines. Do you have to wear different layers of clothing as a player?
Well, you got the gloves now. They're so good. They're water repellent. So and your hands should be okay with. They only get really cold when it's really cold out there. -3 is not where your hands are going to get. But you know what? You get wet, and especially I was kind of particular about my feet. So I would strap on, and I'd put plastic bag and strap it around the ankle and try and keep. But, sometimes I would change my socks 3-4 times a game. Other guys didn't do that, but that was me. I was kind of a weirdo when it came to my feet. Everybody's got their own particular thing.
Keep your feet warm, your head warm.
You don't even worry so much about that. You got your helmet on, and some guys might tape their ears, but it's just the arms and getting wet, and your feet, and you feel like you're drudging around in another couple pounds of clothing, and you just don't like it.
So having said that, do we expect it to be more of a ground game?
Oh, definitely. I think what you're going to see today is both teams are going to adjust to the ground game, but you're also going to see, I think, a lot of quickness. So what I mean by that, there are a lot of quick hitters, like little 3-step drops, get it out, nothing deep too much unless maybe the defense is really sneaking in and, you can catch one over the top. But a lot of screens, I think that's another thing that'll enter it. So, yeah, ground game, screens, and quick hitters. That's what you're going to see.
Okay, let's get to the big story of the day, and it's not the weather. It's the injury situation for the cooperators, the injury report, and, of course, the game last week in Toronto, very, very costly. Reggie Begelton, team leader, team captain, a guy that has been the heart and soul of this organization, breaks his leg. As we've talked about, he had surgery on Thursday. Doesn't look good for the rest of the season. Maybe the playoffs. We'll get an update when we actually do talk to Reggie. What sort of effect is that going to have on the team?
A big effect. You're losing your MVP, the guy that was the best player last year. He's your leader. Reggie's kind of a, not too talkative a guy, but he learned to become a leader, and people look up to him. But one thing about Calgary is they did have some depth. And so I think some guys are going to have to make some adjustments. It's funny that, Jock, they did not bring in a receiver to replace him. They just moved guys around, and they brought in a running back instead, which a lot of it is probably just the nature that we got this weather condition. You want an extra running back. But they want to get Benjamin on the roster. They've wanted to. They're very high on this guy. He's got that breakaway speed. They might have got him on the roster even if we didn't have Reggie gone and the weather like it is. So
well, he's going to be doing some returning today, too.
Yeah,
because with the weather, you got to make sure you have the two returners back there. Dave was saying that yesterday. And yeah, you know what? Mills and Antwi and Benjamin, that's pretty good. But you're right. Hopefully Damien Elford can stay healthy because he got a little banged up in that game last week. Tevin Jones is here. Dominic Rhymes. The inside guys. I look at Dominic Rhymes and Jalen Philpott. I think those are the guys that are going to now become the feature of this offense.
They are exactly right. I mean, Dominic Rhymes, Mark and I even talked about last week. We were a little bit surprised that he didn't get more footballs thrown his way last week. He will now, but Jalen Philpott now is going to slip in at that, they call it the Y position on the offense, where Reggie played, where it's kind of like your first read as a quarterback. You look, where's that guy? He's not there. Okay, then you go maybe to the outside. So you're going to see Jalen Philpott, who played absolutely fantastic. Lisa talked about it. His yak yards were great. He was running over guys. So I'm expecting Jalen and Dominic to get a lot more footballs.
On the defensive side of the ball, another surgery, bicep injury for Markel Lee, your starting middle linebacker. And I tell you what, if you're going to stop the run, that linebacking core is so important. You know, Micah Tights is going to get the start. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name. Number 51, Kalichi is how Dave Dickinson talks. That's his first name, so we'll just call him Kalichi because it's easier. It's easier. It's easier to say. Jacob Roberts. You've got. This is going to be interesting to see what happens with that linebacking core.
I think this might hurt more than the Reggie Begelton one because we don't have as much depth there. Now, Micah Tights is going to step in, but Micah Tights was doing great on special teams. All of a sudden, you're starting. You got to take off a couple special teams, so that might affect your special teams. Jacob Roberts is going to step in, but Lee was a true leader out there, a young guy that was the leader, and I think we might miss him more than any of them. That could be the worst injury we've had.
That's interesting and something to watch in this football game. We saw Aaron Crawford gut it out last week. Probably shouldn't have finished the game. They did bring in the emergency long snapper. It didn't go very well. It was a bad snap, and so now Jason McGugan comes in as you've also got Aaron Crawford with the knee injury on the 6-game injured list. As we take a look at that injury report again, I'm curious. Normally, you never look for the long snapper, but now I'm going to be actually keeping an eye on the long snapper in this game.
Well, yeah, exactly. You never look at him unless he has a bad snap, but you got to give Crawford lots of credit. He couldn't even walk. I was watching him. The fact that all they said is, we need you. Suck it up. And maybe even said, I'll suck it up. Go in there, snap. Don't worry about covering down the field because he was limping. He could barely run. But you know what? His job is to get the ball firing back there at the right spot, both for the converts, field goals, and for the punts. And he did a great job. I think I mentioned after last game I wanted to give him an award, the Courage Award or whatever it was.
Well, you're right. And we'll see what Jason does in that long snapping position today. The other injury, not on the 6-game injured list, which is good, Bryce Bell, who did deal with an injury all through training camp and, re-injured the shoulder, obviously, in that Toronto game. This is the one that I'm not quite as concerned about because I think Chris Fortin, who was the 8th overall pick this year, he's been pretty good in relief.
He's been good, but Bryce has been the best O-lineman we've had. He's so good. And the offensive center is kind of like the position I played most of my career. I played halfback and a little bit corner, but most of my career I played safety. So you got to get up to the line of scrimmage. You're making a lot of checks. Okay, you're checking this. And you've really, before the snap of the ball, he's probably talking with coding, you could say, or code to the offensive line. And Fortin doesn't have the experience that Bryce has. But, yeah, he's a good, solid rookie, but probably not quite at the level of Bryce at this time.
The injury report brought to you by Cooperators Insurance Plans, Investment Plans. They do both, cooperators.ca. So here's the deal on the 6-game injured list. You have Malik Henry. You have Gary Johnson, another linebacker who was brought in as a free agent in the offseason. Kyle Saxelid is on the 6th game. Reggie Begelton is on the 6th game. Aaron Crawford is on the 6th game. And, of course, Markel Lee is on the 6th game as well. This was a question that Lisa brought up yesterday to Dave Dickinson. I wanted to reset it here. Reggie out long term, so who steps into the leadership role? Here's what the coach had to say about that.
I think Reggie still can be somewhat in the locker room. I think he can have that leadership position, but your true leaders have to play because you're on the field, you're making a difference. I always felt the guys on the field have a stronger voice. Doesn't mean that the guys that aren't playing can't still help us. So I think we got good leadership, though. And it starts with the quarterback. I think Vernon's done a great job, but it does always start with your quarterback. And then we have enough veterans in our receiving core to handle it. But it takes all of us, all 12 in offense. I think for me, I always said, hey, for to have a successful offensive play, you need 12 guys doing their job. Sometimes on defense, just one guy makes play, and somehow you find success. But for the offense, everybody's got to be locked in. And I'm sure Reggie will continue to be that leader. Hopefully he heals fast and can get back out there.
No way you can argue with that because Vernon Adams, he's already a team leader. Yep. He's going to have to probably step up the leadership, isn't he?
He is. I think, though, Dave's exactly right. Your true leaders have to be on the field with you. Getting the bumps and going through the grind. And you can't do it unless you're on the field. I think Dominic Rhymes step up. And the reason I say that, Jock, is because Mark and I get the privilege of traveling with the team on the plane. You can kind of see who are the guys who are the leaders just by observing when they're having fun on the plane or in the locker room or whatever. Dominic Rhymes now, 8th year, And I think he's got that leadership capability, and he might be the guy that kind of steps up. What I see on the plane, he's kind of a fun guy to be around, and he's very outgoing, and I could see him stepping up and maybe taking Reichi's place a bit.
And happy birthday to him, by the way. He had a big birthday yesterday.
Oh,
I missed that after the walkthrough speaking to him, Dominic Rhymes. But yes, birthday yesterday.
Got a text on the text line, 403-974-8255, and Dwayne Hassett says, what about Randy Chevrier? And it's fun. The only reason I bring that up because I had Dave Dickinson on Monday night on Sports Talk with Jock, and I gave Randy a little bit of a shout out. I said, hey, Randy's texting me. He's available, Coach. And Coach's line was, maybe Randy should stick with the fire department.
I think so. You don't want. I don't know how old Randy is, but it reminds me of
Randy has not filed his retirement papers yet.
Okay,
so
well,
just so you know,
no, there's
49.
lots of guys floating around that I think can do a good job, but it's kind of like when I saw a commercial one time. It was Rocky 92, and they had an old guy out there kind of making fun of him. No, we're not going to. There's plenty of available long snappers that can get scooped up. Maybe not as good as Crawford, but there's lots of guys available.
Next man up.
The next man up is exactly right. Lisa, we're going to say goodbye to you. Have fun on the sidelines today.
Go?
Yeah, do you have to go?
I have to go as that wind just came through up here in the press box.
All right.
Good
thanks
to be
so much.
with you guys.
Yeah, Lisa Hillary, you'll hear her on the sidelines later on during our broadcast as things are very, very wet and soggy here at McMahon Stadium. We're going to take another quick time out. When we come back, it's the 80th anniversary of the Calgary Stampeder Football Club. We're going to hear a little feature that Mark Stephen did for us, and we're also going to talk about prevent defense, something that really got under my skin last week. This is the home of the Calgary Stampeders. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws Limited Inventory Sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arion tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
In times of crisis, Canadians support each other. The state of the advertising landscape in Canada is an emergency. Canada's ad market is increasingly dominated by billionaire-owned foreign tech companies. Instead of supporting Canadian jobs, communities, and local business, they spread misinformation, hate, and political interference. Let's keep ad dollars at home on radio and TV stations, websites, streaming, and news services that are Canadian-owned. It's time to buy Canadian. A message from QR Calgary.
Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play. QR Calgary at 107.3 The Edge.
It's the 80th anniversary of the Calgary Stampeders. Time for some reflections. One game into the 2011 season, the Stampeders were already in crisis mode. In their opener, place kicker Rob Maver tore muscles in his leg. He needed surgery and was lost for the season. So now what? The Stampeders needed a kicker, and they needed one in a hurry. So they hastily organized a kicking contest. 4 kickers whom they'd previously scouted were flown into town. They were told the ball would be placed at certain distances on the field at McMahon Stadium, and whoever made the most kicks would be the Stampeder kicker. It sounds like a reality TV show, but that's exactly what happened. Among the group, they invited a Canadian kicker from Concordia University who was recently released by Winnipeg. That kicker was Rene Paredes. He won the kicking contest. Since that contest, he's become one of the most prolific kickers, not just in Stampeders history, but in CFL history. And all from that hastily arranged kicking contest on a Saturday afternoon at McMahon Stadium. And that's a story from 80 years of Stampeder tradition.
Yeah, Rene Paredes, 6 field goals through the first 2 weeks of the CFL season. He has increased his career total to 593 three-point field goals. He's just 7 away from becoming the 6th player in CFL history to boot 600 in his career. Of course, Louis Pasaglia, the all-time leader with 875. Then Paul McCallum with 722. Mark McLaughlin with 673. Paulus Balderson with 669. And Troy Westwood has 617. So it's going to happen this season, and we will continue to cheer Rene Paredes. And is the kicking game going to be affected in this game today, Mark?
Yeah, I think so. And, Rene missed 2 last week because of the wind.
And 1 bad snap.
1 bad snap. That's correct. But, yeah, definitely the kicking game, it's important that they place the ball well. And you know what? Kicking will be very important. But our kicking game's been good these last 2 games.
Hey, your Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. Kickoff happening just after 2 o'clock this afternoon. We are 48 minutes away from that opening kickoff. He's Greg Peterson. I'm Jock Wilson. This is the pregame show brought to you by the Alberta Ford Dealers. Something that got under my skin last week in the Toronto game.
I know it did.
It did get under my skin. It was the prevent defense, 15-point lead, 6 minutes left in the game, and the Stampeders went into the prevent defense. I hated it. I'll just be honest with you. I hated it. I hated it so much I had to ask Dave Dickinson about it earlier this week on the Coaches Show.
I got to preface this question because I thought your defense was great in this football game. Big reason why you won. We haven't even talked about Adrian Green, but I preface this question by saying I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. I've never played the game. I've never coached the game. But as a fan watching, I was a little upset. I don't get it. It's late in the fourth quarter. The score is 26-11, and you go into a prevent defense. You only rush 3. You basically play back, and it's already a 2-score game. And just like bang, 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 they're in the end zone. They get a 2-point convert. They're right back into the game. What goes into the coaching of that? Because as a fan watching it, I must admit I was a little frustrated.
Yeah, I don't want to, I think you live and learn as a coach too, but I would agree with you. I've noticed it in hockey too. It's like when they get a 2-goal lead, they just basically dump the puck and try to sit back. And then the other team gains so much momentum because they have the puck the whole time and they're just coming at you in waves. And if they do score, then it's really hard to get the momentum back. And I felt that was the case. We missed a tackle, and I don't think you have to be maybe as aggressive, but I do feel like at times coaches, and I'm part of it, get into these well, as long as they don't give up a big play. Let's make a call that doesn't give up a big play. But in the CFL, the clock doesn't run very fast. So, that was a play that we needed better execution on. But, yeah, I'm with you. I think the prevent defense, maybe under 2 minutes, but certainly it's tough to make too many prevent defense calls when you're in that 6, 7, 8 minutes. So certainly Bob and I talked on it, and he's done a great job. He's calling a great game, but certainly, we don't want to necessarily lose our groove there.
Vindication, Greg Peterson. Vindication. I'm glad that he talked to Bob Slowick, the defensive coordinator, about it, because it did bug me.
Yeah, and you know what? I kind of try to defend him a little bit because I know sometimes they call maybe a cover 3, which is pretty safe coverage. If you're deep, you got 3 deep, and prevent's more a cover 4, cover 5, where you have 5 guys back. You just let everything thrown underneath. I don't think we did that. But I'll tell you what, sometimes it's the player's fault, because as a player, you never want to be the villain, the guy that got beat. So you grab an extra yard and you just let everything get beat underneath, where the whole game you're doing well. Yep. All of a sudden we're up. Okay, I'm going to make sure I don't get beat deep, so I'm going to give up a curl or give up this or that. And you just grab some distance in between the receiver. And it's the nature to do that. So it's not always the coach. A lot of times it's just the players. And they know what score it is, and they're fearful of being the guy that gets beat on a deep one, so they play different.
Yeah, no, and the timing. And there are 6 minutes left in the game, and it's 6 minutes in the Canadian Football League is an eternity. Mm-hmm. I get it. 2 minutes left in the game, you're up by 15. Play the prevent defense. I'm okay with that.
Right. No, well, you were right, and Dave agreed with you, I think. And it sounded like Dave maybe said to his D coordinator, look, next time we're doing that, let's maybe come after him with a couple blitz and not be totally conservative. But it's not always the coach, I'm saying. Sometimes it's the players.
Fair enough. When we come back, the marquee matchup of today's game, Stampeders, Ottawa Red Blacks. We do that for Country Hills Toyota. You're listening to QR Calgary, the proud voice of your Calgary Stampeders.
Getting a down payment together can be so hard.
Shane Homes will match your down payment with a price reduction up to 10% off the price of your new home. Whether you're buying your first home or upgrading, there's never been a better time. Only 5 homes per community qualify monthly, so act fast. Offer ends August 31st. Shane Homes. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes. Conditions apply. See area manager for details.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices. So much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com. We're fun!
Nobody calls the game like Mark Steven and Greg Peterson. Stampeders Football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
As we look down on the brand new turf here at McMahon Stadium, this is turf that does drain very, very well. Both teams are on the field. Greg Peterson, interesting, both teams are wearing their dark uniforms in this game. Black for the Ottawa Red Blacks and red for the Calgary Stampeders. You don't see that very often.
No, you don't. It does. No white. You don't see that too often.
Anyhow, let's get to the marquee matchup. Ottawa Red Blacks, Calgary Stampeders, the marquee matchup for Country Hills at Toyota. You single out a matchup that you're very curious what could play. And this is a weather game, so your marquee matchup may change because it's a weather game. What are you looking for?
You're exactly right, Jock, and it did change. What I'm going to be watching today is the offensive line of the Stamps versus the defensive line of the Red Blacks, and that's because of the weather. We're going to need to run the ball, and that makes the offensive line ever more important. And I'll say that the Red Blacks D-line are big, they're strong, they're aggressive, and they're very good. They stop teams on the run. And it's going to be a dog fight down there on the line of scrimmage. Both teams knowing we got to push you this way, you got to push us that way. We know it's going to be a run. We need to win that battle, the Stamps O-line versus the Red Blacks D-line. That's the matchup I'm looking at tonight.
And you've got a couple of very mobile quarterbacks in this game. We know Dustin Crum can take off and run the ball, and we know Vernon Adams can as well. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think this game comes down to not only who runs the ball better, but special teams and ball security.
Okay, we don't have to do the keys to the game now.
Did I just nail it?
Pretty well. I got, so we'll talk about that, but you're exactly right. Yep.
Okay, well, speaking of the bad weather game, here's what Dave Dickinson had to say about playing in bad weather.
I think it's ball security, basically. I mean, the rain's not a huge deal. I don't think it was a huge deal as far as you can call your game. Maybe a little harder to catch the ball and throw the ball. I get that. Wind can also be incorporated in that. But we've all played in some nasty weather, especially playing and living in Canada. It's going to happen. Is it ideal? No, for the offense. But it's just more about still staying within yourself, making the play that you're supposed to make. Ball security. That means also I wouldn't be shocked. Special teams has a huge impact in a bad weather game. Balls on the ground, kicks that are hitting the ground and bouncing backwards. I think special teams is always important, but in windy, bad weather games, I think the importance is even more.
There's your marquee matchup for Country Hills at Toyota. Get your best deal during the Get In and Go event at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills at Toyota. Pre-game show continues after this short break. Hey, it was a career game for Jalen Philpott. Is that a breakout game for Jalen Philpott? We'll talk about that when we come back. As you're listening to QR Calgary, we are a Chorus Entertainment radio station.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
Ready for a brand new Stampede tradition?
Yeah! who?
Kick off Stampede the right way at the first ever Stampede Bowl.
Your Calgary Stampeders take on the Bombers July 3rd for the trophy, the bragging rights, and the glory of the Stampede Bowl.
It'll be nothing but a good time as rock icon and Poison frontman Bret Michaels performs an unforgettable halftime concert presented by TD. Get Stampede ready at Calgary's biggest outdoor patio, McMahon Stadium.
Witness history. Tickets for the Stampede Bowl are available at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Nobody calls the game like Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson. Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And welcome back to Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeder football here on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge. It was a breakout game last week when Reggie Begelton went down with the game. Jalen Philpott, former first-round draft pick of the Calgary Stampeders, catches 6 balls, 117 yards, and he talked a little bit about his first ever 100-yard catching game in the CFL.
Those are just plays that I expect, to make. I dream about those plays the night before. I'm always one of those guys that envisions making big plays. So, like you said, it's just super tough with this nature of the sport that we play. These injuries occur, but just thankful that I was able to step in and make some big plays to help us win the game.
With Reggie out for whatever length of time it is, are you going to be stepping into a spot, or is that still a work in progress?
I think it's still a work in progress. We're trusting the coaches just to put we know we got a great receiving core that, unfortunately, like you said, Reggie's down, but we got guys who can step in and fill the role. So, yeah, just trusting the coaches to put us in that role, and we'll go from there.
2-0, I get it. It doesn't guarantee much of anything, but just the momentum you're building. It has to be satisfying and good vibes in the dressing room.
100%. That's one thing that we're really focusing on this year is building a good culture, building good vibes around here. So, yeah, 2-0 is great, but, there's 18 weeks in the CFL, and they really say the season doesn't start till Labor Day. So just keep stacking every week, and something that we're kind of have a motto going around the locker room right now is just 1-0 every week. So we flushed that Toronto game. Now we're on to Ottawa.
Just going to say, in the game, though, it looked like you got confidence in the fourth quarter. I thought that flea flicker, which is a pretty high-stakes play, worked and maybe generated some offense.
Oh, yeah, 100%. That's a play that, we know we had it. It was a shot play, and the coaches dialed it up at the right time. We just felt like we were going to get the good coverage for it, and we were able to execute it, and definitely a big momentum swing for us, and we felt like that pushed us to finish the game out with a win.
Career highs last week for Jalen Philpott, 6 catches, 117 yards. And, Stampeder fans are hoping this is a breakout game for him and maybe more good things to come for Jalen Philpott, as he probably will take a bigger role in this offense.
Well, he's going to because he's moving into that wide position, the position that Reggie Begelton. And I just so impressed with how his his yards after the catch. He was running over guys, and the thing that has hindered his career so far has just been his injuries. So let's hope he stays injury-free, and he's going to take off and continue to do well if he does.
Dietrich Mills has 4 touchdowns already this season in 2 games. Up next, the player profile, as we're going to check in with Dietrich Mills. 4th year in the Canadian Football League, 4th year with the Calgary Stampeders. You're listening to QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
June is Discover Days at Volvo Calgary. Right now, enjoy reduced lease rates and save up to $7,000, including eligible government incentives. Discover luxury, innovation, and the award-winning safety Volvo is known for. Volvo's quality of products, the Volvo commitment to safety and innovation, and customer service excellence has become a generational tradition in Calgary. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or start your journey online at volvocarscalgary.com. Don't miss Discover Days, on now.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Week number 3 of the Canadian Football League, Montreal Alouettes have jumped out to a 3-0 start. They knocked off the Edmonton Elks in Edmonton 38-28 on Thursday night. Last night, a very, very entertaining finish as the Saskatchewan Roughriders moved to 3-0 in the season. Toronto Argonauts, the defending champions, they're now 0-3. 39-32 was the final in that game. A walk-off kickoff return. Touchdown, basically the difference in that game. We're getting ready for the Ottawa Redblacks and the Calgary Stampeders, and then later on tonight, you've got the Winnipeg Blue Bombers and the BC Lions. Right now, it's time for the player profile. Dietrich Mills, already 4 touchdowns in this game. He checks in with our voice of the Calgary Stampeders, Mark Stephen.
Dietrich, the season for the team, the season personally off to a good start for you. What's working for you? What's working for the team?
I mean, just being patient, keeping my head down in the playbook and stuff, and just listening to my coaches, man, and just coming out executing plays the way, the way I'm supposed to.
And 2-0 out of the gate, I recognize it doesn't guarantee success for the whole season, but I think it's just a good way, and the attitude seems to have really perked up here.
Oh, yeah, most definitely, man. Like we say, we want 1-0 every week. I mean, so we're just taking it one step at a time, like we say. So that's what we come out here to do each week.
Okay. Let's take it one step further. You're playing a game here today. What's your game day routine, and do you have any special game day meals or rituals?
Not necessarily. I usually just wake up, spend a little time with God, read my message for the day from God, listen to gospel music, and then just, normally when I get here, first thing I do is go get in the hot tub, steam room, and cold tub. I do all those, rotation of, probably 3 times, and then come to my locker, relax, chill, walk around, talk to some of the players, and then, also help each other out, go talk to the coaches on, points and keys and things that I need to know for the game. So it's pretty much that's my game day routine.
Do you eat or anything? Because some guys don't want to have something.
No, I necessarily don't eat before the game. I don't eat until after the game. I mean, I'm so fired up and I'm full off of just life at that point, just ready to go.
All right. Let's go into your past in Georgia. First of all, I just want to ask you, were you always going to be a football player?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I mean, I played football, basketball, ran track, got a few scholarships for all 3, but I was more of the football scholarship guy and got scholarships from pretty much every school in the country and the States. So I just knew I was always going to be playing football. I started playing football when I was young with my little brothers in the backyard, so it always stuck with me, and I just knew it was never going to leave me.
But you were a linebacker in high school. When did the change come to being a running back?
I started off I always played running back, and just when I got to high school, I just started off playing linebacker because one of the starting linebacker we had that year was hurt, and it gave me an opportunity to step up and become a man, So I took the opportunity and stepped up, and next thing you know, I was running the ball too, and so we ended up making it to the championship, and next thing you know, I started getting scholarships from football. I mean, for both linebacker and running back, so I didn't know what to choose. I just ended up choosing to play running back. So,
all right. Well, you're in Waycross, Georgia, a small town. If I were to go there and visit in the offseason, what's the first thing you'd take me to see about your hometown? What's a place, restaurant, church, or just something that's meaningful to you?
Something very meaningful to me back home is my high school stadium. I mean, I would take you to go see that because it's like, I don't know. It's a lot of high school stadiums that's probably pretty decent looking. I mean, but I feel like we got a pretty good high school stadium. Like I just told you earlier, we had half a dome type stadium. So we got the cover at the top, but it's kind of hangover. Keep the sun off of some people. On one side of the stadium, then the other side is just open. So I will take you there, and I think you'll enjoy that experience.
Dieter, thanks very much for stopping by, and continued success.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mark.
Sounds like that high school stadium is nicer than McMahon Stadium. But hate to say it, but some of those high school stadiums in the States are great, Peterson.
Oh, yeah, no, they're just from being, he played at Nebraska, so
yes, college ball.
Off to a good start. I think he made the right decision at 5'10", 220 to be a running back. He's got the perfect body type for a pounding running back, and he's doing a good job.
Teams have left the field. We take a quick look at the Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. Opening kickoff just after 2 o'clock this afternoon. We're 28 minutes away from that opening kickoff. More great Stampeder football coverage after this short break. This is QR Calgary 770 CHQR.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty, tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And welcome back to Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football here on QR Calgary. I'm Jock Wilson alongside of Greg Peterson. We're in the Billy Powers broadcast booth. Mark Stephen will have exclusive radio play-by-play action coming your way just after 2 o'clock this afternoon. You made a very interesting point, Greg Peterson. We saw the Stampeders leave the practice field a little bit earlier today, and you were saying the home team in a bad weather game like this has a big advantage. Why?
Well, because you got more equipment available to you to adjust to the weather condition. And if you're a away team, you come here and you bring what you normally bring, and that's it. And I know that I would bet you most of those guys went out there a little bit early or went back in the locker room a little bit early, and they're changing their socks, they're changing their undergarment, whatever you need to, and they've got it all available, where the Red Blacks don't have that. You're in your old wet socks that are there. Maybe you got an extra pair, but I think the home team's got a little bit of an advantage. Maybe not big time, but a little bit of advantage.
Just means more work for George Hopkins, right?
A lot more work, yes, for George Hopkins.
Who, of course, was inducted into the Alberta Sports Hall of Fame a couple of weeks ago. Congratulations to George. He is going to be recognized in this football game today. Hey, when we come back on the pregame show, we're going to check in with the head coach and general manager of your Calgary Stampeders, the Coaches Show for Tom's House of Pizza. Keep it locked right here on QR Calgary 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Getting a down payment together can be so hard.
Shane Homes will match your down payment with a price reduction up to 10% off the price of your new home. Whether you're buying your first home or upgrading, there's never been a better time. Only 5 homes per community qualify monthly, so act fast. Offer ends August 31st. Shane Homes. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes. Conditions apply. See area manager for details.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices. So much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
June is Discover Days at Volvo Calgary. Right now, enjoy reduced lease rates and save up to $7,000, including eligible government incentives. Discover luxury, innovation, and the award-winning safety Volvo is known for. Volvo's quality of products, the Volvo commitment to safety and innovation, and customer service excellence has become a generational tradition in Calgary. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or start your journey online at volvocarscalgary.com. Don't miss Discover Days, on now.
This is the only place to listen to Calgary Stampeders football. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
QR Calgary 770 on AM, 107.3 The Edge on FM, or online at qrcalgary.com.
And we're getting closer and closer to the opening kickoff here at McMahon Stadium. The lights are on for a 2 o'clock start. Not something you see every single day, but Mother Nature not exactly cooperating for this game today. And it is kind of disappointing because I rode up the elevator with Sean Burke, the general manager of the Ottawa Red Blacks, and he felt bad for Jay McNeil and the Stampede organization because, you know, you budget 9 home games, and a game like this, you're never going to get it back. And obviously it's going to hurt them at the gate.
Well, I would bet they would have an extra 5,000 to 10,000 walk-ups that you're not going to get just because people are going to stay home and watch it on the TV, which is sad. So I will give credit to all those fans that do come and sit in this weather. They're true fans. But, yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is tough. And I tell you what, Jay McNeil, who's going to join us at halftime today, he's done a very, very good job trying to get this team back to where they belong, not only with the fan base, but it's also with what they're doing on the field. And, of course, that is part of the job. Well, it's the big part of the job for the head coach and general manager, Dave Dickinson. Right now it's time for the Coach's Show for Tom's House of Pizza.
Certainly paid a toll with a lot of injuries in the Toronto game. Reggie Begelton out for an extended period here. How does that affect the receiving core, and how do you shuffle the personnel to account for his absence?
Well, this game, we're going to just kind of load up a little bit more on the return game in our running back room, and we're just going to make it work. We are expecting some inclement weather, so we think that potentially we won't be throwing as often as we do in other games. But we have to still execute. We have our guys in place. We got to catch the ball, make sure we secure it. And I do think that physicality, blocking for the run game as well as for our receivers for Yak will be the difference in the game.
And Eric Brooks comes on as a receiver, but he's also a returner, and you sort of have to juggle his responsibilities a bit too.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be our starter in our 5-pack, but he's done that, and he's a good player, and he did well in Toronto. It's just more than anything, we still have Damian Alford, so we have enough receivers too. We just got to make sure that when your number's called, your opportunity comes up, you make the play.
And Eno Benjamin will help out in the return game as well?
Yeah, he'll help on the return game. He's going to play some running back as well. He's a very good player. I think, like I've said, that our running back room is very solid, and it's going to take all of us to grind it out and play with grit, and if we do that, I like our chances.
I know you'd hope for a touchdown via interception every game. Probably won't get that, but you are getting your hands on the ball. 13 knockdowns leads the league. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, we've been ahead, too, so a lot of passing. And we have been able to stop the run, which just leads to a lot of passing. But, yeah, we're getting our hands up on our pass rush game, so we're knocking some balls down at the line of scrimmage. And then our DBs have been able to find the ball, and that's created some turnovers for us. So if we can continue to do that, that's what good defenses do. They find a way to get their hands on the ball, make plays on the ball. We'll have to do that again.
Miles Brown returns, and also Jacob Roberts goes in the middle on defense. So just thoughts on the contributions those two will make.
Yeah, well, Miles, good to have him back. It was just a minor injury, and we just wanted to make sure he was healthy. We got good depth interiorly. We do suit up a lot of defensive linemen, so we should have a good rotation there. Linebacker-wise, yeah, it's certainly something we're looking at. We have both Micah and Jacob in there starting. Then we have some young players behind him. Jacob's only a second-year guy, so lots of growing, lots of things that I know we can be better at. But both those guys are doing a good job in practice, and we expect them to be our leaders during the game.
Quick thought on Ottawa. This is their third different starting quarterback, and they've only played 3 games. How do you scout that out with such turnover at that position?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's not ideal for them. We don't worry about it. We've seen Crum, we've seen Schultz, and if they go to their third guy, I've seen him play. Just I have at least an idea of what they're going to do, and I'm sure our D coordinator, Bob Slovic, knows as well. But they're a little bit different. They call the game a little bit different for each of their guys. Tough guys can run, have big arms down the field. So you really do have to cover the entire field, and you got to tackle well. That's going to be the key.
Good luck and stay dry.
Thank you.
Good luck and stay dry. That's probably the biggest thing, and it's going to be impossible to do in this weather today. Mark and the coach talked a little bit about the 13 knockdowns. The pick 6 last week by Adrian Green, his first pick 6 in his CFL career. The secondary stays the same. That's important for this football club. The Stampeders did finally get a couple of quarterback sacks in that game. They've been able to stop the run. Do they still need to put more pressure on the quarterback?
I think so. You can always do a little bit better, but our entire defense has played very well. I think our defensive line, I like the rotation that John, our defensive our line coach, has done, rotating those guys, keeping them fresh. But they've also been better on the run. We're bigger up front than we were last year, so that's been very good. But in getting to our secondary, we never had, I don't think, one game last year where we had the same secondary, and this is probably the first time in many years. It's great to see our secondary, that young secondary, are playing very well.
The interview with the coach brought to you by Tom's House of Pizza, serving Calgarians pizza made to perfection since 1963. Final break. break here on the pregame show. When we come back, Greg Peterson will set up the game as he breaks down his keys to the game. The keys to the game brought to you by the Alberta Ford dealers on the home of the Calgary Stampeders. QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
June is Discover Days at Volvo Calgary. Right now, enjoy reduced lease rates and save up to $7,000, including eligible government incentives. Discover luxury, innovation, and the award-winning safety Volvo is known for. Volvo's quality of products, the Volvo commitment to safety and innovation, and customer service excellence has become a generational tradition in Calgary. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or start your journey online at volvocarscalgary.com. Don't miss Discover Days. On now.
This is the only place to listen to Calgary Stampeders football. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
QR Calgary 770 on AM, 107.3 The Edge on FM, or online at qrcalgary.com.
This is the only place to listen to Calgary Stampeder football on the radio. Great to have you with us on a Saturday afternoon, a wet and soggy Saturday afternoon. The Stampeders are 2-0. The Ottawa Redblacks are 0-2. Will one of these teams be perfect at the end of the game? If it is, it's going to be the Calgary Stampeders. Greg Peterson, let's get to the keys of the game for the Alberta Ford dealers. If the Calgary Stampeders are going to match the Saskatchewan Roughriders and win their third straight game of the season, well, what are they going to have to do? What are your keys to the game for the Alberta Ford dealers?
Well, we've already talked about it. We've heard the coach talk about it. You've talked about it. That's number one, secure the football. In weather like today, it's ever more important that the QB, the running backs, the wide receivers secure the ball. You have to be conscious of it, and sometimes you're going to sacrifice getting a few extra yards to make sure you got two hands on that football and it's not being stripped. Number two, I'm really interested how they're going to adjust to the weather conditions. Obviously, each team's going to make adjustments. Obviously, each team's going to say, yeah, we're going to run the ball more. We're going to throw more quick routes. We're going to throw more screens. But I've never been in a game like this where we haven't had some different type of adjustments, whether it's on special teams or with the defense or whatever. So I'm very interested to see how we make adjustments, and hopefully we'll make the right adjustments to help us win the game. And then the third one is, we talked about it, win the Stamps offensive line battle versus the Red Blacks defensive line battle. If we can run the football and really move the line of scrimmage, that's going to be the third key.
Yeah, no, I will add special teams. I think Devontae Dedmon is one of the best returners in the Canadian Football League. We'll see what he does in this football game today. And the Stampeders, they're going to have Eric Brooks back there. They're going to have Eno Benjamin back there. I do think field position could play a big factor in this game.
Yeah, and we're going to see a lot of bouncing on kicks, balls bouncing around. And sometimes that will create lanes for the returners to hit that lane. So Dedmon, we got to curtail him, which we've done very good. Our punter's done a really good job of placing the football. And on the other end, I'm interested to see what Benjamin does tonight. They're going to have two guys back, and he's going to get his hands on some footballs, and he did a really good job in preseason. Let's hope it continues in this regular season game.
All right, that's the keys to the game for the Alberta Ford dealers, and that is a wrap for the pregame show. Up next, 4 quarters of Stampeder football action with Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson, including the Stampeders' opening drive. The opening drive brought to you by Claus Tractors. But first, Mark is going to take a look at the starting lineups. Go nowhere. Keep it locked right here on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyriq or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyriq Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
Ready for a brand new Stampede tradition?
Yeah! who?
Kick off Stampede the right way at the first ever Stampede Bowl.
Your Calgary Stampeders take on the Bombers July 3rd for the trophy, the bragging rights, and the glory of the Stampede Bowl.
It'll be nothing but a good time as rock icon and Poison frontman Bret Michaels performs an unforgettable halftime concert presented by TD. Get Stampede ready at Calgary's biggest outdoor patio, McMahon Stadium.
Witness history. Tickets for the Stampede Bowl are available at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun!
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations.
Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play. QR Calgary.
And welcome to your Alberta Ford dealers. Stampeder football on QR Calgary. Mark Steven here. Let's get to the starting lineups. First of all, for the 0-2 Ottawa Red Blacks, their offensive line left to right, Dino Boyd, Desjardins, Jacob Ruby, Darius Bledek, and Lee is the right tackle. Dustin Crum is the starting quarterback. William Stanback, the fine running back, is to his left in the backfield. Lewis, a dangerous target. Hardy, Braylon Addison, Khalil Pippleton, and the first-round pick of Ottawa, Colleen White from Montana. The Stampeders front 4, Hicks, Hutchings, returning to action, Miles Brown, and Flo Armalad. Jacob Roberts in the middle, so is Micah Tice. They'll flip-flop back and forth. Derek Moncrief there as well. The safety's intact. Damon Webb is the starting safety. Halfbacks are Sheldon Arnold, Jaden Grant, Adrian Green, and Tyler Richardson are on the corners. Offensively for the Calgary Stampeders, left to right on the line, DeMurray, Williams, rookie Christian Fortin, and Canu and Josh Coker. Vernon Adams is the starting quarterback. Dedrick Mills, our pregame guest, is in the backfield. Dominique Rimes, a former Red Black, and Tevin Jones, 2 of the receivers. Jalen Philpott will be filling in Reggie Beggleton's spot. Eric Brooks and Clark Barnes are the other receivers. The front 4 for Ottawa, and it's a good one. Malden, Lang, Tayella, and Carter. Jovan Santos Knox is in the middle. Our pregame guest, Darius Pickett, is the outside backer, along with Franklin Grifton. Charlie Ringland, the starting safety. Robert Priestner, Amari Henderson, a free agent, signing the halfbacks. Adrian Fry and C.J. Colden are on the corners. The officials assigned today by the Canadian Football League. The referee is Tom Valisi. The umpire is Mike Siona. Thomas Cesari is the down judge. The line judge is Eric LeBlanc. The side judge is Dan Fishaker. The back judge is Pierre Laporte, and the field judge is Dave Kendall. It is rainy. It's going to be a challenge for the players and the teams, but we'll bring you the whole story coming up in just a moment. Our play-by-play broadcast only moments away on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
It's almost here.
We're 90 seconds away from the opening kickoff on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Mark Steven and Greg Peterson bring you all the action just as they have for over a quarter century. Call it a wrap on the pregame show. Up next, it's game time.
Calgary Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
On QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Buzz the tower and save. Now through Saturday at South Point Toyota. Get in and go with interest rates as low as 0% OAC. Plus up to $2,000 in free accessories. Unmatched inventory and trade-in values available for this sale and this sale only. For the best deals of the year, get in and go. 3 days only. On now at South Point Toyota.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
Remember last summer's heat wave that had you wishing for refreshing air conditioning? Let Furnace Family by Atco Home Services keep you cool this summer. Trust our expert techs and honest pricing to keep your home chilling when the summer is scorching. Ask about our best-selling Lennox models that offer optimal efficiency and cool, quiet comfort. Take advantage of Lennox's rebates up to $2,000 only for a limited time. You can count on Furnace Family by Atco Home Services to do the job right and have your AC unit up and running in no time. The summer rush is coming. Don't wait. Visit furnacefamily.com to secure your spot today.
Here we go, Stamps fans. The moment you've all been waiting for. Every hit, run, pass, and touchdown. Right here on your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeders Football.
Kickoff is now with Mark Steven and Greg Peterson on your home of the red and white for over 30 years. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Good afternoon. We're coming to you live from the South Point Toyota Billy Powers broadcast booth. Get your best deal during the Get In and Go event under your Toyota Tower at South Point Toyota. And welcome, football fans. This is the time and the place for another edition of Calgary Stampeder Football. QR Calgary and the Canadian Football League are proud to bring you today's game featuring your Stampeders and the Ottawa Red Blacks. We'll bring you all the drama and excitement from our booth at McMahon Stadium. And in the booth, Mark Steven and Stampeder All-Star Greg Peterson forming the longest-serving broadcast tandem in league history. Greg, what are you watching for today?
Well, it's ugly day out there with the weather, but I'm expecting a good game as we listen to O Canada.
With glowing hearts we see the right, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The anthem is sung, and coming up, the opening kickoff, 90 seconds away. More great Stampeder football on your voice of the Stamps, QR Calgary.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Hey, Stamps fans, this is Miles Brown. Keep it right here on QR Calgary all season long.
And welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary 770 CHQR. The story of this game will be the weather, will be the field conditions. Lisa Hillary is at field level.
Mark and Greg, good afternoon to you both. Even at the worst of it, we will play through rain. There has been reports of power outages in the Northwest. The weather protocol in the Canadian Football League is applied in cases of lightning and poor air quality. Now, at field level right now, wind is making like minus gusts up to 38 miles per hour. That wind's right now coming from the north. Guys?
Yeah, not a great day, that's for sure. We all understand that, and congratulations to the fans that did show up. Those of you that didn't, well, you're still Stampeder fans. We get it. The Stampeders got a kind of a color rush game here. As the Stampeders are out in their uniforms, the red tops with the red pants, white numbers, and the Red Sox, the Ottawa Red Blacks, out in their normal home uniforms with the black jerseys, white numbers, black pants, and black socks. Red Blacks 0-2. The Stampeders are 2-0. So we're just waiting for the Red Blacks to come on the field. The Stampeders are going to return from our broadcast left, the north end of the stadium. The Red Blacks will kick it off. And Greg, I don't know what to say, except it's going to be a factor watching the wind and the rain swirling all day.
Yeah, it's going to be a factor. Both teams ready to adjust. We'll see who adjusts best.
Yep, that's going to be a challenge for the two teams. Richie Leone tees the ball up for the Ottawa Red Blacks. He'll do the kickoff responsibilities. Big Leg normally does their punting. Stampeders have Eric Brooks and Eno Benjamin back. Benjamin to the far side, Brooks to the near side. Waiting for time to be whistled in for the Stampeders and the Red Blacks.
Yeah, Richie, Mark, he's a big guy at 6'4", 216. He's got lots of experience in his 9th year, one of the better kickers and our punters in the CFL, also doing the kickoff duties.
Yeah, the two of them, Ward and Leone, Ward the place kicker and him, I think it's the best combination in the league. Obviously, there's some great players around the league in other positions, but I think he's probably the best combination. I'm talking about the Ottawa Red Blacks. So we'll wait for time to be whistled in. The rain has fallen all day. It will continue to pour heavily during the course of this game, and we'll get it underway. The Red Blacks are huddling up.
Right now, if you're a player down there and you're saying, what's the delay? You've been standing out there for probably the Stampeders 5 minutes, and let's just get this game going, referee.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the hang-up is. The clock says 000, so we should play. All right, we'll get her going. Leone has the ball on the tee at the 30-yard lines. Stampeders and the Red Blacks. And here we go. Richie Leone pacing off and getting ready to kick the ball off. From the south end, 30-yard line, far hash marks. We're underway. Ball kicked off 208 local, and it's pounded in the direction of Eno Benjamin. He'll catch it in full stride at the 25, gets up to the 35, at the 40. That's where he is tripped up, knocked down by Williams, the linebacker. So the Stampeders will have decent field position as they take the ball downfield and return it to about the 30, where they spot 39, 40-yard, 41 actually.
Yeah, and we got an injured Stampeder. I don't know who that is, but it looked like Benjamin as he was running that. Tried to hit a seam and he slipped and fell down. I hope that's not him, but
exactly who it is. It's Eno Benjamin.
Because he slipped pretty hard and just his legs right out from under. So he gets his very first plays, gets his hands on the football, and looks like he could be injured. And as we talked about, Mark, last game, Stampeders decimated with injuries. We got to hope that doesn't happen. Hopefully he just got the wind knocked out of him.
Well, he is being attended to. He is now coming to his feet, but walking kind of gingerly to the near side.
Oh, and he's favoring his right leg, so that's not good.
Well, we'll get the update from Lisa a little later on once he gets back to the bench and attended to, but he was brought on for some extra help in the return game, and here we are.
Yeah, and he was brought on for a little help with the running game, and now without him being able to do that, we'll see how the Stampeders adjust to the conditions. That was one of my keys to the game, how these two teams will make adjustments.
It's time now for the Claas Stampeders opening drive. The makers of precision farm equipment, Claas made for more, as the Stampeders start out at the 42-yard line is where they spotted. Ball on the left side, hash marks. Stampeders break the huddle. Brown splits to the far left side, 3 receivers right. Adams in the gun. Adams takes the ball. Snap screen in the right flat. Caught by Philpott. Turns it upfield. Gets 43 to about the 45-yard line.
Well, really good defensive coverage that time. A little snap screen. We're going to see a lot of that short passing game, Mark, with this the wind the way it is, the field conditions, the wet weather. That time, a little snap screen to the right side, but not great blocking down the field, and good pursuit by the Red Blacks to get to that ball, eliminated only 3-yard gain.
That's what it is. Brought down. Fry the corner on the tackle. Stampeders are second down, 8 yards to go from their 44-yard line. Brooks in the slot right. Now Philpott joins him to this side. Blitz is on by the Red Blacks. Back is Adams. Throws. It's tipped by a lineman at the line, then falls to the ground at the 50-yard line. So the Stampeders a quick 2 and out.
Yeah, didn't want that. They haven't had that this year. They've been great on that opening drive, Mark. We saw last week they drove the ball down the field. The week before, they did the same. And that time the Red Blacks came on what's called the hatchet or the halfback blitz from the wide side. And good play by the Red Blacks to get their arms up and deflect that ball.
Dadman is the returner, and he is a good one. So's Massini, punts the ball away. Bit of a fluttering kick, comes towards the near sidelines. It goes out of bounds. And let's see where they spot it. About the 16, and the 15-yard line is the demarcation point. You have to have the kick inside the 15, and then goes out of bounds for it to be a legal kick. So we'll see what the officials do here. Lisa Hillary on the sidelines. Okay, we'll work on getting that fixed. A few minutes there, get down to the field with Lisa. Scoreless ball game just underway. And the Red Blacks out of bounds with scrimmage on the 32-yard line.
Yeah, that time, Mark, ball was kicked a little bit. They gave the Red Blacks.
Yeah, because it went out of bounds before the 15-yard line. So. Crum is the quarterback for the Red Blacks. Stand back to his right in the backfield. And Standback gets the call, hits the hole, runs left, gets up to the 40-yard line before he's knocked down by Arnold, the halfback. And it's a gain of about 7 or 8. Let's check back in on the sidelines with Lisa Hillary.
All right, guys, thanks very much. Yeah, Benjamin being looked at on the trainer's table. It appears to be a right ankle injury. He's getting up now and testing it, but walking towards... I don't want to say the locker room quite yet, but heading towards that direction, just lifting the leg up, trying to move it. Doesn't seem to be too bad, though. And now just really stretching it out. And it appears like he's going to stay in this ball game, guys.
2nd and 2 from the Ottawa 40 to give again is Standback. Weaves his way up the middle across the 45 to the 47. Has the first down before he is tackled. Webb up from his safety spot to bring him down, but it is a first down for the Red Blacks.
Well, a little bit different philosophy, Mark. Red Blacks coming out, and they're just pounding the ball up the middle with the big Steinbeck. He's a big guy, 6 feet, 240, and talked to John Bolin, the defensive line coach. They were teammates back as he was with Vernon Adams as well. So the Stampeders definitely know what he's like.
1st and 10, yeah, they were teammates in Montreal a few years ago. West juggle personnel or at least the Red Blacks juggle personnel to the backfield. Crum takes the ball, rolls right, pitches downfield, caught it midfield, getting up to the 50-yard line before he is tackled. Keelan White, the first-round choice from Montana, he's tackled across midfield at the Stamps 50.
Well, just a great read that time by Crum. He wanted a little repass option, wanted to go in the flat, not there, throw a little dump pass over the middle where the guy was open. So good play by Crum. Now going to hurry up offense.
Yeah, trying to make a double tight set for the Red Blacks. Stand back and a one-back set. Play fake. Crum has the ball, rolling right, escapes the pressure. He's on the move. He's going to run. 50, 45, angles out of bounds at the 40-yard line. Went for the stick, and I think picked up first down yardage.
Well, he did. We had him, Mark. A little bootleg action in the defense. Our defensive end was right there. Should have had him, but you got an athletic person like Crum and a defensive lineman. You're going to miss in that open field, and you got to make those plays. What turned into, could have been a 20-yard loss, turned into about a 15-yard gain.
Just underway here at McMahon Stadium. The Ottawa Red Blacks on the march to the Calgary 38-yard line. It's the first possession by either team. Keelan White goes right out of the huddle. Hardy, part of a bunch formation to the right side. Now they shift in the backfield, coming to the near side. Lots of pre-snap motion. Everybody's in motion. The play clock is down to 10. Well, too much time. Yeah,
they had guys going in here, right. Lots of pre-snap motion, guys going all over the place.
Well, that's a quarterback, and he's not familiar with them. They're not familiar with him in some cases. So, yeah, they had guys running east-west, up, down, whatever.
Well, they had 3 guys on one side. They all came running over from the right to the left, and then the guy that was on the left went over to the right, and then Crum just ended up calling a timeout or taking the penalty, I guess it was. Now it's 1st and 15.
Yep, on the play there. Redbacks out. They send Keelan White. He goes wide right. Locked on is Stampeders corner Richardson. Outside blitz is on by the Stampeders. Back is Crum, dancing in the pocket. Nobody open. He tucks it away and runs. 40 at the 35, angling to the near side before he's driven out of bounds by Roberts, the linebacker, at about the 29. And that'll make them a little short, I believe, of the first down, pending the spot.
Well, Calgary blitzed our Sam linebacker, Derek Moncrief, and he kind of got caught up with a big offensive lineman. And Crum saw that, stepped up, and he ran to the left side where Dietrich Moncrief usually is, so he had lots of running through room. And right now, their quarterback Crum doing a good job of running and getting those first downs.
Yeah, 2 carries, 28 yards. Not bad at all. Short yardage play. Let's see what they do here. Crum remains in the game. 3rd down and a full yard. Takes the ball, follows the center, and has first down yardage.
Red Blacks on a march, but a lot of Stamp's own doing it. They blitzed a guy, and you got to make sure you don't go inside and go to the upfield shoulder mark. And then on that bootleg action, we had Clarence Hicks had the guy right there. It could have been a 20-yard loss, just missed the tackle. So the Red Blacks are on a march right now, a little bit because the Stampeders' own not playing that well.
Well, they're the number 7 team in scoring in the league right now, so they've had trouble finding the end zone, but they're doing a good job on the march now to the 26-yard line. Atababoy in the backfield as the running back to the right of the quarterback, Crum. Crum works. He'll take the ball. Pivots in the backfield. Now looks left, throws left on a crossing route. That ball is caught by Gosselin, the fullback. He stood up and brought down by Roberts.
And it was Roberts' good solid hit. He knocked that ball away. So good man-to-man coverage. And Crum wanted to go on a post corner to the deep. Got a little bit of a throwback where he rolls to the right and tries to look back to the left. Wanted to go deep, well covered. Wanted to go intermediate, well covered. So he did a little crossing route, and our quarterback the quarterback just threw it across to the crossing guy, and he got hit by Roberts, knocked the ball out.
Yep, knocked the ball loose. Here we go. 2nd down and 10 for the Ottawa Red Blacks at the Stampeder 26-yard line. Keelan White splitting wide right for the Red Blacks. Stampeders show a 4-man front. 2 on the clock. Crum takes the ball. Crum back, dancing in the pocket, throws down, off the fingers and through the hands of White down at the 10-yard line. I don't know if that was caused, Greg, by the conditions, but he couldn't hang on regardless. It is incomplete, and the Red Blacks will send on the field.
Well, it was just a bad offensive receiver play. Well-run route and well-thrown football. Hit the receiver right in the hands, and that's where the weather is going to maybe be a factor, because that should have been a first down. Now they're on to Stampeder defense bending but not breaking.
This will be a 33-yard kick by Ward, who's one of the best in the leagues. He's a local guy from Ottawa. The snap, it's down. Ward steps into the kick, and he splits the uprights with authority, giving the Redbacks the lead. Stampeder football as a home. It's QR Calgary. The score is Ottawa 3, Calgary 0. You're listening to Stampeder football, now streaming on QRCalgary.com.
June is Discover Days at Volvo Calgary. Right now, enjoy reduced lease rates and save up to $7,000, including eligible government incentives. Discover luxury, innovation, and the award-winning safety Volvo is known for. Volvo's quality of products, the Volvo commitment to safety and innovation, and customer service excellence has become a generational tradition in Calgary. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or start your journey online at VolvoCarsCalgary.com. Don't miss Discover Days on now.
It's time to upgrade to Claus during the Claus Limited Inventory Sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claus Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claus dealer about the Limited Inventory Sale or visit claus.com. That's CLAAS.com.
Getting a down payment together can be so hard.
Shane Homes will match your down payment with a price reduction up to 10% off the price of your new home. Whether you're buying your first home or upgrading, there's never been a better time. Only 5 homes per community qualify monthly, so act fast. Offer ends August 31st. Shane Homes. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes. Conditions apply. See area manager for details.
Listen to Stampeders play-by-play in high-definition radio, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. 105.1 FM, Channel 2, QR Calgary 770.
Redbacks holding the lead at 3-0 as they're going to kick the ball off after that field goal. I see Benjamin is back, and while we've got a second, how about if we check in with Lisa Hillary?
Yeah, Benjamin back in this ball game, guys. But, anytime you have any kind of a concern like that and you've got temperatures below 0 with the wind and the rain coming down, you do have to keep an eye on it. Doesn't appear to be too slippery from what I'm seeing. I'm getting guys nodding at me that's saying, yeah, we're good. But, yeah, definitely wind a factor, and it's kind of coming and going. It just kind of picks up at any time.
Leone kicks the ball off. Benjamin is in the ball game. A high short kick, and Benjamin will catch across the 30. He's in motion at the 40, pushes the pile, and spins away from trouble before 1, 2, 3, 4 Red Blacks are on to push him back. So a nice return on the play, and the Stampeders will start out around their 40-yard line.
Yeah, they got pretty good field position, Mark, but that ball really hung up in the air on the kickoff, so that the wind must be going with the Stampeders right now. A little bit surprised the Red Blacks are going to hurry up offense if that's the case. Wasn't the deepest kick, and Benjamin didn't have to get a great return, but still, Stamps got good field position. Let's hope they do a little bit better than they did last time.
Glad to hear from Lisa the field is holding its own, because this is the new turf, and it's its first huge test.
We got the timeout, or the referee now calling a timeout. I don't know why. TV maybe runs that, but
maybe there's a timing issue or something. I don't know what's going on.
Could be, but whatever. The person on the side went running, and right by Dave Dickinson, he's on the side there, and we're going to go to a timeout, Mark. Please reset the clock. Oh, they're going to reset the clock. That's what they're going to do.
Not sure.
But you're right. Getting back to the field, this brand new turf, it's made to absorb this much rain and more. So I don't anticipate it shouldn't be a big condition. I think Benjamin just kind of slipped on that last time, and haven't seen anybody slip since him, but we'll be on the watch for that.
No question. Welcome back to Stampeder Football on 107.3 The Edge and QR Calgary. Did they turn this into a timeout? It would appear they did. Well, we'll keep it here and go through the next one. As the Stampeders did not get a first down in their first possession. They went quickly 2 and out, but with 9:08 remaining in the first quarter, it's Ottawa leading by a score of 3-0. Stampeders and the Red Blacks, they are playing in some punishing conditions here. All day drenching rain and also heavy wind. This was forecast, so they were right on with the forecast. But
well, one thing you're going to see is the ball boys, or whatever they are, they're going to be very busy right now. They got a towel over the ball that's going to be snapped, and when they get that ball, they'll bring in a new one. Their job is just to bring out the football, fresh balls, and keep them dry.
Here we go. Stampeders break the huddle. They're at the 42-yard line. Rookie Fortin over the ball. Mills in the backfield to the right of quarterback Vernon Adams. Adams in his count. Leans in and gives the ball to Mills. He runs on a counter left. He gets 50 up to the 52-yard line, where he is upended and knocked down by Ringland, the safety, but it's a first down. Dedrick Mills.
Yeah, good play by the O-line. They pulled our offside tackle way down the left. He went out and picked a linebacker. Good job by Mills just to get north-south right away. Good pick, first down pickup.
Stampeders are up to the 53-yard line on the left side, hash marks. Rookie Alford is in. Tevin Jones, the receiver, is out. Alford splits left, going out of the huddle. Picked up a catch last week. Mills shifts to his right in the backfield. Again, the give is Mills. Shuffles his feet, tries the left side of the line, but the Red Blacks push him back, holding the gain to a couple or 3 yards. Wakefield tackling. Big tackle, so it's a gain of about 2, 2nd and 8.
Yeah, they had the big guy, our rookie that time. He's 6'6", Damian Alford, 226 pounds. He was a wide receiver, came down as a tight end, and they ran a counter back to his side and did a pretty good job of blocking out his guy, but the interior stopped that to basically a 2-yard gain.
Red Blacks have a big, powerful front four, got to tell you that. 2nd and 8, the ball is at the midfield marker for the Calgary Stampeders. Barnes going left. Jones, a wide man to this side. 4-man pressure by the Red Blacks. Backpedaling is Adams. Dances in the pocket. Comes to the line of scrimmage. Flips it downfield. Caught on the far sidelines. Making the catch before he is knocked down is Rhymes inside the Ottawa 35 at about the 33. Nice grab by Rhymes. And the Stampeders pick up a big first down.
Well, just a great play that time by our quarterback, Vernon Adams. It's almost like he said, I'm going to get back and I'm going to scramble around, make something happen. I thought he was going to take off and run, but he danced down the sideline and kept his eyes open through to the open receiver just down the sideline, right on the bench, by the bench of the Red Blacks.
Yes, they are. That's where the Stampeders are at the 33-yard line. 7:09 remaining in the quarter. 3-0 Stampeders as Adams is in the gun. Philpott in motion to the line near side. Back is Adams. Short drop. Pumps one, steps up. He will run. He gets to the 30, and he slides down to about the 28-yard line. Wakefield on the tackle, and that's a pickup of
A little bit of it, yeah. He made a good slide and pick up 4 or 5 good quick feet by Vernon Adams, but he was kind of hit high as he was sliding. I thought the referees, maybe they're there to protect the football. Maybe they should have thrown a flag on that. Picked up about 3 yards. They only gave a mark.
Jeshurun Antwi is in the ball game as he spells off Dedrick Mills. Ball on the 30-yard line between the hash marks. 3-0 Ottawa. 6:28 remaining opening quarter. Stampeders taking their time in the huddle. Now they break.
9 seconds on the clock.
Alfred and Rhymes, 2 big, tall targets. Split left for quarterback Vernon Adams. And Adams takes the ball. Linebacker blitz is coming. He dances in the pocket. Scrambles left. He's trying to break free. The Red Blacks surround him and sack him. Back at the 36-yard line, a couple of Red Blacks were in on the tackle. Don't know who will get credit for the sack, but I thought one of their linemen, Akpoko, was right on top of him. So anyway, it's a loss, and the Stampeders will be trying a field goal.
Well, the Red Blacks are a little bit different strategy than the Stampeders. They're bringing the blitz. They blitzed the linebacker, but what they're doing is they're coming up, and we've got another injured Stampeder down on the field. We got that's not good. We saw too much of that last game. But anyways, they're running up and not just engaging their guy and not giving Vernon Adams any kind of room to run. So instead of going in an all-out blitz trying to get Vernon Adams, they're going up, engaging their guys, and not letting Vernon Adams escape up into a hole.
Can't make out the identity of that player. He is on his back now trying to sit up. And we'll get to the identity when we can.
I think
that
it's
is
Dedrick Mills. So.
I think it's Jeshurun Antwi, actually. See?
Oh, yeah, you're right. It is Jeshurun Antwi, number 20. So Jeshurun, the 2019 6th-round draft choice by Montreal, and he was traded in 2020 last year to BC, signed with the Stamps this year, and
we'll take a break here as they attend to them. The scoreboard shows Ottawa 3, the Stampeders 0. Stampeder football and QR Calgary. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak are proud sponsors of Stampeder football on QR Calgary, bringing you all your CFL action for over 3 decades.
Ready for a brand new Stampede tradition?
Yahoo!
Kick off Stampede the right way at the first ever Stampede Bowl.
Your Calgary Stampeders take on the Bombers July 3rd for the trophy, the bragging rights, and the glory of the Stampede Bowl.
It'll be nothing but a good time as rock icon and Poison frontman Bret Michaels performs an unforgettable halftime concert presented by TD. Get Stampede ready at Calgary's biggest outdoor patio, McMahon Stadium.
Witness history. Tickets for the Stampede Bowl are available at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Buzz the tower and save. Now through Saturday at South Point Toyota. Get in and go with interest rates as low as 0% OAC. Plus up to $2,000 in free accessories. Unmatched inventory and trade-in values available for this sale and this sale only. For the best deals of the year, get in and go. 3 days only. On now at South Point Toyota.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
Thanks for listening. This is number 14, Clark Barnes. Now back to Calgary Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
And now back to Stampeder football. Welcome back wherever you are listening online in Calgary, in the stadium. Really appreciate it today. It's a 42-yard field goal with the win from the left side hash marks to tie the ball game by Paredes. 3 of 5 last week, unusually. Snap. It's down. He kicks the ball going towards the uprights and
missed it.
It's wide right. It drifts to the right. Oh. They're going to return it out of the end zone. The Red Blacks do. 5-10. A flag is in the air. And down goes the returner on the play.
Well, Rennie, that's 3 times he's missed in 2 games now, and that was not struck very good. That's what happens when it's wet.
Darius Pickett returns it. This is first quarter Stampeder football. We're at McMahon Stadium. The score is Ottawa 3, Calgary 0. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary at 107.3 The Edge.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know, Alberta's a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power Onboard, the Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
Thanks for listening. This is number 14, Clark Barnes. Now back to Calgary Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
With the penalty, the ball backs up to the Ottawa 1. They throw an incompletion on first down. So it's 2nd down and 10. Ottawa from their 1 right into the goalpost. I'd love to tell you there's under the shadow of the goalpost, but there's no sun today. It's cloudy, and continuing to rain hard. 4:46 remaining opening quarter. Ottawa Red Blacks. Quarterbacks lining up in the end zone. Crum stands in the gun. Crum takes a snap. He's back, dancing in the pocket. He is hit. He is thrown down, and a safety touch for the Calgary Stampeders. Busting through. I think that's Jaden Hutchings. It is Hutchings who busts through for the safety, and the Stampeders are on the scoreboard.
Yeah, great. That's what you need, a little bit of a momentum getter. That's what you get there. Galen Hutchings, big guy at 6 feet. 302 pounds, which is big for a defensive lineman, gets his 2nd sack of the year at a critical time. So Stampeders get 2 points, and they're going to get the football.
Yep, so a safety puts them on the board. Ottawa at their 1. A lot of trouble there, but...
Well, they should get great field position because on a safety, they kick off from the 20-yard line. So good play by the big guy.
And just bust through, overpowered his lineman, and just grabbed him and threw him down. You're right. He is a big guy. 6'3", 305, second year from Texas.
Well, you can tell what Crum's doing. He's going back and he's trying to let a lane develop and then step into it and take off and run. But that time, Hutchings was a little bit late getting to him, and I don't even think Crum saw him.
Stampeder returners stand on their 35-yard line as Ottawa will kick into the wind. Eno Benjamin, along with Brooks, are the returners. And he kicks the ball off. This one bounces on a couple of hops. Taken by Benjamin at the 40, at the 45, seeks a lane, and then is knocked down very hard by the Red Blacks. Let's check in at field level with Lisa Hillary.
Guys, as we speak, they are taking Etwy off. It appears to be a right ankle injury. He had tried to put pressure on it coming off their trainer's table, but no go. He'll be out of this ball game.
Well, we'll find out what they say, but certainly it's not a great situation. Etwy from the University of Calgary. He actually lives in this part of the city, but didn't play for the Stampeders. Welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. At the 48-yard line, the Calgary Stampeders have the ball. They trail 3-2. Langley comes into the backfield to help block for quarterback Vernon Adams. Play fake to the line. Adams has the ball, leans back, he's firing deep, looking downfield. Barnes reaches up, makes the catch, steps out of bounds, and a huge gain for the Calgary Stampeders deep into Ottawa territory on a really well-executed play.
Yeah, great play, Mark, and good route, good kind of a throwback route. So Vernon Adams looks right, and saw a guy running a post corner. That was Barnes, and an excellent throw, excellent catch.
He steps out of bounds at the Ottawa 25-yard line. Make that 35-yard line. They've got to get to the 25-yard line. Barnes again. Leaks left out of the huddle. Barnes is the wide man to that side, outside the numbers. Rhymes comes back to the formation to help block. Outside blitz on. Give up the middle to Mills. He breaks one tackle. Bounces off another. Falls forward to about the 28-yard line where the Redbacks finally corral him, put him on the ground. But it's about a 7 or an 8-yard gain for the Calgary Stampeders.
I think we're going to see a lot more draws and screens, Mark, and we got another injured Stampeder down. We got good job time by Mills.
So Vaughn is coming in the game for some extra blocking. Stampeders are 2nd down and let's call it 4 yards to go.
Tough now.
They're just inside the 30-yard line is where they spot it. Vaughn lines up as a tight end left. Mills in the backfield to the right of Adams. Rhymes comes into the backfield. Adams has the ball, takes it, rolls right. There's lots of space. He runs 30, 25, 20 at the 15, upended at about the 12-yard line in the open field. Huge pickup by Vernon Adams, and the Stampeders are on the doorstep.
Well, great blocking. That was a run all the way, a little fake handoff. I think that was Jalen Philpott that cracked on the end and blocked him up high and pinned him. And Adams, he could have dumped that ball, Mark. There were a couple of empty receivers as he's rolling to his right, but decided to do the sure thing, secure the football, take off and run. And I thought it was a good decision by our quarterback.
You got that right. Fry in the corner to bring him down. Stampeders with 2:22 to play in the quarter. 1st and 10 on the 13 of Ottawa. Stampeders out, and on first down, Adams has the ball, pitches right. That's caught in the open field by Brown. He makes the catch and falls forward, Jones at least, to about the 6-yard line. Ringland, the safety, helped bringing him down.
Well, first down pickup. You're going to see those snap screens are as good as a run. Got about 6 yards to Devon Jones, the big 6'3" guy. Had 6 receptions last or so far this year, Mark. Picking up his 7th there for a good 6 yards.
And the Stampeders are 2nd and 4 at the Ottawa 7-yard line. 3-2 Ottawa, 2nd down and 4. There's 1 minute, 44 seconds to play in this quarter. Really glad you're with us. Mills to the left of the quarterback, Vernon Adams. Adams from the gun formation. Adams will go to the air. Dancing, leaning back, pitching back of the end zone, and overthrew the intended target at the back of the end zone. That was Jalen Philpott.
Yeah, try a little seam around. I just thought maybe the Stamps should try and pound it in. They really haven't run the ball as much as I anticipated, Mark. They really put it out to the air. And is it 3rd down?
It is 3rd down. Rennie Paredes started on the field. They pulled him back.
Yeah, they're going for it. This is a huge. Instead of just taking the easy 3, Dave Dickinson says, nope, we're going to go ahead.
Live on the edge.
Yeah, well, you got about 4 yards to go. What are you going to do here?
Yeah, they don't have to get a touchdown, so that's one thing. Rhymes is in the slot right. He's a go-to guy. Jones outside him. Now Rhymes back to the formation. Snap back to Adams. He looks left, shuffles the feet, throws wide open in the corner, going down, and didn't hang on. Tried to go down. It was a little low as Clark Barnes went down. Just couldn't pull it in. It was a tad underthrown. Good try by Barnes. So the Stampeders turned it over on downs.
Well, that's not good. Maybe they should have taken the 3. That time there was a guy right in front of Barnes and looked like that was overthrowing him and underthrowing Barnes. And maybe that confused Vernon Adams a little bit. I don't know, but could have taken 3 there, decided to go for it. I also thought Vernon Adams might have taken off and run there.
Yes, I
had
wondered about
had
that
a little
too.
hole he could have just escaped up into, but now the Stampeder defense are going to have to come up big.
Yes, they are. Well, they stopped Ottawa deep in their zone last time with safety.
I think Calgary's got the win this quarter. I can't really tell. It looks to me like it's going a little bit. Yeah, it is going to the advantage of the Stampeders. So the Red Blacks are probably just looking to get out of this quarter and get that win.
Yep, that's for sure. It is 3-2. It's been kind of a back-and-forth game. Nobody's really established anything. Crum is 1 of 5 passing. Each team with 4 first downs. So,
well, what we've seen for the adjustments to the weather, we see the Red Blacks going with the running attack. Stampeders going with more the quick game, and Vernon Adams taking off and running. They've got some big plays. That's what Vernon Adams can do for you. Would have been nice to come out with a couple of points out of that one.
But they didn't. They gambled. Listen, sometimes you just got to do that, Greg. Fight the odds a little bit, and that's what they did. But it ends up as a Stampeder turnover, and Ottawa will have the ball. And Ottawa 4 first downs, Stampeders with 4 as well. So fairly even. Stampeders with 57 yards passing, but Ottawa with 12. Stampeders 38 yards on the ground. Ottawa with 45. So the Red Blacks under Coach Bob Dice. These teams will meet July 31st in Ottawa.
Hoping it's a warmer day than it is today in Ottawa on July 31st. I'm quite sure it will be.
I make very few promises in life that I can't keep. I will promise you it'll be warmer in Ottawa on July 31st.
Only in Calgary can it be 0 degrees in
middle of June,
late latter part of June. But
yeah, tough day. Anyway, the Red Blacks are huddling up. They'll scrimmage from their 7, ball on the near hash marks. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining as they break out of the huddle. Red Blacks and Speedster Pimpleton right outside him. Keelan White to the wide side. Stampeders send 4, but it's on the ground, dancing inside, a couple or 3 yards at the most before Justin Sambu is over to bring down the ball carrier after a couple-yard pickup.
Well, as I said, the Red Blacks are just doing that read pass option with Crum looking to just pound the ball a little bit more up the middle. The Stampeders that time stopping, and they were effective on that opening drive. Looks like they shored that up. They limited that gain to 3 yards.
3 yards for the one-time rushing champion in the CFL, William Stanback. 35 seconds remaining. Working his Crum, looks over that Calgary defense. Now they leak back out of the backfield. Empty backfield. Crum is back, sets up, pitching. That ball is caught by Addison, bounces off of one tackle, gets up to about the 15-yard line. But I think he is going to be short, but we'll await the spot. Yeah, it is going to be tight.
Yeah, and it would be very, very tricky or risky if you're going to go for it here with a full one to go, but it looks like they're bringing on their punt unit. And now the coach looks like he's changing his mind.
Oh,
got half the punt unit on, half the offense on. What's he going to do?
They're
going to go for it. They're going to go for it. It's only about a half a yard, so defense back on the field for the Stampeders.
Yeah, but it is a bit of a challenge. It's 3rd and 1 at the 16-yard line, but if they fall short, the Stampeders are in a golden spot. Now they have more people running on and off.
Now they're doing it again.
They changed their mind again.
It's like musical chairs here, Mark. Now they're putting their punt unit on. I think Bob Dice, head coach, is saying, I don't know, this early in the game, I take a risk and I don't get it. That's an automatic. So somebody maybe said, Bob, are you
100% sure?
Yeah, exactly. Guys running on, guys running off.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Anyway, Big Leone, a great punter, is on, standing just outside his goal line. Benjamin, the solo returner for the Stampeders. Gets into the wind and accepts the ball, gets it away under pressure. High flutter. Got by Benjamin across midfield at the 50. He fumbles it, falls ahead to about the 48-yard line. So recovered his own fumble before he is brought down by Onyeka as we come to the end of the quarter. That's it for the first quarter. The score, the Ottawa Redblacks 3, Calgary 2. Up in a moment, second quarter football action. You're listening to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
Remember last summer's heat wave that had you wishing for refreshing air conditioning? Let Furnace Family by Atco Home Services keep you cool this summer. Trust our expert techs and honest pricing to keep your home chilling when the summer is scorching. Ask about our best-selling Lennox models that offer optimal efficiency and cool, quiet comfort. Take advantage of Lennox's rebates up to $2,000 only for a limited time. You can count on Furnace Family by Atco Home Services to do the job right and have your AC unit up and running in no time. The summer rush is coming. Don't wait. Visit furnacefamily.com to secure your spot today.
It's your last chance to get in and go at the giant Country Hills Toyota. The Get In and Go event ends June 30th, and your Toyota Giant has pulled out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. But you better hurry. The Get In and Go event will soon be gone, only until June 30th at the giant Country Hills Toyota.
Thanks for listening. This is Dave Dickinson. Now back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
And we're live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth, brought to you by South Point Toyota at Rainey McMahon Stadium. Welcome to second quarter football action. Lisa Hillary, something on the bench that I was wondering about you picked up on.
Hey guys, yeah, he was not happy. Head coach Dave Dickinson with perhaps just that right before this play. He's saying you can't do that. You can't do that. That was all the commotion going on when we weren't sure who was coming on and who was coming off at the last minute there.
I agree. You can't just take all kinds of time and, you make up your mind. How much time do you get between plays? You seemingly had forever. Anyway, the Stampeders will take over at the Ottawa 46-yard line after the punt return. So we'll see what happens if the Stampeders can punch it in. We'll get to the stats momentarily here. Stampeders starting out at the 46-yard line. Turn around and move right to left to the patio end of the stadium. One back set for the Stampeders. Adams gives in the backfield. Mills shuffles the feet, pushes ahead, drives the legs towards the 40-yard line, but the Red Blacks, Pickett and others push him back. Greg, how about stats?
Yeah, after that first quarter mark, first downs, both teams had 4 first downs. Total offense, Stamps had 90 yards, Red Blacks 65. Offensive play, Stamps 14, and Red Blacks 12. In the rushing category, Stamps 43, Red Blacks 48. In the passing category, Stamps 57, Red Blacks 18.
2nd and 5 at the Ottawa 41-yard line for the Calgary Stampeders. They overload right as quarterback Vernon Adams looks in. He'll take the ball, but it's on the ground to Mills. He seeks a hole, pushes ahead, but the Red Blacks are right there to push him back. So very little gain. Pickett helping out on the tackle, and they are again short. It'll be 3rd and about 3.5.
Well, that time, the Red Blacks defensive line, I think that was Blessman Ta'ali, the guy from Hawaii. He just shot right up. He was in the backfield almost before Vernon Adams could hand the football off. That was just a great defensive line play to make nothing happen. Stamps 3rd or 2nd down and about 3. You think you get a little bit, but lost a couple.
They're going to punt
and
because of the heavy wind.
They got a couple guys on side, Mark.
They do indeed, yeah.
One of them onside kick here. That ball is going to hang up in the air.
Yeah, they're going to punt. The Red Blacks have 2 returners back. High snap to Messine. He pulls it down, angles it towards the far side. This one hangs up in the air and then goes out of bounds. Well, wait, there's going to be a flag. Went out around the 30, but they were trying something kind of.
Oh, they were going to try and kick it into that, Will, and you put some guys on side, but you got to give your guys a chance. You kick that out of bounds. You got to keep it within play, or your guys aren't even going to have a chance.
Yeah, you have to keep it in bounds until it's inside the 15.
So not much net yards. Stampeders picked up about 10 total yards on that.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they're probably going to lose yards. So next time, just probably kick it.
Yeah, it's hard to say. You're kind of
that's like a loss of downs, really. That's not good for the Stamps.
Well, they're kind of making up strategy on the fly here. Yeah, Stamps were at the Ottawa 40. Now Ottawa's at the 42, so a net loss of 2 yards on that play. Well, here come the Stampeders on defense. Red Blacks hold that 3-2 lead. Crom fakes into the line. He leans back, firing a streak on the streak route downfield and overthrew Pippleton, the intended target. That's incomplete, but they just turned him loose and said, go get it. We'll throw it up there, but he just overthrew him by a couple of steps.
Yeah, and Pippleton, he's a fast guy, Mark. Has got 5 catches. He's only 5'8", one of the smaller guys in CFL at 160 pounds, got lightning speed, but that time just a little bit of an overthrow. And it's going to be tough to complete deep passes with this weather.
I agree. I'm sure the wind played a factor in that as well. Crom leads the Red Blacks out at the 42-yard line. Stampeders showing a 4-man front. Ormelad and Hicks on the end for the Stampeders. Standbacks in the backfield. Crom on 2nd down. Crom takes the snap. Retreats. Dancing in the pocket. Fires a crossing route, and that is short.
Yeah, they
tried to set up Addison over the middle. Couldn't do it. Incomplete.
Well, Addison, again, another one of their very good receivers, has 14 catches this year, but a little bit surprised at the Red Blacks strategy. I talked about in the pregame, how are you going to adjust? They're trying to throw deep intermediate routes. Stampeders sticking with the short passing game. So far, the Red Blacks haven't completed 1 pass deep.
Red Blacks will be punting the ball away. Brooks is back to return for the Calgary Stampeders. Snap back, he bobbled the ball. It's loose on the turf. Picked up by Yoni, kicks it. It's a bounding ground ball that goes out of bounds at about the Stampeder 42-yard line. But very lucky there, and we'll see the placement of the ball and what happens, because obviously not the punt they wanted with the slick football. All right, we'll take a timeout here. The score is Ottawa 3, Calgary 2. You're listening to Stampeder Football, racking up another great season of football, something we've been doing for over 3 decades. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
June is Discover Days at Volvo Calgary. Right now, enjoy reduced lease rates and save up to $7,000, including eligible government incentives. Discover luxury, innovation, and the award-winning safety Volvo is known for. Volvo's quality of products, the Volvo commitment to safety and innovation, and customer service excellence has become a generational tradition in Calgary. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or start your journey online at volvocarscalgary.com. Don't miss Discover Days. On now.
Hey everyone, it's Ben Mulrooney and welcome to my brand new YouTube channel. You have probably heard me on the radio. I hope you've heard the podcast. Well, now you can join us and see us right here on YouTube. Fearless conversations with voices you won't hear anywhere else. Topics that range the gamut from politics all the way back to pop culture like I used to do. So join us right here on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe and welcome to the Ben Mulrooney Show.
Hi, this is Jalen Philpott. Your Stampeders play here on QR Calgary.
And welcome back to rainy McMahon Stadium, where the Ottawa Red Blacks lead the Stampeders 3-2. The Stampeders, after the ball going out of bounds because it was an illegal punt, went out about the 43. They're penalized, Ottawa is, so the ball's on the 53 of the Stampeders, and that's where they start out, trailing 3-2. Diedrich Mills remains in the backfield as quarterback Vernon Adams spies that defense. Play fake to the line. Adams rolling right to the wide side. Pumps looking downfield. Turns the corner. He will run. Gets across midfield to about the 53. Did the ball come loose? The Ottawa Red Blacks say they picked up the
football. Yep.
They did. They picked up the ball on a fumble as the ball squirted loose. Amari Henderson, the defensive back, picks it up. So a turnover. The Stampeders lose the ball near midfield.
Well, that was one of the keys to the game. Secure the football by the quarterback, by the running back, by the wide receiver. Didn't happen, but Mark, I'm a little bit surprised. The Stampeders have had excellent field position and to only come out with 2 points so far. There's 4 times they've been at midfield or better, and we should have more than 2 points.
And none of those points by the offense, by the way. Those are via a safety, via defensive lineman Jaden Hutchings. So Ottawa's on the midfield mark on the left side, hash marks. They send 4 receivers to the wide right side as Adams takes the ball. They fake into the line. That's Crum. He turns, runs upfield. 45 at the 40. Spun around and put on the ground by the Stampeders, but he does have enough for the first down. Arnold on the tackle.
We got a flag by the side judge. Normally that means pass interference. We'll have to see what the referee comes up with, but Crum's got it doing a good job of scrambling, and right now I believe he's a leading rusher for. Oh, that's going to come back. Good. Stampeders catch a little break there.
Yes, they did, because it was a first down. Instead, they'll back up. Red Blacks go back across midfield to the 45-yard line, their own 45.
Pretty impressed so far, Mark, with Dustin Crum, the 6'1", 200-pounder, is in his second year from Kent State. He's got pretty quick feet. What I like about him is if he decides to run, he just makes a decision and gets upfield, takes off.
First down and 20 at the 45-yard line. That's where Ottawa is, just underway in our second quarter. It's 3-2 for Ottawa. Again, in the gun is Crum. Crum takes the ball, throws right to the near side. On the run, that is in and out of the hands. Intended target on that play, trying to pull it in, was Eugene Lewis, their free agent signing, but he couldn't hang on again. Greg, I don't want to make excuses, but was that a slick ball?
Well, our corner went and ran, and he thought he was going to pick 6 it the other way, and he made an attempt, but he got by him. And if the receiver could have caught that, he could have had some running room because of the little bit of risk that time by our corner. But nevertheless, drop ball, second down and 20.
Second down and 20 it is for the Red Blacks. Yeah, Gino Lewis came over from the Edmonton Elks in the offseason. Hardy goes right, another 1,000-yard receiver. Crum takes the snap. In his drop, dancing, has to scramble right. He's on the move. He takes off, breaks one tackle, 45, caught from behind at about the 50-yard line by Derek Moncrief. It's a gain of about 14, but puts them well short of the first down.
Yeah, good pursuit and good hustle by our defensive line. We only rushed 4, and we flushed out Crum out of the pocket, and then he was being chased down. I think that was by our Flo Ormalad, and then he did a great job at tracing him down, showing lots of speed for a defensive lineman.
Yeah, he did. He hit him once and then finished off by Derek Moncrief. Brooks is going to return. Awaits at the 15-yard line, the punt of Leone. This one he gets off with no difficulties, but it's a low, wobbly kind of line drive. Picked up on a hop at the 10 to the 20. Brooks runs left down the near sidelines, knocked out of bounds at about the 25-yard line. All right, we'll take a timeout here. Ottawa 3, the Stampeders 2. This is second quarter CFL action on QR Calgary at 107.3. The Edge.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws Limited Inventory Sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the Limited Inventory Sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
This is Micah Tights, number 42. Now back to Stampeders football on QR Calgary.
And the action resumes at McMahon Stadium. Thank you for joining us. Ottawa 3, the Stampeders 2. Welcome back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR. I know when the schedule came out, Greg, I looked at it and said, boy, June 21st, afternoon game. There's going to be tailgating everywhere. The sun's going to be out. What a spectacular day and time to have a game. I was wrong. I missed by a mile. But
Mother Nature.
Yeah, took care of it. Well, listen, congrats to the fans that are here. They're all in their rain ponchos. I get it. 1st and 10 Stampeders at the 24-yard line. Their own. Verdums takes the ball. Gives out a receiver sweep to Philpott. He runs left, turns the corner. 25, pushed out of bounds at about the 30, maybe the 32. And I think has the first down.
Yeah, Philpott, gun formation. Philpott was coming across the formation and just snap, a little bit of a high snap, and then Vernon Adams just tucks it into Philpott in full tilt coming around. Pretty good blocking by our receivers on that left side and by the left side line, and picked up a first down.
34-yard line is where the Stampeders are scrimmaging. 10 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in the first half. Dedrick Mills is the solo setback. Stampeders out in a double tight set. Deep hand off to Mills. He hits the hole, right side, breaks one tackle. 40, 45. He gets to the secondary level where he's finally put down. Big gain. He exploded and picks up big first down yardage before he's finally brought down by Fry the corner.
Well, this time they brought in William Langlois, our fullback, and he was a tight end on the right side. They had three receivers to the left side, the short side, and then ran a counter back. Good blocking by both our offensive tackle and Langlois on the right side there for another first down pickup.
1st and 10 at the 48-yard line. The Stampeders send Clark Barnes right. Rhymes joins them that well. Now Rhymes comes back to the formation. Again to Mills. Huge hole up the middle. He's at midfield. Cuts right. Ottawa 50. Ottawa 45. Ottawa 40. Ottawa 35-yard line as the line opened up a huge hole, and he just blew right through it before he was finally tackled by Santos Knox, the middle linebacker. A big pickup, Stampeders.
Mark, if you drew it on a chalkboard, you couldn't have drawn it up any better how you run a draw play. You have your big guys get up on the linebackers. You bring your slot back in. He blocks the end. Just excellent blocking. Good, solid running by Dedrick Mills. That was a well-run football play by the Stampeders.
It certainly was a huge pickup. 28 yards, I think, is what they'll credit him with. And the Stampeders are at the 35-yard line of the Red Blacks. Again, Adams in the gun. And they'll go with the hot hand, give to Mills, spins out of the backfield, but this time the Red Blacks are there to bring him down. Santos knocks the middle linebacker, cleans him up, so no gain, perhaps a half-yard loss on the play.
Well, that time they blitzed their Sam linebacker, Darius Pickett. He was blitzing right where they were trying to run the play, so a 2-yard loss, just the right defensive play or call for the offensive play called.
Eno Benjamin in the backfield, giving Mills a bit of a rest. Stampeders send little speedy Eric Brooks right. Outside him is Barnes to the far side of the field. On second down. Adams takes a snap. Linebacker blitzes on. He sets up a screen. Dumps it to the right flat. Caught by Benjamin. 35. Break a tackle at the 30. Brought down at about the 28-yard line by the boot tops, but it'll be very close to a first down. Fry, the corner, brings him down, but we'll await the spot.
I like the play calling by Pat Delmonico, Mark. At that time, a little screen pass, and you got those big 4 guys, and they're big for the defensive line of the Red Blacks, and they're just salivating to get to the quarterback and run a little deep or a little screen pass to Benjamin. He's fresh, comes in, he picked up a good 9 yards.
Might even be 9.5 pending the spot, so P.J. Walker, the short yardage man, is in the ball game. Bunch into the line. Lines are down. Walker takes the ball. He runs left. He has the room and more. He's at the 15. He's down at the 10. Boy, the Red Blacks throw him down. So he took off around the end and picks up big yardage. Fry, the corner, brings him down. Now the Stampeders are right on the doorstep.
Well, that's a little bit of a gamble by PJ. He took it up and he kind of went back. Mark, he's running not just down the line of scrimmage, but 3 yards back from the line of scrimmage. And then he saw a hole on the left side, shot up the field. And by that time, a hole had developed. And yeah, risky play, but it turned out to be good.
Goal to go from the 10-yard line. Here come the Calgary Stampeders. Back in the game is Vernon Adams. Back in the game is Mills. He crouches to the right of the quarterback. Mills takes the ball, gives, running left. As Mills turn the corner at the 5, bumps into a Red Black, falls forward to about the 3-yard line. And listen, the Red Blacks brought him down, but they are paying quite a price. Ringland, the safety, is up.
Well,
hard running.
Well, great. Just solid contact. Great, hard running is right. Dietrich Mills, he got hit by Dan Okpoko, the big 6'4", 280-pounder. They went head-to-head, and Dietrich really won that battle. Anytime you got a 220 beating a 260-pounder, that's pretty good. Good, solid running by Dietrich Mills.
Second and goal from the 4. The clock running. 5:48, 5:47, 3-2 Ottawa. But the Stampeders are right on the doorstep. Let's see what they do here. Rhymes comes into the backfield to help block. They'll ride it again on the ground. Mills weaves his way up the middle, pushes and drives. He's down, I think, to about the 1-inch line is where they're going to spot him, but he really drove inside. He's getting the full workload here today.
It's going to be third down, and so Stampeders, after this brilliant, great drive, got to punch it in, Mark. Third down. You don't want to come away with this with nothing by having it stopped. So, yeah, that's just past the 1-yard mark, and we got PJ in, and so it's critical they score here after this good drive.
Clock runs, 5:07 remaining. Lights have been on all day on a gray day at McMahon Stadium. This is third and goal from the 1. Under center is PJ Walker. Takes the ball, runs right, he is hit, falls forward, and they stopped him.
Yeah, after that great drive to end up, and that's given up points. It's like the third time the Stampeders have given up points when they've had it. And that was just a fabulous drive. You get it down to the 1, and you can't punch it in. That time, PJ went the other way, did the same thing, stepped back. But this time he had lots of penetration from the left side of the Red Blacks line. So that's disappointing.
Wakefield on the tackle. The score, Ottawa 3, Calgary 2. This is Calgary Stampeder football. We're the voice of the red and white. QR Calgary 770 CHQR.
Ready for a brand new Stampede tradition?
Yahoo!
Kick off Stampede the right way at the first ever Stampede Bowl.
Your Calgary Stampeders take on the Bombers July 3rd for the trophy, the bragging rights, and the glory of the Stampede Bowl.
It'll be nothing but a good time as rock icon and Poison frontman Bret Michaels performs an unforgettable halftime concert presented by TD. Get Stampede ready at Calgary's biggest outdoor patio, McMahon Stadium.
Witness history. Tickets for the Stampede Bowl are available at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
It's your last chance to get in and go at the giant Country Hills Toyota. The Get In and Go event ends June 30th, and your Toyota Giant has pulled out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. But you better hurry. The Get In and Go event will soon be gone, only until June 30th at the giant Country Hills Toyota.
Getting a down payment together can be so hard.
Shane Homes will match your down payment with a price reduction up to 10% off the price of your new home. Whether you're buying your first home or upgrading, there's never been a better time. Only 5 homes per community qualify monthly, so act fast. Offer ends August 31st. Shane Homes. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes. Conditions apply. See area manager for details.
Thanks for listening. This is Renee Paredes, kicker for the Calgary Stampeders. Now back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
Ottawa leads 3-2. They're on their 1 as the Stampeders turn it over on downs. Overload right for the Red Blacks. And up out of the backfield is room for Stanback. Breaks 1 tackle, drives ahead to about the 10-yard line where the Stampeders put him on the ground. And on the tackle, Micah Tights. But, Greg, that was, what, an 85-yard drive?
Yeah, Mark, it was disappointing, frustrating. Drive down the 1 yard, 85 yards, 9 plays, 8 runs, and 1 pass, and you come away with no points.
Red Blacks are short. It's a half a yard to go. They'll keep Crum in, short yardage play. He runs left and plows ahead and does have the first down. Hey, welcome. You're listening to QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Yeah, Stampeders, Mark, it's going to be possibly... You never know what the turning point in the game, but right now the turning point would be the fact that Stampeders have had excellent field position and only been able to come away with 2 points, especially on that last drive. You just don't get those opportunities all the time.
Well, you're maybe right, because I think points are going to be really at a premium today because of the conditions. Ottawa, first down and 10 yards to go from their 12-yard line. Calling out signal, second-year quarterback Crum, low snap. He keeps the ball. He's going to pitch it downfield.
Well, it was just
25-yard line.
It was that read pass option, and
they did get it in the end to Stanback, who has enough for the first down.
And Stanback's now getting him out of the hole, and so that was just excellent blocking by the left side of the Red Blacks offensive line. They pinned our defensive tackle one way and kicked out on the end, and just a quick hitter. They're not going with the deep handoffs, just quick hitters, and Steinbach doing a good job.
3 minutes, 18 seconds remaining. 3-2 for the Ottawa Red Blacks. Their first down at the 26-yard line. 3 receivers right. They come back to the formation to help block. Deep handoff to Stanback. He runs left, probes for a hole, squirts ahead across the 30 to about the 33, Greg. He was almost stopped in his tracks and then carried on, and out of nothing picks up about 7 yards as we go to the 3-minute warning.
Yeah.
All right, stay tuned for the final minutes of the second quarter. Ottawa 3, the Stampeders 2. And you're listening to your Alberta Ford dealer Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
June is Discover Days at Volvo Calgary. Right now, enjoy reduced lease rates and save up to $7,000, including eligible government incentives. Discover luxury, innovation, and the award-winning safety Volvo is known for. Volvo's quality of products, the Volvo commitment to safety and innovation, and customer service excellence has become a generational tradition in Calgary. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or start your journey online at volvocarscalgary.com. Don't miss Discover Days on now.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
This is Kalon Thomas, number 77. Thanks for listening, Go Stamps.
Go Stamps. They trail 3-2 as the Ottawa Redblacks are 2nd and 5 at the 31-yard line. Thank you for joining us from Soggy McMahon Stadium today. Yeah, you heard right, 3-2, and I do think the weather played a role. Keelan Thomas, the rookie from Montana, splits wide right for quarterback Crum. Crum now checking off at the line. Moncrief adjusting with the transitioning receivers for Ottawa. Snap again back to Crum. He looks right. He throws left off his feet, making a great catch by the far sidelines, and finally driven out of bounds is little Khalil Pimpleton. But, Greg, that was a nice grab to make the catch off a not well-thrown ball.
Well, he just threw it out, Mark, and Pimpleton had to reach back to make it. So that's, picking up a first down at a critical time with 2:43 left in this half.
First down and 10 at the 39-yard line. The Red Blacks on the march, moving left to right to the scoreboard end. 4 receivers right. But it's on the ground to Standback. He has a cutback move, but he has room. 50 midfield. Gets to the Calgary 52-yard line, Greg, as he had all kinds of real estate. Arnold, the halfback, brings him down. But he had the whole near side of the field.
Well, they had 4 receivers to the right side, and they ran a little play to that side, and the offensive line just flushed down our defensive line. Nobody was there to fill up that hole, so great job by the Red Blacks to get themselves out from the 1-yard line all up to midfield.
18-yard pickup as their 1st and 10 at the Stampeder 53-yard line. 2:17 to play in this quarter, calling out signals. Crum again, the give is to Standback. Big hole left side, runs up the far hash marks, runs to the secondary level where he's thrown on the ground by Sheldon Arnold. But that is another big pickup to the 35-yard line.
Yeah, they're now in field goal range, Mark, and they're just pounding our defensive line. They're those big guys. They are big at 305, 315, 325, 320, 320, big guys. Right now, they're just doing a line job on our defensive line. Our defensive backs are the guys making the tackles.
Well, they sent in Big Coatney to slow things down, and Cedric Wilcox, who was added to the roster this week. The Red Blacks are 1st and 10 at the 35-yard line. Addison leaks out of the backfield, now comes in to help block. Again, the give on the ground. This time it's out of Boboy. He gets down to about the 30-yard line, running left. Tackled by Josiah Coatney. Donna Boboy over from Toronto.
Yeah, they're just moving the pile, Mark. Right now, the physicality of the offensive line of the Red Blacks is outdoing our defensive line. We got a big play coming up here.
It is 2nd down and 5. Ottawa on the march. They're at the Stampeder 31-yard line. 1 minute 48 seconds remaining in the first half. Ottawa 3, Stampeders 2. Breathen Addison out of the huddle right. Brings Lewis with him to the wide side. Outside them is Keelan White. Stampeders sending 5. Back is Crum, dancing in the pocket. Nobody open. Now he pitches downfield. Ball is caught by White. Calgary 20, down to the 15-yard line. Falls ahead to the 13 where Adrian Green tackles him. But the Red Blacks are in great scoring position.
Well, again, good job by the O-line. Stamps rushed 5, and they just couldn't seem to get to Crum. He had lots of time to step into the pocket and throw back across the field on the other side, pick up that first down.
First down, Ottawa's at the Stampeder 14-yard line. 1:20 to play in the half. Standback returns in the game in the backfield. Now he leaks out as a receiver to the near side. Instead, with the ball, it's Crum rolling right, throwing into the end zone, looking for a target, trying to set up Addison, but they overthrew him. Good coverage by Richards in the corner as well. So
yeah, great coverage. Little fake out. I tell you what, Crum and Steinbach do a great job of that fake. You can't tell who's got the ball sometimes. He really rides the running back a long time, but good job by Tyler Richardson to be right on his guy for that overthrow.
2nd down and 10, Ottawa Stampeder 14-yard line. 1 minute, 7 seconds to play in the quarter. Keelan White goes left. Pimpleton and Hardy and Addison inside them to the far side. Quarterback Crum takes the ball, sets up, throwing in the end zone, off his feet. Had the ball and then dropped it incomplete in the end zone. Real tough break as they tried to set up Gino Lewis. He had it, dropped it, and the Red Blacks drive stalls.
Well, the Stamps got lucky there because that should have been a catch. It was a well-thrown football in the end zone on a deep slant. Maybe the weather affected it, but that's the 3rd drop the receivers have had for the Red Blacks. That should have been Stamps lucky to get that because that was a catchable football.
It was. So it's a field goal try, 21 yards for Lewis Ward. Him and Rennie Paredes trade every kick, who's the most accurate kicker in CFL history. They're so close.
Yeah, he's very accurate. This should be automatic.
From 21 with a favoring wind. The snap, it's pinned. He steps into the ball and puts 3 more on the board for the Ottawa Red Blacks. So they hold a 6-2 lead.
Yeah, 6-2 lead. It's like a high hockey score, but I anticipate Stampeders are just going to put their offense on and try and, they got 58 seconds left. They'll probably take a couple plays, see if they can maybe get it into field goal range, and after that they'll maybe just eat the ball, but they should have a lot more, and they've given up points, Mark. They've had the ball in the scoring range, just haven't been able to capitalize. The worst one was that last one where they didn't get it across, got it all the way down to the 1 yard line. Then the Red Blacks did a great job of coming all the way back and getting 3 points out of it.
So here the Stampeders breaking the huddle. Tevin Jones goes wide right to the far side for the Stampeders. Adams works. Adams takes the ball, gives, Mills slams into the line, but the Red Blacks greet him in the hole. Brought down on the play by Okposo. It's maybe a 3-yard gain, 2nd and 7.
Red Blacks got one of the more aggressive, intense defensive lines in the league, and they're big guys. They're 260, 290, 280, and they're just known as a good, solid defensive line, doing a pretty good job this game.
They are. 2nd and 7 at the Stampeder 43-yard line. Stampeders out of the huddle. Wide man to the wide side is Clark Barnes. Rhymes that way as well. But they'll go on the ground. Big hole for Mills. He gets up the middle. He's hit. Falls forward to the 50-yard line, and that'll be a hair short of the first down. 3rd down and maybe half a yard.
Well, what's Dave Dickinson? He's with 34 seconds left. I think he's just going to... Oh, no, they're going to have to kick this, Mark, because they're going to give they're going to give the ball. If they didn't, they would be giving the ball to the Red Blacks that are about the 50. You never know with a deep, deep kick. So Stampeders are going to put their punt unit on.
It's a little more than a yard. It didn't look
so
like
they'll let the clock run down and have to kick it away. And Stampeders left too many points on the boards that time. Still, they're tight game. They're within it, 6-2.
Red Blacks have a returner back. It's Dedman. Fraser Messina is on to punt.
We'll see how our long snapper does.
I got a story on him in a moment here. Messina waits the snap. Play clock's at 3. He steps into it. It's a high, lazy floating kick. Dedman looks up, catches inside the 25. He runs left, runs right, and runs into Onyeka, who brings him down after about a 6 or 7 yard return. Jason McGugan was a free agent signing, came to camp. They let him go, but he said he went back home to Kitchener, Ontario, just kept working out, and the call came. So good for him.
Well, you never know. Good for him, and we needed him, and he did it. So far, he's done a good job. If we're not calling out his name except to praise him and give a little background information on him, that's good.
Yep. I will say this, though. When he came off the field yesterday, kind of wide-eyed. I think it suddenly hit him that we ain't practicing tomorrow. Anyway, at the 33-yard line, and good luck. He's making the most of his opportunity. So the Red Blacks first and 10 at the 33-yard line.
I can see them doing nothing but handing the ball off here, Mark.
And that's exactly what they do. They give it to stand back. He dances inside, carries a tackler across to about the 42-yard line. Brought down there by Micah Tights as we come to the end of the opening half of the ball game, with Ottawa nursing a very, very narrow lead in the rain here. So we'll be down on the field momentarily. We'll see if we can get a hold of Dave Dickinson and Lisa Hillary. That should be coming up any second now, as the two of them will talk and assess the opening half. And Lisa, go ahead.
Guys, thank you. Coach, you might have expected a low-scoring affair given this inclement weather. What are your takeaways through 2 quarters of play?
Yeah, it's rough with the weather. We've been inside the 5 twice, went for it on 3rd down, didn't get it either time. So, right now we know it's going to be points are critical, but we certainly got to start making some plays.
Keys in the second half?
Well, I mean, turnovers again with the ball being so wet. I thought both teams handled it okay. Take advantage of your opportunities, get touchdowns.
Appreciate you, Coach. Thank you.
All right, thank you to Coach Dave Dickinson. Thank you to Lisa Hillary. That's your second quarter, and this is your radio home for football, QR Calgary.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
Remember last summer's heat wave that had you wishing for refreshing air conditioning? Let Furnace Family by Atco Home Services keep you cool this summer. Trust our expert techs and honest pricing to keep your home chilling when the summer is scorching. Ask about our best-selling Lennox models that offer optimal efficiency and cool, quiet comfort. Take advantage of Lennox's rebates up to $2,000 only for a limited time. You can count on Furnace Family by Atco Home Services to do the job right and have your AC unit up and running in no time. The summer rush is coming. Don't wait. Visit furnacefamily.com to secure your spot today.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
We're halfway done the game, but plenty more action is to come on your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeders football.
But first, QR Calgary is your halftime haven as we break down what's taken place and predict what will happen next.
It's the Stampeders Halftime Show with Jock Wilson and Dave McIver on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Well, because of the weather, you knew this game was going to be dictated by what happened with the running game. And it's a reason why this game is still relatively close. The Ottawa Redblacks, 131 yards on the ground. The Calgary Stampeders, 129 yards on the ground. Ottawa had 10 first downs. Calgary had 8 first downs. William Stanback, the leading rusher for Ottawa, with 76 yards on 7 carries. Dietrich Mills, 12 carries for 82 yards. But the key difference, when you take a look at the stat story in the first half, turnovers, as head coach Dave Dickinson talked about, the Calgary Stampeders turned the ball over 3 times, 1 on a Vernon Adams fumble, and twice they turned it over on downs when they were inside the 5-yard line. In glorious scoring opportunity, they left points off the board, and that is why the Calgary Stampeders trail this football game 6-2 at the half. Welcome to the Halftime Show. I'm Jock Wilson, live in the Billy Powers broadcast booth. The Halftime Show brought to you in part by our friends at Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak, proudly supporting our community and the Calgary Stampeder Football Club since 1946. Again, you look at the quarterbacking in this game, and you knew passing was going to be a little bit of an issue. Dustin Crum, he completes only 4 of 12 passes for 43 yards. Vernon Adams, a little bit better on the percentage-wise. He completes 5 of 8 for 67 yards. Running certainly the key in this game. As I mentioned, William Stanback, the leading rusher for the Ottawa Redblacks, Dietrich Mills for Calgary. As far as the receiving goes, you got Keelan White with a couple of catches for 29 yards for Ottawa. Clark Barnes targeted twice, only 1 catch for 27 yards. The Calgary Stampeders do have catches from Dominic Rhymes, Eno Benjamin, Tevin Jones, and Jalen Philpott. As far as the punting game goes, the Calgary Stampeders did punt the ball 3 times, and the Ottawa Redblacks punted the ball 3 times. Penalties, pretty even. The Calgary Stampeders did have a couple of illegal kicks in the first half. They took 4 penalties for 26 yards. That was the Ottawa Redblacks that took 4 penalties for 26 yards. The Calgary Stampeders took 2 penalties for 20 yards, and those were both illegal kicks. The Calgary Stampeders did have a sack in this game, and so does the Ottawa Redblacks. That is your stat story. The Calgary Stampeders trailing the Ottawa Redblacks 6-2. When we come back, as the junior Outriders are on the field here at McMahon Stadium, it looks like the rain is letting up a little bit. That is certainly good news. We're going to be joined by the president of the Calgary Stampeders, Jay McNeil,
He's up next, joining me here in the press box on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Buzz the tower and save now through Saturday at South Point Toyota. Get in and go with interest rates as low as 0% OAC. Plus up to $2,000 in free accessories. Unmatched inventory and trade-in values available for this sale and this sale only. For the best deals of the year, get in and go. 3 days only. On now at South Point Toyota.
Getting a down payment together can be so hard.
Shane Homes will match your down payment with a price reduction up to 10% off the price of your new home. Whether you're buying your first home or upgrading, there's never been a better time. Only 5 homes per community qualify monthly, so act fast. Offer ends August 31st. Shane Homes. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes. Conditions apply. See area manager for details.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations.
Beyond our 50,000 watt radio signal, get the Radio Player Canada app. Favorite QR Calgary and listen to Stampeders games no matter where you are.
Well, we knew this was going to be a little bit of a weather game, and sure enough, it has been a weather game here at McMahon Stadium. The Calgary Stampeders trailing the Ottawa Red Blacks 6-2 at the half. Stampeder President Jay McNeil joining me here in the press box, and I asked Greg Peterson the same question. As a player, did you like playing in these games? And his answer was no. You're a former player.
Yeah, I would say probably a little bit different. As an offensive lineman, I didn't mind that.
You didn't mind it, okay.
We got to run the ball a little bit more. Yeah, this is hoggy weather, and so I'm okay with it.
and we're seeing that in this game because running is so important, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be able to control the line of scrimmage, and it's when the ball's wet, and a pass can go anywhere, and so the better you can run the ball, the more success you're going to have.
Hey, there's lots that I want to talk to you about, but first of all, I got to give you a little bit of a pat on the back. I love, and again, take this game away because we understand why there's not many fans in the stands, but I love what you have done with the player intros. I love what you have done with some of the promotions, bringing in, all of the championship teams last week. The Stampede Bowl that is coming up. Are you getting some feedback from the fans saying we're on the right track here?
Yeah, the response has been tremendous. We've got passionate fans, and we've got fans that are, not shy to share their opinions, and it's been tremendously positive. As the off season progressed, and we started making more changes, and it became more and more positive. And now that they're starting to see it, in real life, there's certainly a lot more. Going 2-0 to start the season has also been tremendously positive as well.
Yes.
So there's a lot of cool things happening, and we've got a long way to go to where we want to be. But we're getting there.
And yet, this is a little bit of a gut punch. I was talking to Sean Burke coming up the elevator, and he's the general manager of the Ottawa Red Blacks, and he was feeling bad for the organization because he knows, you've got 9 games to make your budget. You budget certain games, and this, you never recover from something like this, do you?
Yeah, this one is a tough one. Our Family Day game, traditionally in years past has been our 3rd largest game. This year, with the Stampede Bowl, it'd probably be 4th. So this one hurts a little bit from a revenue perspective. But I walked out of the tunnel and said, "Wow, I can't believe as many people are here as
right."
And so we have some great fans that are here having fun. So
well, and look at the junior outriders out there on the field. They're having a ball, and you know what? I saw it after the home opener when you brought all the kids and the families onto the field after the game. So we're certainly on the right track from that perspective. Speaking of the right track, everybody's talking about the Stampede Bowl, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to get you on.
Yeah.
Because I was following you on social media and following the football club. You were a little bit of a rock star this week as you got to unveil that trophy.
I got to do a little bit of acting for that video. When we filmed that, they didn't tell me how much acting was going to be involved. So I was like, ooh, we're going to see how good I am. So, but it was, all credit goes to our creative and our marketing people for coming up with that concept. And they made it really easy for us. And this response was tremendous. For the Stampede Bowl alone, on the day we released that video, we sold 500 tickets.
Come on.
For that game. So, what a tremendous response from our fans. It's been great.
That is a beautiful trophy, and this is a regular season game. Give me the history on the trophy.
Well, it was funny we knew we needed to create something special. And so we reached out to the same company that built the Four Nations Cup trophy and said, would you be interested in this project? And it's probably a little bit below their scope of what they would normally do. And they love the CFL, and they said, yeah, we're in. And then the design went from there. And again, kudos to our team, because they were the ones who came up with the concept and did a tremendous job, and the only red trophy in professional sports. So we're pretty excited about it, and we're gonna parade it around town between now and the next game, and give everybody an opportunity to see it.
Well, I don't have a lot of time left, but obviously when you came up with this concept, it's a little bit of a risk, because Stampede is a different animal in this city, as you know. But so far, so good. It sounds like it's going to be a winner.
It's a number one selling game since we went on sale May 2nd for single game tickets. It's been leading the way, more than Labor Day, more than Saskatchewan, and as we're leading into it, we're pretty happy with where we're at. We want some more people to come, and so we're going to do everything we can over the next 12 days to promote it.
Let's talk to Mother Nature and say, make sure the weather is good.
Yeah, we've got it out of our system now. Right, here we go. It's going to be a good day.
Hey, Jay, thanks for making the effort to come and join us.
Always a pleasure. Thanks,
all right.
Chuck.
Jay McNeil, president of the Calgary Stampeders. Stampeders do trail Ottawa 6-2 at the half. We're going to get a quick update from the Global Newsroom, and then back to play-by-play action with Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson. You're listening to the home of the Calgary Stampeders. As I should tell you that, hey, we're going to be on the road at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. That is when the Stampeders are on the next road game, but that's a little ways away. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's your last chance to get in and go at the giant Country Hills Toyota. The Get In and Go event ends June 30th, and your Toyota Giant has pulled out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. But you better hurry. The Get In and Go event will soon be gone, only until June 30th at the giant Country Hills Toyota.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? That wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns, because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
This is Global News at halftime. I'm Eileen Bell. It's Indigenous Peoples Day in Canada, with events being held across the country. First observed in 1996, Indigenous Peoples Day is meant to recognize First Nations, Inuit, and Métis cultures and traditions. In Calgary, activities have been going on through the day at Heritage Park. One person is dead after a 3-vehicle collision south of Edmonton on Highway 60 last night about 9:20. A 31-year-old woman from Gainford driving one of the vehicles was declared dead at the scene. Prime Minister Carney heads to Europe tomorrow. He'll be signing a Canada-Europe Security and Defence Pact, also taking part in a summit in Brussels on Monday. The former commander of the Canadian Army says it's about time political Ottawa is finally paying attention to defence and hiking military pay. Andrew Leslie pointing to a promise by the defence minister to boost Canadian Armed Forces salaries by 20% as being long overdue. He says the government hasn't shown a lot of love for the military in the last decade. We've got rain here. Now Environment Canada is warning residents in BC's southern interior of possible heavy rain and thunderstorms with risks of flooding. The agency says areas including Fraser Canyon, the Okanagan, and Kamloops could see overall rainfall of up to 40 millimeters. Global News Sky Tracker weather. Well, here in Calgary, we could end up with 80 millimeters of rain by tomorrow from when the rain started. Wind gusting to 80, temperature holding around 10 degrees. The rain should end tonight, the low 5. A mix of sun and cloud tomorrow, the high 14. Breaking news when it happened. Our next scheduled newscast after the game. I'm Eileen Bell.
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyric. or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyric Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
Getting a down payment together can be so hard.
Shane Homes will match your down payment with a price reduction up to 10% off the price of your new home. Whether you're buying your first home or upgrading, there's never been a better time. Only 5 homes per community qualify monthly, so act fast. Offer ends August 31st. Shane Homes. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes. Conditions apply. See area manager for details.
Hey, Stump fans, this is Joshua Antwi, running back. Keep it right here on QR Calgary all season long.
And we are live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth, brought to you by South Point Toyota at McMahon Stadium. Welcome to the third quarter, where the Stampeders are, well, they're down 6-2, and I don't want to suggest it is a nice day by any means, but Greg, it looks like the rain has certainly let up. Again, it's still cool and windy, but the rain isn't as big an issue.
Yeah, I think it stopped raining, Mark, and that's going to help, because as a player, you get your undergarments and your socks and everything all wet, and you get all cold. And I know at halftime those guys went in, they changed their socks, and they're feeling kind of a little bit refreshed out there. So let's hope the Stampeders do a little bit better job and score some points, because they've had many opportunities that first half, weren't able to punch it in.
We'll get to the stats in a moment. You're right. They left a lot of points on the board. So Ottawa's going to kick off from the south end. 2 returners back for the Stampeders. Brooks, he'll return along with Eno Benjamin. And here we go. The ball is kicked off. And Brooks is going to track to his left, catch across the 25 at the 30, 35 at the 40. Reverses, gets up 40, 45 before he's brought down near midfield. That was a nice recovery before he was finally brought down on the play. And Reddy, the linebacker, helping tackle, but the Stamps are out near midfield.
Yeah, we'll get some stats here, Mark.
Yep,
after that first half, first downs, Ottawa had 10 Stamps, 8 net offense. Ottawa 173, Stamps 191. Rushing, the Ottawa Red Blacks only had 131 yards, Stamps 129. Pretty even there. Passing, Red Blacks only had 43, Stamps only 67.
First and 10 at the 51-yard line for the Stampeders. Ottawa crowds that line of scrimmage. They blitz. Back is Adams, dancing in the pocket. Curls away from the pressure. Running back at the 30-yard line, outrunning defenders. He turns and heaves it downfield and throws it away out of bounds as the Stampeders start their drive of the second half. Time for the Class Tractor Stampeders opening drive. The makers of Precision Farmers Equipment. Class, made for more.
Well, that time Vernon Adams flushed out of the pocket. He just couldn't find anybody open. Flushing to his right, it's always easier for a quarterback to throw, but Mark, good job by the Red Blacks to not release any of their wide receivers, and that time Adams just threw that out of bounds.
At the 51, that's where the Stampeders are. Jones and Rhymes splitting left. Short side of the field as Adams marks out signals. 7 on the clock. Adams takes the snap. Dancing, standing, looks left, throws left. That's caught and then dropped by Rhymes at midfield. Had it and then dropped it, Greg. And again, I don't want to make excuses for guys, but was that a slick football loss?
Well, a little bit of both, Mark. Ball was maybe a little bit slick, but that was just good defensive backfield play. Adams looking to his right. Yeah, in the gun position, nobody open. A little stop route by Rhymes, but he was just smacked in the ribs by a helmet just as he was about to catch that football. And that kind of hurts, Mark, when you get a helmet right in your ribs as you're trying to catch the football.
I would bet it does. All right, from the 51. They'll snap it back. McGugan making his CFL debut. Dedmon is a solo returner. Low snap, he picks it off the turf and gets away a kick under pressure. A wobbly kick, bounces at the 5, bounces in the end zone, and it's going to roll out into touch on the far side. So out of disaster, the Stampeders give up 1 point. So that certainly beats the alternative. It was not a great snap, and again, don't want to get into the weather. I think we got Lisa Hillary at field level, and Lisa, I don't want to pretend it is a nice day or anything, but have the conditions improved at all? Yeah, maybe not.
Well, Mark, that time when you get a low snap, those punters, they want the ball right there, right at their chest, because they have to place the ball, turn it, make sure. And if you have to reach down and get it, it really throws your timing off. But that was a good job by our punter to get it up and make a pretty good kick out of that one.
So single point for the Stampeders. Yeah, 6-3. You heard correctly. Ottawa from the 40-yard line. Get inside. No, Crum takes the ball, takes off and runs 40-45 at the wide side at the 50 before he is tackled on the far side of the field as Micah Tights hunts him down. But it is a first down as him and Stanback work really well in the backfield.
Well, they just do such a good job on that RPO read pass option. He really rides Stanback with that fake a lot, and our defensive ends are getting sucked down. And that time, if you don't have a good angle and you don't go to that upfield shoulder, Crum's got such good feet, he's going to get around you as he did with Flo that time and picked up the first down.
Red Blacks are out. They have a tight end right. New set of downs. 1st and 10 at their 53-yard line. Crum again. He'll pass. Crum standing, waiting, launching a deep strike. Deep down at the 25-yard line. That's in and out of the hands of the intended target. Trying to pull it in was Pimpleton, but he went up, mistimed it, bounced off his shoulder pads, long incompletion.
Well, like as I said in the first half, Mark, the Red Blacks a lot willing to throw deep, unlike the Stampeders, but that time had two defensive backs back there, Sheldon Arnold and Tyler Richardson. But our guys were just waiting for the ball, and that time Pimpleton almost caught that because our guys, you got to go try and catch the ball at its highest point or the lowest point, and could have been disaster, but dropped the football.
6-3 is the score for the Ottawa Red Blacks. Red Blacks are 2nd down and 10 at the 53-yard line. 3 receivers left for quarterback Crum. Stampeders rush 4. Crum is back, dancing, waiting, nobody open. He's in the grass, breaks free. Flag is in the air. He runs right, pitches downfield. Ball is caught on the far sidelines and driven out of bounds. Into touch is going to be Eugene Lewis. However, behind the play, there is a flag.
Yeah, we should have it looks like it's going to be on the Stampeders, Mark, and use it. They're going to say roughing the passer. So great job. Crum now scrambling around. They had him in the pocket. I thought they were going to get him, but Crum just showing his athletic ability and keeping his eyes down the field as he's scrambling to his right. So that's going to be a huge gain for the Red Blacks, about 30 yards.
It was a face mask, Greg, as Miles Brown reached out and grabbed him and grabbed his face mask. So tough break. He broke free. At the 19, that's where the Ottawa Red Blacks are. They're driving, moving right to left to the patio end of McMahon Stadium. Stanback is in the backfield. Crum is the quarterback. Crum looks in. Play fake into the line. Pitching left, looking for Khalil White. That ball is grabbed by Green, but he trapped it, didn't intercept it, went to the ground. Very close, though, Greg, as he almost had another pick. And if he picks that in, he might be going the distance.
Well, I've been very impressed with Crum and his scrambling ability, but hasn't thrown the ball that well. That time a little fake handoff trying to draw the linebacker in and then run a little stop route, but he overthrew one guy and underthrew another. Not a good throw by Crum.
6-3 for the Ottawa Red Blacks. We're early in the second half of this afternoon's game. Gino Lewis and Justin Hardy, 2 established, successful players. They're 2 fine receivers going right. Calling out signals is Crum. Crum works. Safety blitz on by the Stampeders. Crum hurries his throw to the far side, and he had to get that away really quick. Incomplete. Sails out of bounds, and the kick unit is on for Ottawa.
Yeah, Calgary came on the safety blitz, and that time good job by, I think that was Hicks on the outside. He was almost held, but Crum trying to rush his throw, and whenever you rush the throw, you tend to release the ball a little bit late, and that's going to have a low throw. So Stampeders again bending but not breaking.
Well, he had to get it away because the safety Webb, his former teammate, was zeroing in on him. Well, here comes the kicker. Lewis Ward, field goal try. This will be from 26 yards. There is a bit of a wind in his face, but I don't think it'll affect the kick. Never know.
No, this should be automatic.
The snap. Down, he steps into the ball, and he splits the upright. So the Red Blacks extend their lead. It's Ottawa 9, the Stampeders 3. This is Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's your last chance to get in and go at the giant Country Hills Toyota. The Get In and Go event ends June 30th, and your Toyota Giant has pulled out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. But you better hurry. The Get In and Go event will soon be gone, only until June 30th at the giant Country Hills Toyota.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs to build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees. Find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Falari Rimalade, defensive end. Thanks for listening.
The Calgary Stampeders trail 9-3. We're at the 40-yard line is where they're going to start their own 40. Moving left to right to the scoreboard end of the stadium. The Stampeders have moved the ball well at times, but they don't have any offensive points. They've got points off a safety and points off a single. So
no, that's not good, Mark. They're going to have to score a touchdown this half, obviously, to win the game. But disappointing. They had great field position, so they got this wind in this third quarter, Mark. They're going to have to do something this third quarter to get back into this game.
They are indeed. Rhymes lines up wide left. In the slot that way is Jones. Adams takes the ball, fake to the line. In his drop, setting up, throwing along out to the near side. Barnes catches at the 45, tumbles down, gets back up. He's inside the 40, then finally knocked down again out of bounds at the 36-yard line. But that was nice work. Henderson on the tackle by Clark Barnes.
Well, especially considering what the coverage was. It was a 4-deep zone by the Red Blacks, but good job by Vernon Adams to look to his left and looked off the corner to that wide side, and then a post corner, he threw it back, kind of a throwback once again. Got the guy wide open. Good throw, good catch.
So the Stampeders on the march to the Red Blacks' 36-yard line. That's where the Stampeders are with Dedrick Mills, one back set, crouches in the backfield. Adams calls out signals. Adams, receiver sweep, toss left to Jones. He drops the ball, picks it up, runs left.
They're going to call incomplete pass.
They call it an incomplete pass. Okay, they've stopped the play.
Yeah, that's too bad because they had that set up really well, but with the slippery football, kind of a difficult play to run in the gun. Vernon Adams gets the ball, and then he just kind of flips it forward to Trevon Jones coming across the formation, but he dropped it, and they're going to say incomplete pass.
Extra receiver in Brooks. William Longley is out as the Stampeders fan out of the huddle with 5 receivers. Second down, 10 yards to go at the 36-yard line of the Ottawa Red Blacks. Red Blacks show a 3-man front. Adams takes the ball. Screen pass in the right flat. Caught by Mills. He makes one-man miss, spins, pushes ahead to the 35-yard line before he's brought down, but he won't have enough for the first down. Griffin, the linebacker, is over on the tackle, along with Santos Knox, the middle linebacker. So the Stampeders will send Rennie Paredes on. By the way, welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge, where it's currently Ottawa 9, the Stampeders 3.
Well, Rennie Paredes now 6 of 9 this year, Mark, which is a little bit below his percentage, down about 70%. Missed the last one, and got to hope he gets this one.
And it's an opportunity with the win from about 42. 9:11 remaining. It's down. He kicks it. He's going. It's going. This one splits the uprights with authority. And the Stampeders make it now a 9-6 game. This is the third quarter of Stampeder football. The score is Ottawa 9, Calgary 6. Got HD Radio. Tune us in to 105.1 Channel 2 for high-def radio quality.
Buzz the tower and save. Now through Saturday at South Point Toyota. Get in and go with interest rates as low as 0% OAC. plus up to $2,000 in free accessories. Unmatched inventory and trade-in values available for this sale and this sale only. For the best deals of the year, get in and go. 3 days only. On now at South Point Toyota.
Ready for a brand new Stampede tradition?
Yahoo!
Kick off Stampede the right way at the first ever Stampede Bowl.
Your Calgary Stampeders take on the Bombers July 3rd for the trophy, the bragging rights, and the glory of the Stampede Bowl.
It'll be nothing but a good time as rock icon and Poison frontman Bret Michaels performs an unforgettable halftime concert presented by TD. Get Stampede ready at Calgary's biggest outdoor patio, McMahon Stadium.
Witness history. Tickets for the Stampede Bowl are available at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Remember last summer's heat wave that had you wishing for refreshing air conditioning? Let Furnace Family by Atco Home Services keep you cool this summer. Trust our expert techs and honest pricing to keep your home chilling when the summer is scorching. Ask about our best-selling Lennox models that offer optimal efficiency and cool, quiet comfort. Take advantage of Lennox's rebates up to $2,000 only for a limited time. You can count on Furnace Family by Atco Home Services to do the job right and have your AC unit up and running in no time. The summer rush is coming. Don't wait. Visit furnacefamily.com to secure your spot today.
Thank you for listening to Stampeder Football. This is Dominic Grimes, wide receiver of the Calgary Stampeders.
Well, Ottawa leads. That's Rhymes' former team. They lead his current team 9-6. Welcome back to McMahon Stadium, where the Ottawa Red Blacks will take over on the 40-yard line. 9 minutes and 6 seconds to play in our third quarter. Really glad to be with you. Gino Lewis goes right for the Ottawa Red Blacks. He lines up in the slot that way. Crum takes the snap. He is back. Looking left, pitching left, a long crossing route. That ball is caught by Pimpleton at the midfield marker, breaks one tackle, comes down the sideline, then runs out of bounds at about the Stampeder 48-yard line, but it is an Ottawa first down.
Well, great route by Pimpleton. He ran a post corner comeback, and Crum just threw it right into place. You come back, and you're separating yourself from the defensive back as you come back to the football. That separation made the pass happen. And we got an injured Stampeder down, and there was a lot of guys flying around there at the end of the play. And I don't know who that. I think that's Jaden Grant, who's had an excellent couple of games, and he went flying in, got hit by somebody, and he's a little bit shaken up.
Well, you're right. He's had a fabulous start to his CFL.
Yeah, he really has.
From Oregon.
He's got 2 knockdowns and really played well that whole secondary. We've got to hope he's going to be okay. I think he will be, Mark, but got kind of blindsided by one of the wideouts.
47-yard line. Ottawa starts out. Calgary's 47. Clock moves. 8:41 remaining. Lewis solo receiver to this near side. Being watched by Richardson. Crum takes the ball, gives to Standback. Tries the left side of the line, gets inside the 45, down to about the 43. I want to bring you tonight's broadcast team. Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson. Jock Wilson is our host. Lisa Hillary on our sidelines. Sean Nichol and Steve Davis, our engineering tandem on site. At our castle on 17th Avenue is Tony Erickson. Our next broadcast, July 3rd. Yes, bye week next week. July 3rd, the Stampede Bowl. Pre-game show at 5:30, kickoff at 7. And I know Jock had Jay McNeil on. Sounds like that Stampede Bowl is going to be a real big hit.
I'm looking forward to it. It's almost built up, pent up with like a Labor Day game.
Good. That's fine by me. More Labor Days, the better. 2nd and 7 at the Calgary 44. Stampeders send a 4-man pressure. Crum is back. He dances. Now he comes to the line of scrimmage, absorbs one hit, falls forward to about the 38-yard line before he's brought down by Roberts, the middle linebacker. But the spot will be so important here.
Yeah, they're going to almost give it to him, Mark. And Crum's doing just a great job of when he finds a little opening in that rush, that pass rush, he gets up there and he gets yardage. They're going to go in a quick one here.
All right, it is going to be. They're short by just a little bit. So in the ball game, pushing ahead, they have enough for the first down on the quarterback sneak.
Crum's a lot quicker than you think. As I said, he's a pretty big guy at 6'1", 200, but his throwing accuracy's not been very good, but he's been the main guy running the football, picking first downs with his feet.
Welcome back to Stamps House on QR Calgary. After the game, be sure to get up and get close to the team at Stamps House. Entertainment, live music, and your favorite stamps after every home game. Ottawa marching there at the Stampeder 36-yard line. 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining in our quarter. That's the third quarter. 9-6 Ottawa. Addison comes into the backfield. Back does a running back. And he gets the call in the backfield. The Stampeders spotted that play. Derek Moncrief was there to wrestle him down. That might even be a loss of a couple.
Yeah, it was a loss of a couple. A repass option once again, and good thing that Crum gave the handoff, because I thought if he would have pulled it out, our defensive ends have totally collapsed down for the run. So good guessing that time, but you don't want to do that too much or Crum's going to kill you.
Ottawa breaks the huddle, 2nd and 12. They're at the Stampeder 38-yard line. They must get to the 26-yard line. Crum calling out signals left and right. Stampeders show blitz. They back off. And
well, they're going to say
in the air.
Well, I think the right tackle, I think that's Lee, the right tackle, popped offside. Of course, you start pointing at the other side. We'll see what the referees have to say.
Was that Moncrief that was blitzing? I think he was.
All 5 of them were blitzing. They had 3 guys blitzing, Mark. They were coming with the Mac linebacker, with the Sam linebacker, and with the Will linebacker. So they were all out blitz that time. But I think that when the linebackers all came up, I think the offensive tackle popped offside. But we'll have to see what the referees saw.
Well, we're having a lengthy conversation.
They're going to look at the not the command center, the
replay center.
Replay center. I have to keep remembering. We're not supposed to call it a command center anymore. We're supposed to call it a replay center. Well, they're going to say that the tackle did not move.
Well, okay.
It's
Farinaccio, the rookie draft pick this year, playing his first game, so a little excitement there. So from the 33, that's where Ottawa will scrimmage the ball. 2nd down and 7 yards to go. Red Blacks with 5 receivers out. Snap again back to Crum. He looks left short side. Now reads the coverage. Pitch out of the backfield on circle route. That ball is caught, knocked down near the first down marker. Is that a Boboy where he has his legs cut out? But that looks like a first down, Ottawa.
Yeah, good solid decision that time by Crum. Looking downfield, you have your back that acts like he's going to block, and then he does a little circle route just in front of the line and catches the ball. Gets a couple yak yards, first down. Good, solid play.
Well, they are on the march. They're at the Calgary 25-yard line now. That's where the Red Blacks are. They hold a narrow 9-6 lead.
Well, they're starting to really take over with the offensive stats with these last 2 drives.
They are indeed. Boboy's in the backfield, and he gets the call again. This time the Stampeders hit him and ride him to the ground. Nothing doing. Jaden Hutchings with first contact, no gain.
Right, Jaden Hutchings, he's played a good game. Mark got a sack and done pretty good, but the Stampeders have not done a good job when they've been in second. They've got the Red Blacks in 2nd and long. We'll see what they do here.
Yeah, Ottawa is 7 of 15 in 2nd down. By contrast, the Stampeders are 2 of 11, 18%.
Said the offensive stats are starting to
tilt.
Yeah, a little bit of spread here between what the Red Blacks have and what the Stampeders have.
They mark it a 1-yard loss, 2nd down and 11. 5 receivers out for the Red Blacks. They're at the Stampeder 26. Full blitz on by the Stampeders. Crum is back. He's in trouble. He steps up, caught from behind. Down he goes, and I think that was Roberts with first contact. So the Red Blacks drive stalls at the 25.
Well, once again, they came with that all-out blitz by all 3 linebackers, the Mac, the Sam, and the Will linebacker. So Stamp's starting to blitz a little bit more, and usually do that when you've got a quarterback. You rush him with 4, and a good quarterback like Crum's going to find a hole and take off and run, so you don't give him any hole by rushing another 3 guys.
Field goal try here for Lewis Ward. This will be from 32. Ward under 40. Perfect this year. Kicking into the wind. The snap, it's pinned. He strokes the ball towards the uprights, and it is good. And he's got all of Ottawa scoring with 4 field goals. You're listening to third quarter football action on QR Calgary. 3:40 to play in the third quarter. QR Calgary 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge. The score, Ottawa 12, Calgary 6.
Getting a down payment together can be so hard.
Shane Homes will match your down payment with a price reduction up to 10% off the price of your new home. Whether you're buying your first home or upgrading, there's never been a better time. Only 5 homes per community qualify monthly, so act fast. Offer ends August 31st. Shane Homes. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes. Conditions apply. See area manager for details.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
This is Derek Moncrief, Sam linebacker. Thanks for listening to the Stampede Football on QR Calgary.
And the Calgary Stampeders trying to battle back. They're playing from behind right now. It's 12 for the Ottawa Red Blacks, 6 for the Stampeders. We're in the third quarter late, 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining as they break the huddle. They start out at the 40-yard line. They've still got a bit of a wind behind them. We'll go to Lisa in a minute to find out how much. Mills is in the backfield. Adams takes the ball. Gives to Mills. He runs left, picks his way through a hole, spins, falls forward to about the 50-yard line, close to the first down. Lisa Hillary, how's the conditions at field level?
Well, Mark Gregg, yeah, it's definitely let up, but unfortunately that wind still 38, almost 40 miles per hour with those gusts. And they just announced that unfortunately for the fan base that is here, they will not be able to take to the field as planned due to this weather after the game.
I get it. You don't want a lot of people on there on a slick field.
Yeah,
so disappointing, I'm sure, but
yeah, totally, because it is a great thing for the fans. But you got to understand, this is a little bit of different of a game.
Yeah, 1 yard to go for the Stampeders. Short yardage play. And they send Big Vaughn in. He takes the ball and pushes ahead. He's across the 50-yard line and has the first down. So he's a quarterback, a tight end guy, and they gave him the first chance to carry the ball on a short yardage play.
Yeah, a little bit different than P.J. Walker, who's 5'11", 210. Pretty quick feet, a lot like Vernon Adams. And then you got Quincy Vaughn, 6'4", 250, a little bit more like our guy from last year. A big guy that can just sniff out that hole and lunge forward.
This is your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeder football on your Stampeder radio station QR Calgary. Stampeders extending the drive, 2 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in the quarter. They're down 12-6. They're on the 51-yard line. Brooks starts in motion to the line. Empty backfield as Mills leaks out. Adams has the ball, pitching left to the far side. The ball is caught by Alford. He gets to the Ottawa 50, runs out of bounds at about the 46-yard line. Make it the 47, but it is a Stampeder first down.
Well, Alford, he's the wide receiver to the left side. He just goes down and does a 5-yard stop route, seeing it's a big 3-deep coverage, and Vernon Adams scouring down the field, knowing that's where the weakness in that 3-deep zone is, and getting the ball out there right away for Alford. A good play for Alfred's second catch of the year.
Yeah, it is down to the Ottawa 47-yard line. That's where the Stampeders are. Clark Barnes has been solid today. He splits left for the Calgary Stampeders, lines up outside the numbers, inside the 50. But they'll go on the ground. Mills runs right, looks to turn the corner, but the Red Blacks greet him and bring him down. Very limited gain on the play, as he's brought down very quickly by the Red Blacks. In on the tackle, Carter, the end. Gain of about 5, 2nd and 5.
Yeah, not pretty tough running. Bills had a very tough play. Good to see Benjamin back in there on that last play. Had 2 running backs in, but Stamp's probably going to have to put it up in the air.
And that's what they'll do. 2nd down and 7 yards to go. It's actually Benjamin, the ball carrier there. Receivers start in motion to the line. Adams has the ball, short drop, throws, and that ball falls to the turf. Somebody got a hand up and knocked it down.
Well, that's about the 3rd time that Vernon Adams on a quick stop route or a quick throw has had his ball knocked down at the line of scrimmage. And when you're only like 5'10", 5'11", you haven't got too much room. And Rennie's now coming on for a pretty long kick.
51 yards, but he does have
the wind. Yep. It's going a little bit left to right, so he'll have to take that into consideration.
58 seconds remaining in the quarter. This is from 51. Messine kneels to hold. The snap, the kick, Paredes steps into it. It's going, and it is good. And Rennie Paredes finds the uprights to add to the Stampeders' total. It's now Ottawa 12, the Stampeders 9 late in the third quarter. We'll be back in a minute with more third quarter action on Stampeder Football. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
As a business, you rely on advertising. Buying media is a partnership. When did a tech billionaire buy a product from you or support your community? Ask how business is going. The advertising landscape in Canada is in crisis. Instead of supporting Canadian companies and jobs, Canada's ad market is dominated by foreign tech platforms that spread misinformation, hate, and foreign interference. Keep ad dollars at home on radio, TV stations, websites, streaming, and news services that are Canadian-owned. Buy Canadian. A message from QR Calgary.
This is Derek Moncrief, Sam Linebacker. Thanks for listening to the Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
The Ottawa Redblacks leading the Stampeders 12-9. We are awaiting our first touchdown of this game, but given the conditions, I do understand it's not the easiest chore to move the ball up and down the field. Redblacks will scrimmage at their 40-yard line and start out. 12-9. These teams will meet one more time next month in Ottawa. If you want the total offense, it's pretty even. 252 Calgary, 249 Ottawa. So, what you expect. So nobody has a real advantage, but Ottawa does have the lead. Here we go. Justin Hardy's been rather quiet today. He splits right. Lewis outside him to the far side. Crum looks over that Calgary defense. Crum takes the snap. He'll give it inside on a counter to Steinbeck. He runs right, but the Stampeders swallow him up in a hurry. A gain of a couple or three on the play as Derek Moncrief was over to knock him down.
Yeah, one of the few times they've stopped Steinbeck this game. Steinbeck does a great job, Mark. He kind of hesitates and then he just shoots through the hole once he sees an opening. He looks like he's tippy-toeing in there. One of the few backs that I've seen that can kind of do that, but he just hesitates and waits until the development of the blocking, and then he has great acceleration up through the hole, and he's very powerful.
Second down and 7 yards to go. Ottawa at their 43-yard line. Should be the final play of the quarter. They flood the near side of the field with four receivers, the Red Blacks do. Safety blitz coming. Back is Crum. He has to hurry his throw, dumps it in the right flat, and Steinbeck dropped it. He dropped it, and just after he dropped it, a flag was thrown. So I know the drop, but I don't know the flag.
Well, we got to hope it's not on Calgary because that's going to cause the Red Blacks to punt the football. But usually if the side guy's throwing it's passing, but it's going to be on the Red Blacks. Stamps will probably decline that penalty. That was just that's about a little push off that time.
Gino Lewis did. So, all right, well, are they going to take the quarter break here? It looks like they are going to take the quarter break here. Ottawa 12, the Stampeders 9 in 2 minutes. We're back into fourth quarter play-by-play action. Get the iHeart Radio app to listen to our football broadcast or tune in on your smart speaker.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws Limited Inventory Sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the Limited Inventory Sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
June is Discover Days at Volvo Calgary. Right now, enjoy reduced lease rates and save up to $7,000, including eligible government incentives. Discover luxury, innovation, and the award-winning safety Volvo is known for. Volvo's quality of products, the Volvo commitment to safety and innovation, and customer service excellence has become a generational tradition in Calgary. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or start your journey online at volvocarscalgary.com. Don't miss Discover Days. On now.
This is number 21, Bailey Devine Scott, defensive back. Thanks for listening to Calgary Stampeders football. Go Stamps.
And we return to the action at McMahon Stadium. The Ottawa Redblacks 12, the Calgary Stampeders 9. This has been a field goal battle. Ward for Ottawa, 4 of 4. Rennie Paredes, Calgary, 2 of 3. And Lisa Hillary, do we have any sideline updates on what's been a punishing day for the players here?
Yeah, no, it certainly has. I think, just given this weather, they're going to be looking forward to getting into a bye week. And I was just speaking with Vice President of Communications, Jean Lefebvre, and he said that a lot of guys will opt to go home on Tuesday, but they do have to be back in Calgary on Sunday. So I thought that was interesting that some will choose to go home. They are allowed to, but most of them will stick around.
At the 43-yard line, here we go. The Ottawa Redblacks are third down. They'll punt the ball away. Brooks is back to return. Take a little flutter to it. Brooks catches at the 15, bobbles it, picks it back up, runs left. He's at the 20, he's at the 25, runs into touch, and that's where the Stampeders are going to start out. Here we go live from the South Point Toyota Billy Powers broadcast booth. This is fourth quarter action. And Greg, how about the statistical story through the first 45?
Yeah, pretty equal mark. First downs, Ottawa 15, Stamps 11. Net offense, both teams 252 yards rushing. The Red Blacks 156, Calgary 143 passing. Red Blacks only 97, Calgary 114.
All right, well, the Stampeders are going to, they've moved the ball at times, but they got to find the end zone here. No touchdowns in this game. Anyway, it's Stampeders with the ball, one back set. But Adams takes the ball, short drop, throws on a look in. That ball is caught by Brooks, and he goes down immediately at about the 32-yard line. We'll make that a 7-yard gain. Ringland, the safety, touch tackle, but the Stampeders are second and short.
Yeah, good read that time by Vernon Adams. He saw that the Sam linebacker was blitzing from the wide side, and knowing that if the Sam linebacker is blitzing, that side's going to be open for a quick hitter, and Brooks also picked up a good stop route for about 7-8 yards.
On the 32-yard line, the Stampeders are second and 3. Rhymes in the slot this way, starts an early motion to the line, but it's on the ground to Mills. He runs into the teeth of the defense, tries to hurdle a tackler, pushed back by the safety Ringland, and let's wait for the spot.
Well, they should have given him a little bit forward progression there. I think it's going to be probably about a couple inches short for the first down. The referee's now deciding whether it is short or not.
No, they advanced the sticks.
Yeah, they advanced 6. Good. So good, tough running that time was at Dietrich, and as they bring in a couple of other big guys.
By the way, when the game's done, no need to rush off. Be part of the team at Stamps House. Players, music, Stamps fan, and so much more. Stamps House after every home game. And I'll throw in one additional feature today, warmth. First and 10 at the 35-yard line for the Calgary Stampeders. Calling out signals, Vernon Adams all the way at quarterback. And he'll give to Mills. He runs left, breaks a tackle, then falls forward and picks up a couple of yards. Okposo makes the tackle. Let's make that about a 3-yard gain.
Well, they run that. They again put one of our wide receivers. I believe that was Damian Elford. And he's kind of a wide receiver tight end, and they put him at the tight end and flank him out and then run a counter. They have all the wide receivers to the other side and counter back to that side. But that time they Red Black stopped it for only a 2-yard gain.
Mills is equal to season high at 94 yards now. Second down and 8 at the 37 for the Stampeders. Longley goes in motion, lines up as a tight end right. Snap back to Adams. In the pocket, scrambling left, pitching to the near side. It's caught by Rhymes. He made the catch, but was out of bounds. I wondered. He was right on the sidelines.
No.
They say he caught the ball but was out of bounds. The Stampeders disagree, so let's see if the Stamps will challenge.
Well, I don't think they will, but good play by Vernon Adams to see this guy open right in the sideline, but he caught it, but he was kind of, I believe, in the air, and that was real close, but they're probably going to have to punt this one away with no challenge.
Very close. He was right in front of the Stampeder bench, but I guess his heel, Greg, was just out of bounds. And
it's too bad because they really needed that first down. So
Fraser Messina is on to punt for the Calgary Stampeders, averaging 42 yards a punt. Dedman is the single returner. Nice snap. He pulls it down, kicks away a high, lazy knuckleball, bounces at the 40 and bounces out of bounds inside the 35 at about the 33. Scoreboard shows the Ottawa Redblacks 12, the Calgary Stampeders 9. Let's get things going with our fourth quarter play-by-play action. Valentine Volvo Cars Royal Oak. They're proud sponsors of Calgary Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
It's your last chance to get in and go at the giant Country Hills Toyota. The Get In and Go event ends June 30th, and your Toyota Giant has pulled out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. But you better hurry. The Get In and Go event will soon be gone, only until June 30th at the giant Country Hills Toyota.
This is Markel Lee, linebacker for the Calgary Stampeders. Thanks for listening to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
And welcome back. The action resumes at McMahon Stadium with Ottawa leading 12-9. First and 10 Red Blacks at the 33-yard line, their own 33-yard line. Time is starting to tick away here. It's not a problem, Greg, but the Stamps need a spark of some kind here, and I don't know how they're going to get it, but let's find out as Crum stands in the gun. Crum with the ball. In his drop, standing, throwing near side, coming back, making the catch, pulling it in before he's knocked to the ground. Hardy at about the 38-yard line. We'll see where they spot his forward progress. That's about a 5 or 6 yard gain. Aranicha over to bring him down.
Yeah, good job. If you got a wide receiver coming back to the football, you're the corner. You attack outside in to make sure he doesn't get outside, and the pursuing linebacker attacks the inside out, and both our guys did that and to limit that gain for no more yak yards.
Here come the Red Blacks. They're out of the huddle. They loop Hardy and Addison to the wide side. 2nd and 5 at the 38-yard line. With the ball is Crum. He dumps it in the right flat, but that was too far in front of him. He couldn't catch up with it. Pimpleton.
Yeah, that's like the 5th pass that's been dropped by the Red Blacks. Stampeder's getting a little bit lucky with all these drop balls.
Yeah, tough catch, but not impossible.
He catches. He's got a first down. They're on there keeping the sticks going, and he doesn't catch it. Stampeders get a break.
Eric Brooks to return. Kickers have had a busy day. Richie Leone on to punt it away for the Red Blacks.
This one, he killed it.
This one, a big bomb in the air. Lands at the 10. Rolls into the end zone. And rolls out the back on the dead ball line. So a single point for the Red Blacks to extend their lead to 13-9. It's been all kickers plus a safety today. All right, the score is the Red Blacks 13, Calgary 9. You're listening to your Alberta Ford dealers Stampeder football on QR Calgary 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Ready for a brand new Stampede tradition?
Yahoo!
Kick off Stampede the right way at the first ever Stampede Bowl.
Your Calgary Stampeders take on the Bombers July 3rd for the trophy, the bragging rights, and the glory of the Stampede Bowl.
It'll be nothing but a good time as rock icon and Poison frontman Bret Michaels performs an unforgettable halftime concert presented by TD. Get Stampede ready at Calgary's biggest outdoor patio, McMahon Stadium.
Witness history. Tickets for the Stampede Bowl are available at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Getting a down payment together can be so hard.
Shane Homes will match your down payment with a price reduction up to 10% off the price of your new home. Whether you're buying your first home or upgrading, there's never been a better time. Only 5 homes per community qualify monthly, so act fast. Offer ends August 31st. Shane Holmes. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes. Conditions apply. See area manager for details.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know, Alberta's a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power onboard. The Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer, and tell them PB sent you.
Thanks for listening to Stampeders Football. This is quarterback PJ Walker.
After the single, the Stampeders get the ball at their 40-yard line. Ottawa leading 13-9. The Stamps got to get something going here. 11-10 remains. They have not scored an offensive touchdown today. Philpott goes right out of the huddle for the Calgary Stampeders. Jones outside him. Play fake to the line. Adams, hard roll right to the wide side, being pursued. Now he turns, pitches downfield. Ball is caught, turning around, makes the grab. What a superb play by William Longley, a fullback who doesn't handle the ball much. But that was a nice play by the quarterback and the receiver.
Well, the quarterback, Vernon Adams, great job to getting outside. He had the end, the little fake handoff on the RPO, and then he had to get the outside, got it, and he had the tight end on the wide side doing a crosser, and good job by William Langley to run a good route and to pick up the ball.
At the 54-yard line of Ottawa, Stampeders across midfield. Barnes splitting to the wide left side of the field. But they'll give it on the ground, running right. Pulling ahead, 50 to the 45-yard line.
Great job.
Philpott with the receiver sweep takes the handoff and has really close to first down.
Yeah, and he was running down straight towards the sideline. It was almost like saw an opening and just went straight up the field. And Philpott, just a very good, he's almost like a running back when he gets that ball. Did a great job of getting upfield, not dancing, picking up a good 9 yards. Good run by Philpott.
Make sure you join Jock and Greg after the game for the fifth quarter call-in show. Short yardage play, so Quincy Vaughn is in. The big guy, Walker started as the short yardage guy. Now it's up to Vaughn to come in. He's a big, big guy. College quarterback at North Dakota. Lines are down. Takes the ball and pushes ahead and has the first down with room to spare. As the Stampeders look at the clock, it says 9 minutes, 29 seconds to play in this quarter. It's 13-9 Ottawa.
Well, what a good time to get a drive and score a touchdown, Mark, and they just haven't been able to finish anything off, so keep it going, Stamps.
So Vaughn and Longley come out of the game. Adams returns to the game as well. Stampeders with 13 first downs, Ottawa with 15. As mentioned, the heavy rain seems to have moved on, but it's still a very windy, cool day. Stampeders driving into that wind. Adams lines up in the gun. Mills has had a strong game. He leaks out of the backfield right. Adams takes the ball, throws the snap screen, but that sailed badly over the head of Clark Barnes, incomplete.
Well, that's because Lorenzo Maldine was right in his face. Nobody even blocked him, and Adams tried to sidearm that to the sideline, but you can't throw through a guy, and you have to have at least you got to chop those guys down and give a little throwing lane. That didn't happen that time for that wayward pass.
At the 42, second down and 10, the Stampeders trying to find that end zone. Clark Barnes goes right with Brooks and Philpott to that side of the field. Ottawa shows a three-man front. They send 5. Adams back, dancing in the pocket, throws across the gut. That ball is caught at the 35. At the 30, striding and struggling for yards down inside the 30-yard line. With the ball is Dedrick Mills, catching out of the backfield. First down, Stampeders.
Well, they had what's called a rebel formation. 2 receivers to the left, 3 to the right, and all the receivers just sprinted down the field. And Dedrick Mills in the backfield, he kind of leaked out on the right side, and they just kind of dumped him the ball over the middle, and he got some yak yards, picked up the first down.
At the 24-yard line, they make that the 29-yard line of Ottawa. That's where the Stampeders are. Barnes and Little Brooks goes right. Philpott that side as well. Adams spies that defense. Outside blitz. Now they back off. Adams in the pocket. Dancing, scrambling, and sacked back at the 37-yard line. I think that's Fry, the halfback that got through first to put him down. Regardless, it's a loss, and it pushes the Stampeders back to the 35.
Yeah, Vernon Adams standing in the pocket, and he didn't have a chance. Good job by the Red Blacks defensive line not to give him any escape position, so he just had to stand there, couldn't escape, had to just take the sack. Better than throwing it away and possibly giving up points.
Second down, 16 yards to go. Clock in motion, 7:23 remaining. Brendan Adams has the Stampeders out on second down and 16 yards to go. Ottawa 13, Stampeders 9. Outside linebacker blitz is on. Adams back, pitches downfield, and that ball sailed, trying to find Jones, who was open inside the 30. So
yeah, they weren't on the same wavelength. Well, the Red Blacks are really blitzing Adam a lot, and he read that, and he thought his wide receiver was going to pick it up, thought there was going to be a stop route, and Devon Jones was thinking otherwise. So they needed to get that, get this one, but it's going to be a pretty difficult kick into the wind for Rennie.
That's the issue. It's not the distance, it's the wind.
And there is a strong wind up there, so it's going to be held up, and it's not an easy kick here.
Brett is 2 of 3 in this game. This is from 42, near hash marks. The snap, the pin, kick by Paredes, going, and it is good.
Barely made it over.
Barely made it over.
Yeah, I think it hit the crossbar,
I think it did too. And one of the uprights, just barely made it over.
You can see it just hanging back, the wind catching it.
Regardless, it's good, and the Stampeders pulled it within 1. Ottawa 13, the Stamps 12, 6:47 remaining in the ballgame. You're listening to fourth quarter Stampeder football action. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
Buzz the tower and save. Now through Saturday at South Point Toyota. Get in and go with interest rates as low as 0% OAC. Plus up to $2,000 in free accessories. Unmatched inventory and trade-in values available for this sale and this sale only. For the best deals of the year, get in and go. 3 days only. On now at South Point Toyota.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Adrian Green, DB. Thank you for listening.
And thank you for listening. And the Ottawa Red Blacks hold a 13-12 lead. It's been a tough day. I want to thank the fans that did come out. This is a tough day. I don't want to pretend otherwise. For those of you that were planning to come to the game but changed your mind, listen, thanks for tuning in. Doesn't make you any less of a fan. Just makes you drier. First down and 10 at the 40-yard line. 6:44 remaining. Ottawa with the ball. And first down, give it out of the backfield. Ottawa, he gets the linebacker level, gets up into the secondary, brought down at about the 49-yard line. So it'll be second and short for Ottawa.
Those big offensive linemen average about 320. They just pushed our D-line back. See a little bit fatigued now entering in with that defense, Mark. That's just when you got to kind of suck it up and not get pushed back and get your pad level lower than the other pad.
Wilcott, Brown, Hutchings, Flo Ormelad, the front four. Red Blacks are second down and a full 1.5 to go. Dubois in as a tight end left. On the first down, they'll give to Attaboy. He runs left, breaks a tackle, gets into the open field. 50, 40, at the 30, at the 20, at the 15, at the 10. Caught inside the 10 at about the 8-yard line as he just exploded downfield. Finally tackled by Webb, the safety, but a huge gain, and the Red Blacks are on the doorstep.
Yeah, the Red Blacks, a little quick hitter. They took advantage of that, and linebackers got flushed up with the offensive line, and the defensive backs were over covering man-to-man. So Webb ran him down, but that one hurt.
53-yard pickup to the Stampeder 8-yard line. Now the Stampeders have to manufacture some kind of a break with 5:29 remaining in the game. Red Blacks goal to go. They spot it at the 9-yard line. No offensive touchdowns in this game. In fact, no touchdowns of any kind, but the Red Blacks are on the doorstep. Crum is the quarterback. Added to the right. Hardy that way as well. Snap back to Crum. He looks wide side. Pitches on a crossing route. That ball is caught at the 5. Heading to the end zone. Standing up. Touchdown. Ottawa. Daniel Adebaboy.
Well, that could hurt, Mark. Now the Stampeders have to get 2 scores, I believe, in order. We got an injured Stampeder. 2 of them. 2 injured Stampeders on that play. So the just not good defense that time by the Stampeders. Red Blacks just marched the ball down when they needed to stop, and we'll have to see who these 2 injured players are.
Well, Moncrief got up, but Jacob Roberts is on his back. But, yeah, it's suddenly 19-12.
Well, just when the Stampeders, drive the ball down, had a pretty good drive and get it within 1, you got some momentum, and that momentum was squashed and turned the other way by 3 plays of the Red Blacks.
Yep. And the big play, though, was Adebaboy's second and short, and he rumbles 52 yards downfield.
Yeah, that one hurt. You can see fatigue now entering that defense a little bit, and they're just not getting off blocks. They're standing up, and your pad level, if you want to be aggressive on that line, you got to get lower than the other guy, and that's one of our defensive linemen, I believe.
Or is that Roberts? I think the linebacker.
Yeah, you're right. That's Roberts. Yeah, Jacob Roberts.
Time of possession, the Stampeders actually lead at 28-26 to Ottawa's 26-32, but
well, I go back to that first half, Mark, where you gave up points by not plucking it in when you had the chance. You were down there with great field position, and you had that great drive down to the 1-yard line. That really could come back and cost you.
Well, right now it probably is the difference in the game. So Ottawa will try the extra point. And I'm not sure what the discussion is here. Now Moncrief is running off. Bailey Devine Scott is coming in. All right.
I'm pretty impressed, Mark, with the offensive line of the Red Blacks. They've just really pushed our defensive line back a little bit. We've had a hard time. And, of course, you got the big guy stand back who can just power the ball. And they've really done a good job of running the football this game.
Ottawa does have 217 yards rushing, by the way. They're resetting the clock, I guess.
It's like
217 yards rushing to the Stamps 160.
Yeah, 217, that's a lot of yards rushing. A lot of that by Crum, but a lot of it by their big fullback and that big offensive line blowing our guys back a bit.
So on for the extra point is Lewis Ward. Snapped, it's spotted, and he drills it through. So Ottawa goes up 20-12, and that's important because the Stampeders either need 2 scores or a touchdown and a 2-point convert. So here we are. It's suddenly momentum in Ottawa's favor. The Stamps have to generate some of their own with 4:42 remaining.
Yeah, they still got lots of time, and I didn't totally appreciate that, Mark. Yeah, just 1 score and a 2-point conversion. Better than having to get 2 possessions where it's just going to eat up some time. So they still got a chance, but they got to get something going.
They got to get it going, yeah. They can't. First downs, Ottawa 17, the Stampeders 15.
Well, Stamps have not got much on the return. I thought that might be a factor in the game, but both cover units doing a pretty good job. And with the wind right now, Leon, he should be able to blast that ball down the field. We'll see what type of return the Stamps get.
Returner for the Stampeders, Tevin Jones is back.
Yeah, they haven't got Benjamin on. I wonder if they brought him on the roster, and he really hasn't had a chance or done anything this game.
Brooks is back as well. They'll kick with the wind. Stepping into the ball, launching it downfield. Chipped in the direction of Brooks. He'll catch inside the 10, inside the numbers. Runs ahead at the 20, at the 25. Is hit as he gets across the 30 to about the 35-yard line as he's brought down by the Red Blacks. One of their backup linebackers, Jaden Griffiths, the lowest drafted player in this year's draft on a CFL roster.
Yeah, 5'11", 215 pounds, a rookie, done a good job. And some guys maybe don't excel in all the testing that they do right now for draft choices, but just know how to play football. He's one of them.
Well, here's a critical drive for the Calgary Stampeders, down by 8 with 4:31 remaining. They start out at their 32-yard line. Rhymes and Jones splitting left to this near side. Adams works. Adams takes the ball. Back looking to the near side. Throws, and
he had a guy
near Jones.
Well, he's not getting a deep drop, Mark, and he's got guys in his face, and that's causing him to not go through all the proper throwing mechanics. You got to get a lot deeper and step into the ball, and again, he's releasing the ball late and his throw because he's rushing it and it's going down. So not a good throw that time by Vernon Adams.
No, it is a big second down where the Stampeders have struggled today. 6 of 18 in those opportunities. They fanned 5 receivers out, including Barnes, a wide man to the near side, lines up outside the numbers. Clock moves, 4:04 remaining. Adams takes the ball. Red Blacks dropping 9, throwing out of the backfield on a circle route. That ball is caught, or was it, by Mills? He has the ball, even if they rule it a catch. Well short of the first down.
They're going to rule it a catch, so I think the Stamps are going to have to go for it here.
Yeah, he did catch it. He went down.
Well, again, it was thrown low because you got Vernon Adams leaning back, guy in his face, kind of throwing the ball, releasing it late.
Well, here's a big play. This might break the momentum of Ottawa if Calgary gets a first down, but Stampeders have to establish something. This is 3rd down and 6 at their 36-yard line. They sent 4 receivers to the near side, including big, tall Rhymes and Jones this way as well. Red Blacks show 3 on the line of scrimmage. Adams takes the snap. Adams back, dancing, waiting, pitching across the middle, look for a target, and that is intercepted. Ringland, the safety for Ottawa, intercepts and is down at the Ottawa 52-yard line. So the Red Blacks have the ball, and they're celebrating. 3:34 remaining. They lead by 8.
Well, I just threw that up. The guy was covered, that being Phil Pott all over him, and just kind of threw that on a hope, 50-50 ball. Hope your wide receiver is going to turn around and make that, but not a good throw. So Stampeder offense just didn't get it done this game.
Well, still time, but you're right. They're in a hole right now as Ottawa has the lead and the ball.
Well, they got the momentum with that big old line and Steinbach or whoever running the ball. I think they're just going to pound that ball, run that repass option.
We'll see what they do. 1st and 10 at the 52-yard line. Red Blacks slow out of the huddle, trying to squeeze the clock a little. Play clock is at 11. Hardy going wide left for the Ottawa Red Blacks. Crum takes the ball. Crum gives inside, running right, turning the corner. Attaboy gets to the Calgary 50, tripped up, knocked down at about the 48, pending the spot of the ball.
Well, the Red Blacks have run off tackle very effective this day. They've seemed to be able to pin out our defensive end and attack the linebackers, get a guy up on our linebackers. We're going to go to timeout.
We are indeed. The score, Ottawa 20, the Stampeders 12. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun!
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
Remember last summer's heat wave that had you wishing for refreshing air conditioning? Let Furnace Family by Atco Home Services keep you cool this summer. Trust our expert techs and honest pricing to keep your home chilling when the summer is scorching. Ask about our best-selling Lennox models that offer optimal efficiency and cool, quiet comfort. Take advantage of Lennox's rebates up to $2,000 only for a limited time. You can count on Furnace Family by Atco Home Services to do the job right and have your AC unit up and running in no time. The summer rush is coming. Don't wait. Visit furnacefamily.com to secure your spot today.
Thanks for listening to Stampeder Football. This is DB Jaden Grant.
The Ottawa Red Blacks holding the lead there. 1st and 10 at the Stamp 49-yard line, and they've been pounding the ball hard at the Stampeders. 228 yards on the ground. Everybody that's carried the ball, whether it's Attaboy, whether it's Stanback, whether it's Crum, have been very productive, Greg.
Yeah, they have, and they've won that line of scrimmage battle. One of my matches of the game was the offensive line of the Stampeders and the defensive line of the Red Blacks. Well, really, it's flipped. It's been that offensive line of the Red Blacks, and the defensive line of the Stampeders been won by the offensive line of the Red Blacks.
Well, the Stampeders are going to have to generate a break of their own, a big interception, a fumble recovery, something, because Ottawa is just grinding away, and they have the ball, leading by 8 with 2:59 remaining as time is about to be whistled in. It is. Second down, very short to go. Crum is in the game, takes the ball, pushes forward. Micah Teitz tries to push him back, but when they unpiled, that massive humanity moves away. There should be a first down.
Well, Crum hasn't killed us with the pass. His arm has not been that good. He's only got 111 yards in the passing. He's only good on, looks like 9 of 22. Where he's killed us is with his run. He's rushed the ball 10 times for 60 yards. And they've all been on scrambles to get first downs.
First and 10 at the 47-yard line. The clock now a factor. 2:43 remaining. The Ottawa Red Blacks at the Stampeder 47-yard line. Time now whistled in. It's running down. 2:34, 2:32. Crum is in the gun. Takes his time. Gives to Adeboboy. Picks his way up the middle. Pushes straight ahead, but Hutchings and company push him back. Gain of about 4 or 5 on the play. In there as well, Coatney, but they're grinding it out. Second down and make it 6 to go.
Yeah, just grinding it out. They don't really care. They just want that clock to tick and eat up the clock with these runs right up the middle. Now they're bringing in a couple more wide receivers. Had a couple big boys in. Maybe they're going to put it up this time.
Well, it is second down and 7 to go at the 44. 2:21. The clock is now the Stampeders' enemy. 2:17 remaining. Red Blacks over the ball. 2 receivers left. Now receivers in motion to the near side. Derek Moncrief adjusting. Play fake by Crum. He rolls right, takes the ball, starts upfield, and he's tackled, caught from behind. Stampeders bring him down.
Oh, good job, good pursuit, because again, a very good fake by Crum. Yeah, Brown just didn't go for the fake this time. So it's third down. What are the Red Blacks going to do? I anticipate they'll probably try a field goal with the wind. That would put it into a 2-score game.
Yes, it would. Yeah. And 4 at least is Lewis Ward. They're kicking with the wind. Speed from 49, so not automatic, but he's a very, very accurate kicker.
Brooks goes back, and if you're back there, you're saying, okay, miss, and I got lots of empty space with my speed to make something happen. This is when you get maybe excited as a returner and say, hey, this is a chance. If they give me that opportunity to return it, I could turn this game around.
All right, the Red Blacks send their field goal unit on. Leonie Niels at the 48. Wind favors Ward. It's snapped. It's down. He kicks it. It's going. And it hit the upright. No good. Huge break for the Calgary Stampeders. Something they've been looking for. But he hit the upright. It's a dead ball, and the Stampeders will take over. And if they are going to put together a drive and a big play, this is the time.
Well, this is the timing. 1:53 left, Mark. And as you said, a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. So gave him some life.
So maybe that's the break they needed, hitting the upright. And Peters will start out on the dead ball at the 30-yard line, but the clock is a factor. 1:53 remaining. 3 receivers right for the Calgary Stampeders. Adams in the gun. Mills in the backfield. Hands on his knees to the right. Adams takes a snap. In his pocket, has time, pitching across the middle. Rhymes catches near midfield, then goes down. First down Stampeders as they find Dominique Rhymes over the middle, and the Stamps sprint to the ball.
Yeah, Dominique Rhymes running a dig route. That's about 18 just across the middle, and good solid throw by Vernon Adams to step in. This time he had nobody in his face, and he could step in and throw a good football.
Stampeders are at the 53-yard line, their own. Ottawa showing a 3-man front. Receivers in motion to the line. Adams, short drop, throws left, caught by Philpott. He's sandwiched at the Ottawa 50, fights ahead for yards. We'll get the exact spot. It's Pickett on the tackle. Stampeders will be second, and what do we call it, 1?
Well, now you're getting into the Jock Wilson syndrome. The Red Blacks starting to rush three, and you'll leave open, let the Stampeders march the ball down because they're playing a little bit of a prevent defense.
2nd and 1 at the 48-yard line. Adams will go to the air, takes the snap. He scrambles right. Now he looks left, throws to the near sidelines. Jones reaches up, makes the catch, and they're going to debate if he was inbounds or out. It's a catch, and it's a first down at the Ottawa 38. Real close.
Well, we got an injured Red Black now, but Adams, with only 3 rushing, he's got lots of time to sit back and look around. So I kind of agree now that, Mark, I keep rushing 4. They've been effective by blitzing Vernon Adams, and by rushing 4, all of a sudden they go to rushing 3, and he's moving the ball down the field.
Big Burley Malden, their fine defensive end, defensive player of the year at 22 in the CFL, is down. One of the top players in the CFL. Once he's attended to, and we'll see what happens, the Stampeders will be 1st and 10 at the 38. 1 minute, 26 seconds remaining in the ballgame. So for those of you that are hanging in, you're watching a real exciting finish. So he's walking off under his own power.
See what the Red Blacks do, because they have not been affected by just rushing 3.
At the 38-yard line, Rhymes the favorite target. He splits right. Jones outside him to the far wide side of the field. Vernon Adams again spies that defense. Adams takes the snap. At his back, pitching across the middle and reaching up, slipped, fell, reached back
Great
up
catch.
to make the catch. A superb grab, pulled in by Rhymes. Stampeders on the march to the Ottawa 25.
Yeah, Rhymes was kind of doing a little again, another dig route, and it was thrown in behind him. He had to kind of come back to the ball, make a diving catch going backwards. Good play.
Rhymes in the slot right. He starts in early motion to the line. Adams takes the ball. Adams back, looking wide side, throwing downfield off his feet, trying to pull it in. Jalen Philpott at the 15-yard line. The ball, that was Brooks, actually incomplete.
Well, if you're going to throw it high, you don't want to be at height. Brooks, he's only 5'7", 5'8", and couldn't bring that one in. He rifled that one.
2nd down and 10 at the 25-yard line. Clock is a factor. 1:13 remaining. Stampeders down by 8. They're out of the huddle. Philpott, Brooks, and Barnes go to the wide left side. Mills remains in the backfield to block. Adams takes the snap. At his back, throws a crossing route and led his man too far.
Yeah,
trying to find Jalen Philpott, incomplete.
Yeah, had Jalen Philpott running a crosser route wide open. Mark had 3 steps on his guy, just overthrew him. If he would have hit him right in the hands, Philpott could have caught that and got some pretty good yardage. That was just a bad throw. So 3rd down now.
The game may come down to this play. 3rd down and 10 at the 25-yard line of Ottawa. Stampeders are down by 8. So they fan 5 receivers out. Big dangerous Rhymes is in the slot right to the far side. Jones outside him. Adams with 6 on the clock. Leans in. Takes a snap. Blitzes on. Back is Adams dancing in the pocket. Throws a pass into the end zone. Way up deep. Too far for the intended target. Trying to catch up with the ball was Philpott. He was bothered by an Ottawa defender as well. And the pass sails incomplete.
Well, they came on the full out blitz again. Rushed all 3, and that time Vernon Adams just threw that one away, so they had 3 cracks down there, couldn't get it done. That's probably the game.
Yep, Stamps are at Need a Miracle territory now.
The Red Blacks are just going to be safe and run this football, but
turnover on downs. Let's see what Ottawa does. They've been really successful on the ground. Ottawa at the 25-yard line. They now break the huddle.
And they got 234 yards offense, 344 total offense.
Crom is the quarterback, and he'll give to Adebayo. He squirts through a hole, then runs into Webb up from his safety position, and Roberts the linebacker. No gain. 2nd and 10, 58 seconds remaining. So, as I say, the Stampeders need an interception or punch the ball free or something.
Well, they're going to have to call a timeout after this play and give themselves some time, but it's looking pretty grim. I can't see the Red Blacks putting this up in the air.
Time is whistled in. Now 50, 49, 48. Crom in the gun. 2 backs in the backfield to help him block. Now Addison leaks out of the backfield left. Come again. Give the Attaboy. Cuts inside. Stampeders pull him down. Flo Ormalad with the shoulder pad tackle. Drops him on the ground. And they'll be short. That was a gain of about 4 or 5. So, well, Eric Brooks wants to make an impression. This would be it because the punt unit is on.
We got punt unit on. They're just going to let the clock tick down to 14 seconds. Snap it at 14. 34 seconds left right now. So, another injured Stampeder. I think that's Webb.
It is. That's really unfortunate. He's been very effective in the secondary.
Yep, the fifth-year player All-Star with as a Red-Black back in 2024.
Yeah, he's being attended to. So, Greg, should this score remain, I think the Stampeders will look back at that 85-yard drive that resulted in nothing.
That definitely was a turning point in the game to me. Just that entire first half, they had such good field position on 4 to 5 occasions. They just weren't able to even come out with 3 points. I mean, all you had to do was drive the ball, 10, 15 yards, you're in field goal range. And then one time Rennie missed it, and I believe it was probably a bad snap. But you have all that great field position. You got to come out with more than 2 points.
Yeah, it was 6-2 Ottawa at the half, so struggles with it. Well, Webb is walking a little very gingerly to the near side.
Ohio State product. It's got two knockdowns.
Well, let's remember last night in Toronto ended on a wild kick return. Why not again, right?
Yeah, we got to only hope.
A lot of hope. So, play clock now whistled in for Ottawa. Time clock moving as well. 31 on the game clock, 14 on the play clock. So about a 16-second difference. Red Blacks will stand and try to grind the clock. Play clock is at 4. Play clock is at 2. Play clock is at 1.
They're just going to take the penalty mark and let that good smart play. Who cares what the yardage is at this time? It's the clock that matters.
15 seconds remain.
So it looks like the Stampeders probably going to suffer their first loss of the year to a team that's 0-2. It's going to be tight.
I guess you have to say at this stage, if this result holds, Saskatchewan in the west and Montreal in the east are the two teams on top of the league.
Yep, so far, although
it is very early though.
Miracle comeback win last night by the Riders.
Maybe the Stamps have got one of those too, as Brooks is going to await the punt. Snap back, Leone steps into the kick. And it'll be caught by Brooks at the 30-yard line. He runs left, tries to cut it back, but the Red Blacks pull him down at the 30-yard line. Very limited gain. Pickett on the tackle. So the Stampeders with 6 seconds left. They got to let it fly and hope they can find the end zone.
Yeah, you can't even get the ball into the end zone on a throw. So I know they probably got some desperation play they've worked on a couple times this year. We'll see what that is.
See how deep the Ottawa secondary is. They're in a line about 15 yards off the ball. I thought they might be deeper, to tell you the truth. But
so did I. They're only about 10, but
here we go. Stampeders from the 30, their last shot. Snap back to Adams. Adams in a deep drop. He has time. Scrambling left. Throws to his underneath man, Mills. And Mills takes the ball. He runs up to about the 39, 40-yard line before he is brought down by the corner on the play for the Ottawa Red Blacks. Colden, but that'll do it. There's your ball game. That's it for the Calgary Stampeders on a very challenging day weather-wise at home. They struggle offensively and fall to the Ottawa Red Blacks 20-12. The final score, Ottawa 20, the Stampeders 12. Up next, the Valentine Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show, including the Hearth and Home coaches interview. This is QR Calgary Stampeders football.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
June is Discover Days at Volvo Calgary. Right now, enjoy reduced lease rates and save up to $7,000, including eligible government incentives. Discover luxury, innovation, and the award-winning safety Volvo is known for. Volvo's quality of products, the Volvo commitment to safety and innovation, and customer service excellence has become a generational tradition in Calgary. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or start your journey online at volvocarscalgary.com. Don't miss Discover Days, on now.
And that's the game.
The final whistle has sounded, and now it's time to tackle how it all unfolded. The good, the bad, the ugly.
The Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show is just around the corner on the proud voice of the red and white. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Well, the weather wasn't great, and unfortunately, the result was just as bad for the Calgary Stampeders. The Stampeders get a safety from the defense. They get a punt single from their punter, and they get 3 Rene Paredes field goals, and that adds up to just 12 points. 12 points does not win you many CFL games, and sure enough, there was only one touchdown in this game. That was scored by the Ottawa Red Blacks late in the fourth quarter. And the Ottawa Red Blacks take out the Calgary Stampeders 20-12. The Ottawa Red Blacks improving their record to 1-2 on the season. Their first win of 2025. The Calgary Stampeders suffering their first loss of 2025. Welcome back to the Billy Powers broadcast booth. I'm Jock Wilson with Greg Peterson. This is the Valentine Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak proudly supporting our community and the Stampeders since 1946. So much to dissect in this game, Greg Peterson, but you can't turn the ball over 5 times like the Calgary Stampeders did in this game. 3 turnovers on downs, 1 fumble, 1 interception. The Ottawa Red Blacks played a relatively clean game with 0 turnovers. And, hey, that's why you lose this football game. Yeah, the Red Blacks won this game by our keys to the game. Number 1, protect the football. They did, we didn't. Number 2, kind of win the battle of their offensive line and our defensive line, the line of scrimmage. Well, flip that. They won that battle, and I think that was the 2 keys right there. And the other was adapt to with the weather conditions. So I think when it comes to the Red Blacks, what they had to do with the keys to the game to win this game, they did them, and we didn't. Well, the Red Blacks won the toss, and, they took the wind for the final quarter, which was important. So, they played the weather to their advantage, and that was one of your keys to the game as well, adjust to the weather. And it's funny how that can make some adjustments right there. Well, it really does, and you got that fourth quarter wind, and they just played a good, solid road game. You come on the road in these terrible conditions. They did what they needed to do, protect the football, win the battle line of scrimmage. They just played a really good, solid road game for a team that's 0-2. They look pretty good today. Yeah, no. If I told you the stats, and especially the team stats, both teams had 18 first downs. Calgary Stampeders actually had more offense in this game, 367 to 349. Calgary Stampeders had a little more time of possession, just over 30 minutes to just over 29 minutes for the Ottawa Red Blacks. Both teams only suffered 4 penalties in this game. Ottawa punted the ball 6 times. Calgary only punted the ball 5 times. You would say, hey, maybe the Calgary Stampeders should have won this game. And they were in this game, but were they in this game? It didn't feel like they had the opportunities in the first half, when they had the field position, and Dave Dickinson took some risks. He took some gambles, and it did blow up in his face. Let's call it what it is. Well, you know what? I thought we won the first half. I thought we had the momentum. We were the better team. We were down, but I just thought we were playing better. We just didn't capitalize when we had the field position. We didn't then they went down that opening drive in the second half, and they got momentum back, and we just couldn't survive from them. We just couldn't come back, so they won the second half. But yeah, they played a good, clean ball game. When I never thought about penalties. They didn't have any penalties. They had no turnovers. That's incredible, especially in a game like this. And they were better, I thought, on the line of scrimmage. And you do those things on the road in a wind-filled game, cold game, then you're going to probably take a win out of it.
Well, let's see what the head coach has to say about this game. The coach's interview is brought to you by Renovations by Hearth and Home. And Mark, take it away with the coach. Is Mark with us? All right, Mark is not with us right now. I guess we're having a few issues. Mark,
heard our third downs, but they outplayed us as well. So it was a hard-fought game. Still, guys laid it out there, put it all out there. Just not the result we wanted.
Was the turning point? You were down to the 1 yard line, made that long 85-yard drive, and just couldn't finish it?
Who knows? I mean, who knows what the next series entails? We didn't really stop them after that either, but we just knew it was an uphill battle, and it was a really, really tough first half as far as the weather, as tough as I've played in. The guys put a lot of energy out there and kept working, just not the result we wanted.
With the fact the drive stalled, you had P.J. Walker as your short yardage player, and then Vaughn came in later. Was that a result of that?
No, we just decided we weren't doing as good on the edges, so we just decided to try to get maybe more vertical, and it seemed to work a little better. We're still evolving in that situation. We're still working on it, and as a coaching staff, we got to make sure we can put our guys in the best position.
They ran the ball quite effectively and kind of grounded out at a lot of times there.
I think towards the end they hit their big runs. They weren't early. We were stopping them, but they did have a nice little, their quarterback is very athletic and can run a lot and is strong. It was back and forth game. It really was. Nobody really was taking advantage of their opportunities. It was windy. It was rainy. The guys kept fighting, and it just came out on the wrong end of this one.
Can I ask about the weather? I mean, it was the same on both sides. I get it, but the impact it had on calls and plays in the game with that much wind and that much rain.
It's tough, but you know what? We live in Canada, and also football's played in the cold weather. So hopefully we're playing in some cold weather late in November. So, we not an excuse. Our guys fought. They were ready. So was Ottawa, though. It wasn't like either team's using that as an excuse as part of their game. It didn't feel great, as far as you couldn't get that feeling from the home crowd because it was just tough. Nothing that certainly that felt like the guys weren't all in and giving it everything they got, just didn't get the result.
Just a quick thought, Dedrick Mills cracking or close to the 100-yard mark again.
Well, that was the same thing. We had to run the ball too. I mean, with that weather, you had to run the ball, and we were certainly, I thought it was a fairly soft battle between the two teams. And we're the ones with the turnovers. We're the ones that couldn't convert on third down. We're the ones with the loss.
Dave, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Head coach Dave Dickinson, more guests in a moment, guys.
The coach's interview brought to you by Renovations by Hearth and Home. Imagine the extraordinary. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com. It's interesting, Greg, because the second turnover on downs in the first half, that 84-yard drive that ended up short, I didn't have an issue with that call, going for it, third down and goal. I did have an issue with the first turnover on downs. It was third and four, and that was right after the safety. And that one, I'm going, okay, why are you going for it there and not taking the automatic 3 points? That one to me didn't really make sense.
Yeah, there was a lot. We gave up points by just things that happened in the game, and that was one of them. I'm sure if you had to go back, you might want to reconsider, because for a while there it was like 1 point here made a difference, and this made a difference. And Dave's a gambler. He likes to go for it, and that's what he did. Sometimes it pays off, and this time, if you had to go back and do it again, he might change his mind.
Yeah, you can even go back before the sack by Hutchins in the end zone to get the safety. I remember just when Antwi goes down with an ankle injury, didn't return for this football game, and Rene Paredes missed a 43-yard field goal, right after that play. So there were some points left off the board for the Calgary Stampeders in this football game. Anyway, let's take our first time out. This is the Valentine Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show. I'm Jock Wilson with Greg Peterson. Calgary Stampeders fall 20-12 to the Ottawa Red Blacks. Week number 3 of the Canadian Football League. Well, it wraps up tonight as the BC Lions will host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. This is QR Calgary.
June is Discover Days at Volvo Calgary. Right now, enjoy reduced lease rates and save up to $7,000, including eligible government incentives. Discover luxury, innovation, and the award-winning safety Volvo is known for. Volvo's quality of products, the Volvo commitment to safety and innovation, and customer service excellence has become a generational tradition in Calgary. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or start your journey online at volvocarscalgary.com. Don't miss Discover Days. On now.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun!
Getting a down payment together can be so hard.
Shane Homes will match your down payment with a price reduction up to 10% off the price of your new home. Whether you're buying your first home or upgrading, there's never been a better time. Only 5 homes per community qualify monthly, so act fast. Offer ends August 31st. Shane Homes. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes. Conditions apply. See area manager for details.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations. Other guys pretend, we deliver the goods. We're the official radio voice of the Calgary Stampeders. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Drive of the game coming up here on the post-game show for your Alberta Ford dealers, but we're going to go back it down to the Calgary Stampeder dressing room. Dietrich Mills, 15 carries, 96 yards. His longest was 27. Dietrich Mills also had 4 catches in this game on 4 targets for another 27 yards. So another solid game for the Stampeder running back, who is in the dressing room with Mark Stephen.
Well, Dietrich, some good stats, but just got to be frustrating. Just kept waiting for that one spark to blow the game up and turn it in your favor there.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, it's frustrating, but, at the end of the day, man, it's football. So we just got to come back, next game ready to play. That's all.
I guess the conditions dictated it was going to be a ground game, and they went at you guys, and you went at them.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I mean, when it comes to weather like this, it should be a pound game. And that's what we went out there and did, put the ball in the air a few times and made great plays. But, most of the game was pretty much run. And, we just took it and handled it well.
I know the field was the same for both teams, but how was it running on that field? And, just how did it impact your game?
It felt good. I mean, the field was wet, so, you got to watch the way you're cutting out there and stuff like that. So, as you can see, I was moving, getting the ball down the field efficiently, just trying to put the team on my back and ready to make plays.
Guys, any questions for Dietrich?
Well, it's funny, Dietrich, in the pregame show, I asked Greg Peterson, in a game like this, how many times does he change his socks? And he said 4 times as a player. Did you have to change your socks in this game?
Didn't hear that what he said? Oh, sorry, that one cut out. I just said you have to change your footwear or socks during the game.
Oh, no, I didn't have to change anything. I just came in at halftime, got some adjustments on some of the plays and just went back out and executed the plays. No change in the jersey, undershirt, socks, shoes, nothing. Everything was pretty much still ready to go. So.
Hey, I can understand why it wasn't a huge crowd today, but the fans that were there, give them credit, eh?
Yeah, just going to say we had a technical issue with the crowd, obviously small for obvious reasons, but the ones that were there laid it all out with their lungs today.
Oh, yeah, most definitely, man. I appreciate all the fans that was out there today, man. We thank you, and we appreciate you every game for sure, man.
All right. Well, Dieter, tough, not ideal, but you got the bye week, and I guess some things to think about and work on.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Just take this bye week, spend some time, going reflecting over this game, and just, come back ready to play, man. Just, we'll come back with a chip on our shoulder ready to play. That's all.
Dietrich, thank you, and appreciate you stopping by.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mark.
Okay. Dietrich Mills stopping by. Guys, more guests in a moment.
All right, Mark, thank you very much. Greg Peterson.
I will say that most players were not as picky about their footwear
as you were.
I'm a little bit over the board when it comes to what my feet.
You want to have warm toes. I get it.
Right.
Let's get to the drive of the game for the Alberta Ford dealers. And again, you don't like having a drive of the game that ends in a field goal or even in no points. But hey, there were no touchdowns in this game, Greg Peterson.
There wasn't. So you know what? That limited. But I had to go back to that drive of the game. That was in the second quarter. The score was 3-2. They went on an 85-yard drive, 9 plays, 8 runs. They were just doing such a good job.
Yep.
One pass, but then it stopped at the 1-yard line. We really didn't have a better drive the entire game. I picked out of the drive of the game. I'm not going to pick it as my turnover, but it was one of the turnovers that you could have in a game. I think if we would have scored there, might have been a little bit of a different game, but I picked that as a drive.
Well, that was the Dietrich Mills drive because there was a Philpott run, and then there was a Mills 14-yard run, a Mills 27-yard run. Then he got stopped in the backfield, and then Benjamin took it off for 10 yards. And then P.J. Walker, the quarterback sneak, took it off for 16 yards. Mills for 6, Mills for 3, and then P.J. Walker was stopped, on the goal line stand. So we're going to go back down to Mark Stephen as Mark has another guest for us. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, Jacob Roberts, linebacker with us. What do you take away from a game like that? Not a high-scoring game, kind of a back-and-forth, grind-them-out game. What's your take?
Obviously, with the weather, we knew it was going to be a lot of run game, a lot of run plays. But, they came out with a win. But, that don't define us. We're going to go into the bye week, fix the problems that we created, and, go into the game on July 3rd and, try to fix those corrections.
How about their quarterback? He seemed to do a little bit of dancing around in there. Was he doing anything you didn't expect? Because he was, at times being very elusive back there.
Yeah, we knew he was a running quarterback. So, we had some things in place to where, we can stop that. But, obviously, they rush for a lot of yards, and we can't let that happen. So, we get in the film room and fix that.
Yet, despite all that went on, you only allowed 1 touchdown. So at some levels, you got to be fairly happy with the way things went.
Yeah, but if they don't score, they don't win. So, that's the defensive motto.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Have we got time to go to Jacob upstairs? No, we'll just have to take a break here. But Jacob, thank you for stopping by, and good luck with the bye. You going to stick around and just stretch out, or what's your plans?
Yep, just staying here for the bye. Come in for a couple of days and just relax.
All right, long season, got to get a break when you can take it, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right, Jacob Roberts joining us, guys. More guests in a moment.
All right, Mark, thank you very much. Stay tuned. We're going to bring you the Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC game turning point. We'll do that next as we continue here on the postgame show. You're listening to QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
June is Discover Days at Volvo Calgary. Right now, enjoy reduced lease rates and save up to $7,000, including eligible government incentives. Discover luxury, innovation, and the award-winning safety Volvo is known for. Volvo's quality of products, the Volvo commitment to safety and innovation, and customer service excellence has become a generational tradition in Calgary. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or start your journey online at volvocarscalgary.com. Don't miss Discover Days, on now.
Ready for a brand new Stampede tradition?
Yahoo!
Kick off Stampede the right way at the first ever Stampede Bowl.
Your Calgary Stampeders take on the Bombers July 3rd for the trophy, the bragging rights, and the glory of the Stampede Bowl.
It'll be nothing but a good time as rock icon and Poison frontman Bret Michaels performs an unforgettable halftime concert presented by TD. Get Stampede ready at Calgary's biggest outdoor patio, McMahon Stadium.
Witness history. Tickets for the Stampede Bowl are available at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? That wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards.
Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyriq or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyriq Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Game Turning Point is coming up here on the post-game show for Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, but this was a tough game for Vernon Adams and the Stampeder receivers. Dominic Rhymes, he had 5 targets, only 3 catches. Clark Barnes, 4 targets, only 2 catches. Tevin Jones, 6 targets, only 2 catches. Jalen Philpott, 6 targets, only 2 catches. So, yeah, it was tough for the receiving corps here at McMahon Stadium. And let's go down to the Calgary Stampeder dressing room because I believe Mark has one of those receivers for us.
Jalen Philpott, just kind of a tough game. I kept waiting for that big spark, something. You'd get a play, and just seemed to not really come together at any time today.
Yeah, we talked about it coming into this game is we needed to execute, and offense didn't execute in the red zone at all today. So, we feel like as an offense, we're holding ourselves accountable and just didn't execute good enough.
Yeah, a couple of tough plays. There was the 3rd and 4. Sometimes you got to go for it. Then there was the play from the 1, and you get one of those 2. It's a different story here today.
Yeah, 100%. Like you said, we trust our coaches. They're going to put us in the right situation, and we just got to go out there and execute. And didn't go our way today, but we know that the season's not defined by this game, so we just know we got to work harder.
As a receiver, was it tough watching and looking the ball into your hands with all that swirling wind?
Yeah, the elements, they definitely play a factor, especially when you got to catch the ball. But, we practiced, we prepared we knew what the weather was going to be like, so it's not an excuse for us. So we just had to go out there and execute better.
Well, bye week coming up. It's going to hang tough and then get ready for the next stretch of the season here?
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where, you got to look at kind of the green side of it, and that is that we get to sit here for a week and think about this game, we get to watch extra film on it and just kind of know what we did wrong and what we need to fix. And we got Winnipeg coming into our house in 2 weeks, so that's what we're focused on now.
Jalen, thanks for stopping by on a windy, tough day.
Awesome. Thanks, Mark.
All right. Jalen Philpott joining us from the Stampeders dressing room. And, guys, that is the story today. And just want to salute the fans that did make it to the stadium. It was a tough, challenging day. Stampeders losing by a count of 20-12. They'll take a bye week and try to reconfigure things and get ready for that exciting Stampede Bowl on July 3rd. Winnipeg in town. Pre-game show at 5:30. Kickoff at 7. And that's tonight's dressing room story.
All right, Mark. Great job as always. We appreciate that. And, again, our game turning point coming up in just a couple of seconds. But, when you break down the tape of this one, Greg Peterson, it was a struggle for the Stampeder offense. Let's call it what it was. The Calgary Stampeders only completed 7 of 21 second down conversions. They could not really get too many extended drives happening. And then, of course, the turnovers, 5 turnovers, 0 turnovers for the Ottawa Red Blacks in this game. 3 on downs, 1 fumble, 1 interception. That's the reason why you lose a football game, and you only lost by 8, but it's still a loss. 20-12 was the final in this game. So let's get to your game turning point. The game turning point brought to you by our friends at Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC.
I could pick that 85-yard drive where we left points off the board when we down on the 1-yard line, but I didn't pick that. I'm going to pick in the fourth quarter. The score was 13-12. There was 5 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in the game. It was second and short, and we had the ball, or they had the ball about midfield. We stop them. We still got lots of time to go kick a field goal, win this game, score a touchdown, or even tie the game with a missed field goal. And then what happened? Second and short. They came out and Adobobe went on a 52-yard run 2 plays later there in the end zone. I thought that was a turning point in the game.
Yeah, that was a big play because it turned out to be the only offensive touchdown in this game.
Yep, and you know what? Stop them there, and I really think it would have been a different game, but we didn't just stop them. We let them go for 52 yards and gave them all kinds of momentum. Like I said, 2 plays later, they're in the end zone for a touchdown.
There you go. That's the turning point for Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC. Amazing inventory selection. Same great team. Same great service. Check them out at Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC. We still got to get to the 4 stars of the game, and we're going to reset our marquee matchup for Country Hills Toyota. We're almost done in the post-game show, and then we're going to open up the phone lines. Thanks so much for listening to QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws Limited Inventory Sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the Limited Inventory Sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
It's your last chance to get in and go at the giant Country Hills Toyota. The Get In and Go event ends June 30th, and your Toyota Giant has pulled out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. But you better hurry. The Get In and Go event will soon be gone, only until June 30th at the giant Country Hills Toyota.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
QR Calgary is the proud radio home of your Calgary Stampeders.
And has been for over 3 decades.
Stampeders football brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Tough one for the Calgary Stampeders here at McMahon Stadium as the weather was not nice, and unfortunately the result was just as bad. Calgary Stampeders do get a defensive safety. They get a punt single. They get 3 Rene Paredes field goals, but that's it as they are shut out. In the touchdown department, they fall 20-12 to the Ottawa Red Blacks. The Stampeders suffering their first loss of the season. Welcome back to the Valentine Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show. I'm Jock Wilson alongside of Greg Peterson. And Greg, we still have a little bit of business to take care of, like our 4 stars of the game. Always tough when you don't score an offensive touchdown to have an offensive star. So who are you going with the Calgary Stampeders?
Well, I had a tough time picking all 4 of these stars, but yeah, it was tough picking an offensive star. I didn't think anybody really wowed anybody, but at the end of the day, I'll have to go with Dietrich Mills, 4 catches for 27 yards, 15 carries for 96 yards, ran the ball really, really hard. I didn't think any of the receivers really had an exceptional game. I can't pick a quarterback, and always tough to pick an O-lineman, so I went with Dietrich Mills.
Yeah, I think that was probably the easiest choice of the night. Where are you going on defense?
Again, nobody really stood out, had a ton of tackles, but one person, even though they did run the ball a lot, honestly, like Jalen Hutchings had 3 defensive tackles. He had a sack, some in there, and a couple rushes. So I picked Jalen, the big guy up front.
Yeah, he had the sack that created the safety. So, hey, he scored a couple of points himself with that safety today. Who's your top Canadian?
Micah Tights had 6 defensive tackles. I thought they ran the ball on us a little bit too much, but didn't see him miss any tackles. So he stepped in there to that middle linebacker position and did a pretty good job. So I picked Micah.
Okay, and hey, it's one of those things, and again, you knew the running game was going to be whoever won the running game today was probably going to win this game and give the advantage to the Ottawa Red Blacks because they had almost 260. How many? Offense, excuse me, they had 349 yards of offense and 239 yards on the ground. So you're right. But Micah Tights put in a tough situation. Markel Lee is out. He's on the 6-game injured list. So Micah is getting the job done, hopefully, in the next few games. Where are you going on special teams?
Well, again, very tough because I couldn't pick Rennie. He missed one, and I couldn't pick our returner. I didn't think, again, we had any great returns. For a second week in a row, though, I thought our punter did pretty good. Fraser Mason had 5 kicks, averaged 42 yards. He kicked pretty good into the wind. He put it where you needed to put it. And I wanted to go and maybe try and find a horse, as I call him, one of the guys that cover kicks, but none of them had any over 2 special teams tackles. So I went with our punter a lot because he deserved it last week, and he deserved it, I think, again this week.
Yeah, I guess my only concern, he had 2 illegal kicks that he got penalized on because they went out of bounds. I know one was wind assisted there.
That's true.
But I have nobody better to pick. So
I really, out of all the games for a long time, I don't think I've had a harder time, Jock, picking 4 stars. Nobody really was a great star, so I had to pick somebody, so that's who I went with.
There you go. The marquee matchup from our pregame show for Country Hills Toyota. You thought it was the matchup between the offensive line and the defensive line, and it could go both sides of the ball. And you're right, because we knew the weather was going to be a factor in this game, and we knew whoever could establish the run the best was going to win this game. And you have to give that marquee matchup to the Ottawa Redblacks because they were better in the trenches.
Better in the trenches. They pushed their pad level was lower than ours. They pushed our guys. Both sides of the ball, I thought we got beat on the line of scrimmage. And you're not going to win too many games like this with weather conditions like this unless you're winning the battle line of scrimmage, and we didn't win it tonight.
The marquee matchup for Country Hills Toyota. Get your best deal during the Get In and Go event at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Hey, that's a wrap for the post-game show here on QR Calgary. But don't worry, we've had our say. Time for you to have your say, as we're going to open up the phone lines, 403-974-8255. If you want to talk a little football, we're going to be with you probably for another 30, 40 minutes, probably take it up to 6 o'clock tonight. This is the home of the Calgary Stampeders. Thanks so much for listening to the Valentine Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show. The 5th quarter call-in show is next, as you're listening to the home of the Calgary Stampeders. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
You've heard from our football gurus in the Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show. Now go grab your expert's hat.
The 5th quarter call-in show is coming up with Jock Wilson and Greg Peterson.
Call or text 403-974-8255 on your voice of the Calgary Stampeders, QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge. Buzz the tower and save. Now through Saturday at South Point Toyota. Get in and go with interest rates as low as 0% OAC. Plus up to $2,000 in free accessories. Unmatched inventory and trade-in values available for this sale and this sale only. For the best deals of the year, get in and go. 3 days only. On now at South Point Toyota.
Ready for a brand new Stampede tradition?
Yahoo!
Kick off Stampede the right way at the first ever Stampede Bowl.
Your Calgary Stampeders take on the Bombers July 3rd for the trophy, the bragging rights, and the glory of the Stampede Bowl.
It'll be nothing but a good time as rock icon and Poison frontman Bret Michaels performs an unforgettable halftime concert presented by TD. Get Stampede ready at Calgary's biggest outdoor patio, McMahon Stadium.
Witness history. Tickets for the Stampede Bowl are available at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you, armchair quarterback. Think the coach called the wrong play? Did the ref blow the game? Here's your chance to get it off your chest.
It's the 5th quarter call-in show. Call or text 403-974-8255.
This is Stampeders Football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Sample of some of the texts we're getting tonight on the text line, 403-974-8255. Calvin says, I was at the game today. I got better protection from my umbrella than Vernon Adams got from his offensive line. Dave in Red Deer says, some say sports gambling is bad. What is bad is believing in the Stamps. I drove from Red Deer, sat in the rain to watch this performance. Not good enough. Dave, thank you for making the effort to come in from Red Deer. Rob says, Stamps lay another egg against Ottawa. That is true. Stampeders lost both games to Ottawa last year. Stamps should have won that game by 3 TDs. Poor effort all around. All the good vibes of the last few weeks just got flushed. Well, I don't know if all the good vibes got flushed, but yeah, I can understand why the fans are a little disappointed. Hey, if you made the effort to come to McMahon Stadium today and sit through this, you probably are a little disappointed.
Yeah, it wasn't the most exciting game, but you know what? I think we should have won this game. We didn't play, I think, as up to scuff. We're hurting a little bit from some injuries. I think that played a key in it. We had some key guys that are out. That's going to take a little adjustment for us to get used to. So I can feel the frustrations with the fans, but we're going to have our ups and downs this season. We all knew it. Got to hope next game's going to be a big up.
Yeah, the Calgary Stampeders only won 5 games last year, and the over-under for the Stampeder wins this season was supposed to be 7. So, maybe we did get a little excited about a 2-0 start, and this is still a work in progress. And, injuries are going to play a factor throughout the entire season. Hopefully Damon Webb is going to be okay. He was injured in this game. Didn't look good for Joshua Antwi.
No, it didn't look good at all. So it's good we got some depth at the running back position, though, because I really do think we got some good running backs there.
All right, 403-974-8255. That is the number to call if you want to weigh in on the fifth quarter call-in show. Let's take our first caller of the night. Let's go to Doug. Hey, Doug, welcome to the show.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I did go in there. It was disappointing to be in the stands and watch that game. And I guess I'll echo everybody else. I don't think it's taken over everything. I mean, it was a weather game. It was one-off. They looked better. But, yeah, I thought our O-line played atrocious, both on the running game and even on the passing game. The number of times Vernon seemed to be throwing under pressure and everything else. I think the other thing that surprised me a little bit on this game was, of all the games to see Vernon Adams do very little running when their quarterback was running on us, I would have thought with the ground game you'd use more of the misdirection and use him as a bit more of a runner than he was in this game. But I think overall, I know you gave the special teams to the punter, and I'm not going to say he had a bad game, but I just saw that. I mean, that one punt was right in front of us, and I mean, when you kick the ball and you end up with them in better field position than your line of scrimmage, I kind of think that's a bad move.
Maybe I made the wrong choice. You're right.
That one was brutal. I mean, they literally got an out-of-bounds kick, and by the time they got the 10-yard penalty, they were past where we were our line of scrimmage when we kicked.
Yeah, that was a bad play.
I'll have to ask Craig Dickinson on that one, or even Fraser on that one, because it looked like they were lining up on. They did line up onside because they
and he purposely kicked it high,
and he did. So they were trying an onside kick, but it did blow up in their face. There's no question.
And the other one is we can't be on that yard line and get stuffed. I mean, that takes so much momentum away, especially when it was right after the first series where we go for it on 3rd and 4, when we could have walked away with a field goal and we turn around and lose the ball instead. So I just think it was poor effort right across the board, coaching, players, the whole group. Everybody was just off today. I don't know why. We can talk about the injuries. I didn't think we had any major injuries on our O-line, though, and our O-line looked weak. And on our D-line, for whatever reason, we just could not seem to be able to figure out how to stop that run. Yeah, I mean, that was brutal.
We are missing Bryce Bell, who's our starting center. So we did have one injury to the O-line, but I agree with you with all those comments.
But like I said, came in, brought 3 new people to come watch the game. Wasn't the nicest game for them to watch, but we had a good time anyway.
Okay. Tell me, what was it like in the stands that first half? I was glad I was in the Billy Powers broadcast booth. Was it cold and nasty?
I was on the east. I was on the east side, and I have a big Stampeders golf umbrella, so I just set that up as the wind fence for us. And actually, as long as you got the wind fence out of there, it wasn't that bad. But if you had that wind blowing, it was bloody cold.
I can understand it. Well, thanks for being a fan, and thanks for making the effort to come to the game, Doug. Appreciate that.
Okay. You guys have a great day.
All right, you too. That is Doug on the fifth quarter call-in show, 403-974-8255. We'll take our first short break here on the post-game show. Fifth quarter call-in show. We'll come back. More of your calls. Phone lines are open as you're listening to QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws Limited Inventory Sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the Limited Inventory Sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play. QR Calgary at 107.3 The Edge.
All right, let's go back to the text line here on the fifth quarter call-in show. Evelyn says, tough day at the stadium, very wet, very nasty win. But the one thing that was better than usual today, an excellent rendition of O Canada with a singer who knew and sang the melody. Keeper. Evelyn, thank you. Appreciate that. Hey, the next game for the Calgary Stampeders is going to be the Stampede Bowl. Had Jay McNeil, the president of the Calgary Stampeders, on our halftime show, and Jay was saying after they unveiled the big trophy earlier this week, the same company that did the Four Nations Cup trophy in hockey, they did it for the Calgary Stampeders. They said they debuted that on social media, and they sold like 500 tickets. It's the hottest ticket in town right now if you're a Calgary Stampeder fan. Stampede Bowl, July the 3rd. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers are in town. That is going to be the next action for the Calgary Stampeders after they take the bye week, and hopefully they can take care of a few of the injuries, because that is certainly starting to take its toll for the Calgary Stampeders. Let's go back to the phone lines here on the fifth quarter call-in show. Ed, thanks so much. Did you brave the weather today, Ed? Did you suck it up?
Oh, I'm too old for that. No.
I thought you were a fan, Ed.
I'm a fan. I'm just a fan on the couch today.
Okay, fair enough.
I think they need to flush this game. Hopefully, learn from it. I don't know. That was awful. They looked like they didn't want to play. I don't know if it was the weather. No one played well, in my opinion. Maybe Mills. I don't think Vernon. I don't know. Did Vernon get beat up last week? He took a lot of shots last week against the Argos, and he looked happy feet today. I know he had pressure, but he wasn't getting a deep drop. He wasn't scrambling. He just looked like he just wanted to get rid of the ball before someone hit him. And he was high, he was low, he was all over the place. But that being said, it wasn't just him. I mean, 5 turnovers, you're not going to win a football game no matter who you are. So, I don't know. I think this team desperately needs a returner. I think this team desperately needs to find another middle linebacker until ours comes back, whenever that might be. Other than that, I mean, there's still a lot of talent on this football team. They just didn't play today, and I mean, that happens. So we're 2-1. I can live with that. But if you look at the schedule, the next 4 games, Winnipeg, Saskatchewan, Winnipeg, Montreal, ouch. We're going to find out real quick what this team is made of, and they better not play like they did today or it'd be embarrassing. So anyways, boys, that's all I got. Next, I guess we got a bye, so they better strap it on against Winnipeg, or that red trophy is going to be leaving town. So,
all right,
thanks, guys.
You bet, Ed. Appreciate that, and hey,
I agree with that.
I do agree with that, and Ed is a fan, and he usually does come to the game. And I'll be honest with you, if I was a fan and I had tickets for this game, I might have Well, I know for a fact my wife decided not to come to the game because she had the tickets, and it's just it's tough.
Tough to go in that weather. So praise once again to the fans that stuck it out. But yeah, it could have been better. The Stampeders didn't play their best game. They did not have a good game. But you know what? That's just you're not going to have 18 great games. What Ed made a point was, which I've been thinking of, is we got 4 tough games coming up. So, if we can go 50-50 on those, it might be good. But I don't think the Red Blacks are the top of the league right now, and we should have beat them. We should have won that game. We could have won that game in many ways if we just played good, solid, sound football, which we didn't.
What did you think of Ed's comments on Vernon Adams? And Vernon Adams, I don't know. There were a couple of passes that were certainly off in this game. He completes 17 of 23, 218 yards. He did throw the 1 interception. He ran the ball a few times and
he ran the ball well in the first half.
21 yards on the ground, but it just wasn't the same Vernon Adams that we saw in the first 2 games.
No, it wasn't, and I agree with that. I don't think he's getting a big deep drop because he's not the tallest guy, and he had I think 3 balls deflected at the line of scrimmage on quick throws when people were blitzing. I'll tell you what, the teams are going to start learning what you do with Vernon Adams. I think what the Red Blacks said is we're going to blitz him. And they came with 3 guys a lot. Now, they didn't full out blitz. It looked like they were playing more spy, but they were engaging right up on the line of scrimmage. It looked like to me like sometimes 8 guys on the line of scrimmage. And Vernon doesn't get a big deep drop. He's not the tallest guy. It looked like sometimes he was throwing with people in his face, and no quarterback can throw the ball when you got somebody in your space. Quarterbacks like space to throw the ball. He didn't have it. He can maybe get a deeper drop or whatever, but I thought he was really scrambling well in the first half. In the second half, he quit doing it.
Calgary Stampeders did have 367 yards of offense in this game. I bring that up because Shane Holmes is once again partnering with Kids Up Front in our Yards for Kids program. Every offensive yard during the regular season, Shane Holmes donates $1 to Kids Up Front. So far this season, well, you add the $367 to the $799, it brings the grand total of $1,166 for the kids on behalf of Shane Holmes in our Yards for Kids program. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes, Calgary's favorite home builder. Let's take our final timeout. Last chance if you want to call in on the 5th quarter call-in show, 403-974-8255. He's Greg Peterson. I'm Jock Wilson. We're live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
June is Discover Days at Volvo Calgary. Right now, enjoy reduced lease rates and save up to $7,000, including eligible government incentives. Discover luxury, innovation, and the award-winning safety Volvo is known for. Volvo's quality of products, the Volvo commitment to safety and innovation, and customer service excellence has become a generational tradition in Calgary. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or start your journey online at VolvoCarsCalgary.com. Don't miss Discover Days on now.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
Time and effort, sweat and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
Getting a down payment together can be so hard.
Shane Holmes will match your down payment with a price reduction up to 10% off the price of your new home. Whether you're buying your first home or upgrading, there's never been a better time. Only 5 homes per community qualify monthly, so act fast. Offer ends August 31st. Shane Holmes. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes. Conditions apply. See area manager for details.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations. Nobody calls the game like Mark Steven and Greg Peterson. Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
A couple of more texts on the text line, 403-974-8255. Jonathan G. Jonathan G says, tough loss, Jock. Somewhat self-inflicted. However, our front seven gave up over 240 yards on the ground. Losing Markel Lee for 6 games, if not for the season, is a main challenge, but hopefully an opportunity for somebody else. And yeah, stopping the run was an issue for the Calgary Stampeders.
Stopping the run, and I said in the pregame that could be the worst injury that we have to replace, because I think we got more depth at the wide receiver position right now. We got a bunch of young guys there that we'll see how they do. So, yeah, Mark Kelly, but we definitely have to be able to stop the run better than we did tonight.
Mm-hmm. This one from Orv, and Orv says, finally we get a mobile quarterback and we make him play like Jake Mayer. Do we miss Tommy Stevens now? And, hey, I had that a couple of times on the text line tonight. P.J. Walker is not Tommy Stevens. I get that. He did the short yardage, and then the Stampeders decided to go with Quincy Vaughn. Quincy Vaughn could be the next Tommy Stevens, because he is a big dude, played quarterback, obviously, in the NCAA. He can be a fullback, a tight end, whatever the case may be. I would not be surprised if we see more of Quincy Vaughn in short yardage situations.
Yeah, and they were going to go into this game anyways and try both, so it wasn't that PJ didn't do well because he got stopped on the 1 yard line there. I think it was a game plan that we're going to see both of them and see how this develops. But do we miss Tommy? It's only been once I think we've been stopped this year, maybe twice, I don't know. And Tommy was stopped once or twice too. So it didn't happen. So I can't say we miss him too much. I mean, it's important to have a short yardage team, but I think one of those guys will work out. Maybe they'll use both of them all year. I don't know.
It's too early in the process. The one short yardage situation that P.J. Walker came in, he reeled off 16 yards.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say that. Yeah. You can't complain about that one. That one, he went to the left side and shot up the field and got a good 16 yards. So.
And then getting stopped, obviously after that 85-yard drive, that one does hurt.
That one really hurt because it was such a great drive, and you know what? We just left too many points on the board. We had a chance to get points, and we just didn't get them. So many times we won first down, we're going to get a field goal. We're in a field goal range, and we turn the ball over or whatever. You can't leave points on the board in a game like this where every point was so precious.
You know what happened 29 years ago tonight, Greg Peterson?
What happened?
I got married. So
okay.
It's my wife's.
Well, then you better go home.
Yeah, exactly. It's my anniversary, okay. And my wife's waiting for me.
All right, then.
Let's go. So let's wrap it up. And
I wish you guys a happy anniversary.
Thank you very much. Yes, to my lovely wife, Sherry.
Hey, Sherry's
happy
great.
29th anniversary.
Congratulations to you and Sherry, and I'm going to drive you home so that you can enjoy your...
I appreciate that. So final thoughts on this one tonight.
Well, disappointing. I really thought we could have won this game, and I think we should have won it. We ourselves self-inflicted this. It wasn't anything they did. I just don't think we played a good football game tonight, so we got to hope that we have a good break. They bounce back, and I'm really looking forward to this Stampede Bowl. It's been built up almost like a big Labor Day game. I think it's a great idea. We're going to have a big crowd. That's going to crank the players up a little bit more. The people here tried to get them going, but there wasn't any noise tonight, and that always isn't great for a home team. So looking forward to next game.
Yeah, no, I think you're bang on. The Stampede Bowl should be excited. And, hey, the Calgary Stampeders coming off a bye week. They can, look at the tape. They can address some of the issues that they have. Hopefully get a little bit healthier and see how it all plays
and hopefully
out.
adjust to all the injuries which they have had.
All right, that's a wrap for the fifth quarter call-in show. Big shout-out to our title sponsor, the Alberta Ford Dealers. Final score, one final time, 20-12. Stampeders fall to the Ottawa Red Blacks, so the Stampeders' record falls to 1-2 in the season. Stamps do head into the bye week. Next action, as Greg just mentioned, the first ever Stampede Bowl. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers are in town as they kick off the greatest outdoor show on earth. That is Thursday, July the 3rd. That is a 7 p.m. kickoff. The hottest ticket of the season so far for the Calgary Stampeders. Our pregame show is on the air at 5:30. Don't forget, Monday night on Sports Talk with Jock, it is the Coaches Show. I will be joined by Stamps head coach and GM Dave Dickinson for Tom's House of Pizza. On behalf of our entire broadcast team, everybody behind the scenes as well, thank you so much for listening. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. This is the home of the Calgary Stampeders, QR Calgary.